and moderator for this session, Dr. Vinay Shrivastava, Honorary Secretary IIA MP Chapter. May I request Sangeeta to please take your seat. And may I also request all the regional speakers to come to the stage. And we also have a special presentation by another leading conservation architect, Sumesh Modi, Dr. Sumesh Modi. May I also request Dr. Sumesh to come to the stage. Architect Nitin Shrimali from Madhya Pradesh, Architect Kavita Jain from Rajasthan. Thank you, Dr. Vinay.
Thank you, Dipesh sir. Today we are beginning this session with the thought that all the architects are very well versed about the architecture, and as soon as we plunge into conservation architecture, we come across so many things that we are not able to decipher for us. And here we have all the experts from the field, and I'll request you all to kindly focus with your personal attention to this session. What happens is we have curated this session in a very definite, precise manner so as to we create a connect of the speaker with you. And it is not just the theoretical, academic or the professional part of it, it also weaves in a lot of sentient part of the content that is there in the discussion. There are certain terminologies which we do not understand. When we speak to a project management consultant, he might talk about CapEx, OpEx, and when we talk to the vernacular architecture, they might use terms which generally pop up from botany and other things, because that is what they relate to. So I will most humbly request everyone here to kindly listen to what is going on here on stage, because it is something which is very precious to all of us. Buildings, as what we see them, are our counterparts in terms of our cultural evolution. And as we see our aging parents, these buildings also, they tend to age and they get they need attention, and that is where most of the things get into trouble, because how it was conceived, what was the reason, what is the story, how that happened, and what happened, whatever that happened in terms of design needs to be known as research. So it is a big spectrum. We'll go quickly through the regional speakers first, and with that we'll ask the Gujarat team to make the presentation first. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gujarat team for you.
Good morning, dear friends, and let me take you to the deep western coast of India. Due to the project scale, it was too difficult to walk you through most of the technicalities. So I have pre-recorded the presentation to be in the time frame and also to deliver you the best. So that's why kindly bear with me. Let's start a move. one meets his destiny on a road he took to avoid it. But in my case, I never avoid my destiny. At the age of 9, I got isolated from the familiar faces and migrated to Jamnagar from Gandhinagar to connect me with new places, people, nature, atmosphere. My parents often took me to Ranmal Lake because at that time there was only one outing place, that was Talauni Park. In the middle of lake, there was a court type structure named as Lakota Koto and few more old structure in that context. At that time, I remembered the princely stories which was recited by my grandparents. Those frequent visits built never-ending relationship between us. When I came back after my graduation, I could reinterpret that bond with new perception. The city named Jamnagar, a historical city founded by Maharaja Jam Ravalji in 1540 AD. It was then known as Navanagar. Since then, there are 22 rulers reigned the city. Story of Lakota Koto started with Maharaja Jam Ranmalji II when he built Ranmal Lake after his name in 1820. In 1839, he initiated to build Lakota Koto, a defensive structure and a leisure palace for the purpose of drought relief, and completed the construction in 1845. A protected monument in the middle of the lake can be termed as a Jal Durg, was built on an amazing cylindrical pile of stone rubble. The monument is a beautiful example of Rajputana style with Persian motifs and corbel Jaroka skillfully fitted within the cylindrical facade. Series of arches and open pavilions are the salient features of the monument. Later, the structure was converted into a state museum in 1946, which houses archaeological objects dating from 9th to 18th century. There are two pathways with stone balustrade and stone handrail leading to the structure begin from north and south ends, which seems as a geometrical diameter of the lake around. There is also a cul-de-sac shaped pathway in the east leading to the founder Maharaja Jam Ravalji statue in the center of its circular end. The Lakota Koto and Ranmal Lake around spread over 70 acres creates a unique identity of the city. The lake is also home to many rare bird species, including 80 migratory species found in the winter season, thus being a recreational hub and a tourist spot in the city. There are several heritage structures in and around the lake, were also restored with the different strategies. The Rani Jethari Memorial reproduced from the ruins. Digjam Arso, a heritage structure designed by Sir Lutyens in commemoration of Maharaja Jam Ranjit Singh. Ranjit Trophy was called after his name, and his golden statue restored with the gold leafing, and the space in the backdrop transformed into a picture gallery of Maharaja Jam Ranjit Singh Ji. Clock-shaped step well and other well were also restored. 6 stone pavilions known as Chhatris were also restored, and 28 similar new pavilions were reproduced in the Ranmal Lake periphery. Later on, I restored another state protected monument of Jamnagar, that was Ambalia Gate. Coming back to Lakota Koto, after the 2001 earthquake, I visited Lakota Koto, which got severely damaged. As an architect, I thought that this place should be conserved. In 2002, I became the member of INTEC due to my interest in heritage. Luckily, in 2003, the government of Gujarat decided to restore the damaged Lakota Koto with the help of INTEC and Jamnagar Municipal Corporation. So, the INTEC asked me to give a proposal to conserve the edifice, and that proposal got clearance from the State Archaeological Department. Thus, the work began in 2004, but somehow stopped in 2008 and got backlash to all the stakeholders. Again, in 2015, Jamnagar Municipal Corporation and State Archaeology Department jointly decided to complete the restoration work of Lakota Koto. As an appointed architect and PMC with the past experience made me well prepared to provide a proposal with the minutest detail program ranging from condition mapping to conservation, restoration, consolidation, reproduction and reorganization of archaeology museum. We prepared DPR, mainly in three parts, that is conservation and restoration, reorganization of archaeology museum, and illumination, electrification, and light and sound show. The most viable solution for any conservation works are locally skilled laborers and traditional construction techniques. Here it is known as Otodongo. In Otodongo, the Otho is generally termed as base coat and the Dongo termed as top coat. Otho made up of mixing powdered limestone, sand, soapstone, tamarind, frankincense, glue, fenugreek, wood apple, jaggery, and sweatpal. Dongo made up of mixes of soft stone powder, dolomite, zinc without sand. It is also known as jiki coating. Now we required person who could work on that, and we got very few persons who were descendants of old masons family. So we trained few more in that. Conservation and restoration part was incorporating the restoration of jarokhas, arches, and stone jalis and pillars with intricate carvings, sculptures over the chajja, stone bands of floral and geometrical patterns, finely carved wooden ceiling, arches, doors, gates, and windows, Persian pattern motifs on the outer facade. Flat posts at the back tower were replaced. The wooden bridge had been reproduced and decorated with adequate lighting. Maharaja Jam Ravalji's statue, made up of 8 metals, were restored with lead filling and coating. The reorganization of museum with maximum display led us to the usage of all floors with the efficient vertical circulation by adding spiral staircases. Archaeological objects were displayed with distinguishable manner. Miniature paintings, rooms with tempera paintings on ceiling and walls, conserved in consultation of archaeological chemists. Well skeleton cleaned and placed in consultation with taxidermist. Local rurals gallery and a scroll painting of Bhuchar Mori battle were kept at upper levels. Light and sound show is programmed for public present in the periphery of the lake in the weekends. These lighting were selected of minimum watt to generate heritage ambience without disturbing the ecology around. A contemporary transparent entrance lounge replacing the older one display information boards and pictures of 80 species of migratory birds visiting the lake. The whole conservation project of Lakota Kotha covers around 4400 square meter of area and completed in 27 months with the project cost of 18 crores. To spread awareness of the reviving traditional construction technique, we also organized the lime conservation workshop. It took place with the help of Jamnagar Municipal Corporation in collaboration of Intech Heritage Academy Delhi in June 2016 for architects and engineering students, along with government officials from Ahmedabad Heritage Cell and State Archaeology Department as attendees. The project inaugurated by Honorable CM then Sri Vijay Rupani on 5th May 2018. He liked the outcome and he referred many delegations to visit the project for the case study. This project was granted by Municipal Finance Board and a picture of an aerial view of Lakota Koto has been kept in their main conference hall as best practices. The museum is having an average footfall of 250 visitors per day, and the Ranmal Lake periphery is being utilized by approximate 5,000 people per day. At the outset of its opening, I felt that one of the commitments in our relationship accomplished. There is a long way to go as I am still working on other monuments like Bujio Koto, Ekdandio Mahal in the lake periphery and revival of solarium structure that is the only remaining structure in Asia having outstanding universal value in the city. I realized that my migration feeling washed away due to my connection with the history of my city.
Thank you. It took 14 years to complete this project,
As
and
you all
18
know,
years
that a person often meets his
and
destiny
18
on a
years
road to be over here. So thank you IIA for the presentation.
Thank you, Sachinji. It was a wonderful presentation, and thank you all the audience for giving a very serious look at the presentation. I would request Rajasthan team to please present. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So this presentation is about heritage conservation. So what is heritage? Heritage is basically what we inherit from our past. It may be built heritage or it may be natural heritage, and it also includes intangible aspects of it, like our culture, language, cuisine, traditionals, and all heritage involves values associated with it. And it's our responsibility to protect and preserve our heritage, because it's very difficult to recreate those historical buildings. There can be many approaches, many interventions for conserving any heritage buildings. Those may be consolidation, repair, restoration, reconstruction, or adaptive reuse. Through my case studies, my various projects, I'll be showcasing how various interventions have been used for conserving a historical property, a historical building. And there are certain approaches for conserving any historical building. Those are full documentation and condition assessment of the building in drawing form and photographic form, no falsification and destroy, removal of historic evidences, minimum necessary interventions, and we can even modify the open spaces associated with it, and maintaining the existing visual settings. That means not to construct any building which adversely affect its form, scale, color, texture, and materials, and no new construction in just near vicinity in a shabby manner, and use of traditional materials and construction techniques. So one of the project is the Tungna temple located in the Uttarakhand in the Rudraprayag district on the Chopta, and it's a very beautiful site, and the temple consists of a Garbhagraha and Sabha Mandapa. Due to various reasons like the geological conditions and earthquakes, the Sabha Mandapa part was facing damages. The stones of the Sabha Mandapa was displaced and settled from its original position. So the entire temple was documented. Each and every stone was measured in its for its dimensions, its angle, and the structure was documented in drawing and photographic form. And then by graphical representation, we proposed a conservation proposal for its reconstruction, the dismantling of the stone, stacking it in a proper place. So element-wise, how we can dismantle, number these stone, first of all the numbering, then dismantling, stacking element-wise at the open area. In this view, we can see how the proposal was given for dismantling and reconstruction of the Sabha Mandapa area. So this temple is now, conservation of it's now going to start. The another project is the MP project, Madhya Pradesh Monument Project for the World Monument Fund. And there are various temples in the Odisha. So one of the temple is the Raghuvansh Mani temple. So here also the first task was to document the building. So the temple was documented and all the elements were recorded, the photographs were taken, and then the condition was assessed in all its drawing form, and even the material mapping was done. And you can see in the images like various hatch pattern or various legends are shown. Almost 40 types of condition was recorded, be it a structural problem or finishes problem. Everything was recorded on for the structure to take proper proposal or to analyze the proper method for its conservation, for its all elements. So these are the images where we can see this is a case of minimum intervention. Just by redoing the broken part or restoring the damaged pieces, for which we have the authentic evidences, and removal of algae, and remaking the ornamental plasters, reflooring, and reviving the original temple structures, and the steps which were hidden under the earth to recreate those steps. So this is a case where no reuse was required, only the strengthening and minimum conservation works were required. So same was done for the another temple, which is a Radhika Raman temple. Like the temple was documented and all the condition and material mapping were marked in the drawings, and then the proposal was given for its conservation. So here we can see like how minimalistic way it was done, and you will be surprised that this conservation works were done just in rupees 8 lakhs or 10 lakhs. Only those parts were repaired which were damaged, and this also included the removal of cement plaster and redoing it with the lime plaster, and same techniques were followed with the another structure in the Ocha fort wall, which is a Tamirat ki Koti. These are the cases of minimum interventions. And then there is a project in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, how by doing the structural consolidation we can restore a temple, restore any structure. Here in this case, Bihari Ji ka temple, it's a 500 years old temple, and the part of it was totally collapsed due to a big tree. So this tree was taken out and replanted some other place, and the room was reconstructed by using the same technique, that is the true arch ceiling, the Ladav roofing, and the columns and arches were lying on the side. So those were lifted and refixed at its original position. So it was just consolidated in a minimalistic way. The dome was not constructed in the center part because we were not having any authentic evidences of the dome. And just by cleaning of the shikhar, it was restored. So this can be another intervention or another paradigm of conservation, like repair, cleaning, and completing the architectural elements. Like in the right side image, you can see the jalis were missing. So on the entrance, above the entrance gate, the jalis were remade, and all the shikhar and finials were completed in the temple structure. And then there are some examples where just by undoing the recent additions done in the past can be a method for the conservation. This is a case of Rajasthan School of Arts in Jaipur. It's a 200-year-old structure, originally constructed as a haveli, but in some point of time it was converted into a school. So for the school purpose, the authorities covered these spaces, the open verandas, and constructed the walls in between the big halls to use it as a classroom. So for the conservation purpose, again the structure was revived in its original form. All the recent additions like those walls were removed, and the original spaces were created, and now this is in use as a temporary museum space. And then another structure is Govindgarh Fort in Amritsar. It was a military fort, and here also there are almost 10 structures within the fort premise. So those structures were all restored, and there are a lot of open spaces within the complex. So those were reused for the museum purpose or as a cultural center. For that, all the elements were completed. The open areas were developed for the street furnitures, with the street furnitures like signages, dustbin, benches, ticket counter are created, some boutique shops and cafeterias were created within these cells, and no new construction was done at the place. Pannamiya Kund in Jaipur, where there is a Bawdi, which was in very dilapidated condition. So the water was taken out, it was desalted, and sludge was removed, and the abutting space where the stray animal used to lie, it was developed as an open air theatre. Now the community is using this Bawdi, and it's in reuse. Similarly, Bantani Castle in Shimla, which is different kind of architecture. So same material and techniques were used for its conservation, like wooden structure, wooden balconies, and the stone masonry. The structure was also having the structural problem. The part of it was dismantled and reconstructed. So these are the images of the before and after. We can see how the structure was restored using the same material, same technique, same design, and everything was kept the same. And the Jal Mahal, where recent past the incongruent repairs were done, so those repairs were removed and redone with the traditional materials. The terrace was developed as a terrace garden, all the wild vegetation materials. The terrace was developed as a terrace garden, all the wild vegetation bushes were removed. Even the doors were provided in the traditional design using the wood and brass elements. Services were laid underfloor like electricity, water, and the paintings and for the floorings, the evidences were collected from the contemporary building, and it was done in the same way, like finials were restored by using the gold plating, and this is how the garden looks like. And then another method of conservation can be the refurbishing the existing spaces, or just modifying existing spaces. So this is a case of the museum, where in the left side we can see just few elements were kept, and by fall ceiling and by providing furniture and by organized display lighting arrangement, the museum were displayed. And another case is the reconstruction of a building in a heritage context. That is the Chaura Rasta Tourist Facility Center in the walled city. The traditional elements were followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavita ma'am. It was a wonderful presentation. I'll now call Nitin Shimali ji for presentation on Madhya Pradesh tea.
Good morning, everybody. Today I am presenting two of my projects. One is ongoing Rajwada, and second one is completed the conservation project in Indore. Both are in Indore. Second one is Harira Holkar Chhatri.
Indore is the largest and most populous city in Madhya Pradesh. It has been ranked as India's cleanest city 5 years in a row. It is famously called the Food Central of India. Most recognized of these are Chappan Dukan and Sarafa Bazaar. With institutes like IIT and IIM, it is also a prominent education hub of the state. With companies like TCS and Infosys, city is becoming new IT hub of India. It is one of the 100 smart cities in India. Indore traces its roots to its 16th century founding as a trading hub between the Deccan and Delhi, majorly ruled by Holkar dynasty under Maratha Empire. The Rajwada was completed in year 1766 and served as royal residency. Located centrally within the commercial hub of Madhya Pradesh, in Indore, Rajwada holds a special place for more than 200 years. It is a landmark for major festivals and gatherings at city level. The structure is a unique mix of Maratha and colonial architecture. It is associated with the identity of city and holds historical, cultural and social importance. Rajwada is located within the old city of Indore and marks the entry point for it. Surrounded by marketplaces, narrow streets and some of the oldest temples of city. Up till now, the palace was burnt 3 times and maximum destruction was. Indore traces.
Now, we have divided this in 4 zones, that is 1, 2, 3 and 4. These 3 zones is restoration and conservation, and the 4th one is reconstruction of the collapsed portion, that is reconstructed. The characteristics of the structure of zone 1, that is 7-storied building. The 3 stone frame structure at the you are visualizing in the picture at the ground, first and second, and the other four structures were of wooden frame structure. The documentation has been done, prepared the documented drawings. The structural assessment, we found that this is a unique type of structure having 3-storied of stone frame and stone structure, and the other 4 stories were wooden frame. So there is a very critical junction of this stone and stone frame and wooden frame. At the 4th and 5th floor, the cross beam found, but bearings of the beams are deteriorated in all these 2 floors. You see this bulging out of the Jharoka at the 5th floor, and the top floor is out of plumb. It is approx 200 mm out of plumb, which we have removed at the top floor, and we reconstructed this top floor. The condition assessment done. This is the NDT test we have done with ultrasonic echo techniques and drilling resistance method. Checking out foundation, you see in the pictures. This is the deposition on the outer facade. This is the encroachment of the southeast and west facade. The deposition. This is the collapsed structure, which was gutted fire in 1984 Reuts. These are the remains of this collapsed structure. And this is the platform. This was a 3-storied building, which we have reconstructed now. This is the north side deteriorated structure, and we found there are so many holes which has caused the more damage of the whole structure because of the nailing has been done for this type of wooden, this type of lighting strips they have nailed with. This is the fixtures that they have done in unplanned manner. In the absence of the cross beam at the 3rd floor, the critical junction of the stone and wooden structure, we have found that this is the worst part of structural stability. So, and this is the deteriorated wooden members on the upper floor due to the seepage from roof and openings, damaged wooden beam junctions and structural cracks. This is the tilt column, which at the top floor we have reconstructed. This is the top floor. This is the damaged opening. While intervention, we introduced MS beams for cross bracing and clad with the carved wooden planks to get it true aesthetic value. You see this bottom picture. That is the critical junction, which I have mentioned earlier, that the junction of stone structure and wooden structure, it is the 3rd floor, and at this floor we have braced the whole structure with MS beams with clamping, and for floor bracing joints to avoid welding on wooden floor of the structure is this. We have increased in beam depth for MS providing extra support. This introducing knee bracing covering with wooden cladding to provide aesthetics. Special MS bracket of full height of steel cable, full height and steel cable ties to mitigate sagging effect of the 5th floor west side Jharoka. We have added additional wooden planks to increase the cross section of the column to bear the additional load, and also MS arches to distribute the uniform load. Dry fixing has been done in the beams and columns. This is the post-work comparison. See the facades. This is the ongoing project. This is the collapsed structure of zone 4, which has redone. This is the 3-story, and this is the condition after the fire gutted in 1984 Reuts. This is the documentation. We have done a hybrid construction with having MS column and beams for structure and cladded with the wooden planks. This is the ornamental details. This is the joinery, and this is the structure after done. This, for sustainability, we have adopted the heritage conservation methodology and minimizing the use of the wood. The main structural member of column and beam is of MS pipe, avoided solid wood as main structural member, saved approx 160 mature teak wood trees and built a sustainable structure. This is the story of the collapsed structure. Just a minute, there is some glitch. Now I am showing another project of our completed project. This is Harira Holkar Chhatri. For the short period of time, so it is in a limited time we are showing this. This is the assessment of this project. Now this is the complete site. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to listen me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitinji. I believe these three presentations were awesome, and Nitinji, Kavitaji, and Sachinji, they deserve a big round of applause. Maybe some of us do understand the aspect when we take care of the building retrospectively and research what has happened and who has done what and how. I think our readability increases, and it comes from for architects who are young architects. All those at the back, I need your attention, please. For the young architects, I believe it is very important to understand whatever they are doing, whatever they are saying, has gone through a lot of review and checking whether this is fit for it or not. In the sense that, let us take an example of our parents, and these parents, they would not like to eat what we eat. So we take care of that. Likewise, when they are not well, we take care of that. So buildings are like that only. They are of a certain time, which probably might not be relevant to us today, but they needed to be taken care of, just as our parents. And the presentations have given that detail to us. This extends to the next session, in which we are calling the experts. And I have an opinion, I can be wrong, that any good conservation project would be reflecting the popular sentiment, popular understanding, popular liking of the people of visiting that. And I now invite Dr. Somesh for his work, Surat Fort. Most welcome, sir. Please come.
please. Thank you. I think we have already seen what is heritage and conservation means. But apart from the project, what I have understood conservation or knowing about the history or historic places, mostly it is all about, first is research, second one is of course documentation, and third one is how to implement or use this data. So I will start my presentation with three aspects of conservation. First is research, what research can lead us to. Second one is how all that data can be, maybe in an artistic way, used to connect the history of the place. First one, I am going to take a case of Champaner Pavagadh, which is in Gujarat near Baroda. Second one is how we can use the history or the research to connect the society, where Gujarat Metro, there are 4 underground stations at the Ahmedabad, where on the concourse level we have used the local history to connect with the visitor to the Gujarat Metro. And third one is pure conservation based on the research, that is Surat Castle. Okay. So we start with the first one, Champaner Pavagadh. What is Champaner Pavagadh? Gujarat has, of course, a rich history. When India was ruled by Tughlaqs from the Delhi, all these Subedar of Tughlaqs became the independent kingdom across India, which is the most important part in Indian history. We have Mandu, Gujarat Sultanate, Jaunpur, all the independent kingdom came after Tughlaq decline from the center, and they had wonderful architecture of their own places. Gujarat has Gujarat Sultanate, which started in approximately 1400. They were in Ahmedabad, they were fighting with Mandu, and the last kingdom, the Rajput last kingdom of Gujarat is Pavagadh. So Pavagadh they want to take over, and and Pavagadh has a rich history from 10th century onwards. These are the most important temples of the region. Lakulis temple, one of the oldest temple of the region. Then we have the history of Champaner. I will go through in 2 minutes. Gujarat Sultanate shifted his capital after winning Champaner Pavagadh, and they made a wonderful city, capital city, where trade can be flourished. Whole Ahmedabad community almost shifted to Champaner to make it a commercial city. It had a trade link with Dutch, Portuguese, and lot of other communities in 15th century, connected with the ports of Gujarat. That city, which got developed by the Gujarat Sultanate and became so much famous in from 1484 to 1535, which is exactly 50 years of history. What happened? They developed the capital city. It went to its peak. It had wonderful monuments, wonderful markets, wonderful, terrific architecture of that place. And then Humayun from the Delhi, because this was very, very famous, and Mughals from the center wanted this city not to flourish. So Humayun attacked city in 1535, and the intention is not to win, but to destroy the city. So in 1535, he destroyed the complete city of Champaner, making sure that no one lives in Champaner. So one of the capital city of Greater Gujarat became the reserve forest of India, meaning that is the decline of Champaner Pavagadh. I happen to be sort of architect or a researcher for this from 2000, and we got the opportunity to do documentation first for Champaner Pavagadh. with the help of World Bank, Getty grant, and what a lot of national and international grant we have received. But the saddest part, the most important capital city of Greater Gujarat became the reserve forest of India. And when I went in 2000, there were only 17 monuments which was known to government of Gujarat and on the record of gazettes of Gujarat, and 120 monuments were lying in the jungle unknown to people. So that is the story. So what we did, we went for a lot of research. These are some plateaus on the Champaner Pavagadh, how the water system was made. Capital city with a unique water system they have designed. Whatever water was going to Baroda, meaning all the watershed areas which was not normally go to highest level, all that has been diverted through underground tunnels and collected at the Vada Talav. So unique water system, unique architecture of the place went into a jungle. So these are the historic layers and whatever monuments we have found in the jungle, unknown to, I will say, the society. Only it is known to the local people. They will say there are Bhutia Mahal, something is there. So we took help of all that people and went into all this jungle for 1 year with all that national grants, and we documented 120 monuments. There is also very good story. There was a professor called R.N. Mehta in MS University. He also, there are 3 national projects decided by Government of India in 1980s. One is Fatehpur Sikri, Hampi and Champaner Pavagadh. Champaner Pavagadh got a grant to do a research in 1980s to the MS University. Professor R.N. Mehta documented the buried city, meaning 6 square kilometer city, which was designed in 1484, became the reserve forest of India, has been excavated in parts. Every year he used to go with 300 people, excavate some portion, document and recover. Likewise, it has been documented for 10 years, and all that data we lost. That data was lying somewhere in MS University, unknown to people. So all that, what you see in that map, the black one is the monument standing above the ground. Every small black dot is like a huge Jama Masjid which you see in Delhi. That much big, 120 monuments lying in the jungle. And what you see in red is underneath layer which is excavated and recovered, because the best theory, when we don't have money to protect the excavated part, then just document it and recover. So it is maybe left open for future generation. He can excavate and restore when India has money to restore it. So all that document I could find out and make the first map of Champaner Pavagadh. What is Champaner Pavagadh? We documented water systems. These are the gates of Champaner, temples in Champaner, mosque in Champaner, and all that. And we never knew, we were just blindly doing donkey documentation and research. One day, George Mitchell, who has done Hampi, so we invited him to look at our documentation. He came and he said, Sumesh, you must bid for World Heritage Site. And from 2002 on, whatever research we did, we went to Indian government and tried to make a nomination from India to UNESCO that Champaner Pavagadh goes as a UNESCO's dossier from India. But you know, there are a lot of politics from Indian government, so we could not, we were not selected as a nomination to UNESCO, because only one site can go to UNESCO every year in those days. Today there are serial nominations and things have been changed. But in those days, every country can send only one nomination to UNESCO. So Bodh Gaya was selected, sorry, Bhimbetka was selected, and then in 2002, we again went to government. Indian government has rejected our proposal, so we went to UNESCO and somehow pushed UNESCO that this is the dossier, this is the research, what we should do. They wrote to Indian government saying that why don't you reconsider your application, because from last 10 years, in 2002, for 10 years, India did not got any World Heritage Site because of poor documentation, poor research and poor presentation onto the paper. Because 180 countries make a nomination, out of 180, they select 40 to review, and that 40 comes out of the only your presentation in a book format. We don't have chance to even present it. That those 40 sites will be reviewed by the UNESCO experts in 1 year. All the experts come, whatever is there in your report will be checked by them, and then in the convention, approximately 15 sites get the World Heritage Site status. So we came in 180, we came in 40, and in 2004 we became the first World Heritage Site of Gujarat. These are the criteria on which you can be a World Heritage Site. What is World Heritage Site? Only one term, unique universal value. What is unique in your site? So unique can be on these 6 criteria. We will not go into this, but out of these 6 criteria, our research has proved that on the 4 criteria we got the World Heritage Site status. So whenever you check the criteria, the most important part, now the saddest part of Champaner, it went into the ruins. It has been cut at one time in 1535, which was the saddest part of Champaner, which became maybe the important part to prove that what is uniqueness in Champaner. What we have proved, every Islamic cities which developed by sultans in India or across the world, they are designed on the principles of Islamic Shariat laws. Now these laws, most of the research scholars have to go back to the city, suppose Delhi, Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Surat, all these cities, and every city, Hyderabad. But then what we have to do, we have to undo many things from the site to understand the originality of the city, because it has gone through an n number of changes. Suppose it has been designed in 1400, you are studying in 2000. So 600 years of history have to be undo to understand the originality of the city. And the unique part of Champaner is it reached to a peak, and then the development has been squeezed on that day. So if you want to understand the real Islamic Shariat laws principle for any developing cities, Champaner would be the best example, because we have stored Champaner and squeezed Champaner for 1535 when it was at peak. So that became the unique criteria to become the World Heritage Site, which was actually like city went into a ruin. The second case, and all that is published in my book. There are 2 books published. The second case is Gujarat Metro. Whatever historic data we collect, many times it went into the book or maybe published in research papers or somewhere. But how you can use that data to connect with the society, which is very important. And then only it will be maybe known or more respected. So we have 37 stations in Ahmedabad for metro in Ahmedabad, but 4 stations are going from the World Heritage Site of Ahmedabad, which is underground. So we are appointed to have to do not heritage, but it is like an interior of these stations, where the idea is when we have this World Heritage Site, all these stations may have its own identity which can connect with the past, and that's why as an interior designer we got selected through a competition. So what we did, suppose the station Sapur, generally you have 4-5 entries which connect the first level of the metro, that is called concourse level, where ticketing and all that is done, and from there you go down again is the platform. So, like in Ahmedabad, we have fortification, we have the new development just next to the fortification inside, and then we have the riverfront on the edge. So that history, how we can depict with a text, and these are very big installations onto the walls of the concourse level, where specialized market of the Sapu, like the kites, historic kites patterns, how they were made, and how the whole story of kites started. So with a text on the side, very small, and big 100 feet, 90 feet, 80 feet installations are there in the Gujarat metro stations at concourse level. We have only like 2 seconds, 5 seconds when the visitor is actually passing by and taking the train. So our installation have to be so much bold, so much bold that we can connect with the society and maybe take 2-5 minutes of them. So Shahpur, we have used historic walls. There is also another station called Ghee Kanta, where the weight of the ghee of the area was done historically, and there was also a metropolitan court in that area. So connecting that, court was destroyed because the station have to come up there, underground station. So that documentation we were actually involved later on. Almost everything was done. Interior part we have to do, but we found out this metropolitan court with its architectural elements, gates, and so on and on. So how those data we have displayed with its history onto the platform. There is also, in Kalupur, there are 2 most important parts. One is, of course, Fernandes Bridge, and there is also today a local market which resell the old books. So how they are configured with the history of that place. So all that we have displayed in the art installation. Of course, Ahmedabad was also known as the Manchester for East. All the cotton textile mills came in Ahmedabad with so many chimneys, the skyline was different. Hence, we have used installation showing how historic cotton mills, its parts, the way it was viewed, and all that onto the Kalupur station. There is also another station, Kankaria, underground, where we have this 17-sided Kankaria lake, and we found out there were lots of historic water animals and birds which used to be there. So with this installation, we have tried to, the ecology of the place with the birds' name and all, how they were there in those days, so that we have installed onto the stations. These are some work is on, maybe very soon it is going to get inaugurated. So these are the installations at the, another we did, like for Surat Marriott Hotel, we made some 90 panels. So every corridor, reception in Marriott Hotel, they have promoted how Surat history have to be maybe connected or maybe shown to the visitor who is coming to Surat Marriott Hotel. So this is one panel just, but how history is useful to connect or maybe making identity of the place. Now the third one is actually the pure practice. This is a 1-minute movie, and then I will show you what is Surat Castle.
Bandar Mubarak. Bandar Mubarak.
Now this Surat Castle was a national competition. We got this project awarded in 2013 And then with these all objectives, we have to do a sort of restoration or conservation of the whole place. What we have proposed is not the castle, but there is a whole precinct need to be protected. But started with the castle first. We have also done other urban areas conservation, but castle was the diamond of this project. So hence, how it was when it came to us. So just going through the photographs, how it was bad. What are the challenges when the project came to us? The first challenge was the Gujarat government owns the project, but SMC wanted to do conservation of this castle, and the conflict was government of Gujarat never gave permission to SMC, Surat Municipal Corporation, to do a restoration. We were appointed after competition, tender is floated, contractor is appointed, but the ownership never went to SMC. So ultimately, everybody made an effort because earlier SMC was writing with old commissioners. Two commissioners tried to get permission to do restoration and transfer of the ownership rights from Gujarat government to Surat Municipal Corporation. But it never happened. Government never thought of transferring that rights to Surat Municipal Corporation. So new commissioner came, Milind Torwane, in 2016, I think. He came with the idea that he gave almost gali to us, saying that we never have to ask ownership to restore the castle. Let's change the whole game plan, go to government, we'll write another letter saying that you keep the ownership, but you give permission to restore this castle for the society, and we will spend the money. Government will give immediate permission. So with that we got the permission, and that first ownership issue was resolved. Then we have occupancies. There were lots of government agencies like PWD, RNB, you name any government, police department, election department, hundreds of public government department was holding some parts of the castle. And that was a major issue. What government did? They said, okay, you talk to people, our own agency, but we will not come into the picture. So I must congratulate Surat Municipal Corporation. Every agency has been dealt individually with their aspirations. There were like PWD, they have money to shift their building from here. So they have evacuated considering this as an heritage. But suppose police department, they never wanted to shift. They said, you give us something like another building, we will shift. So old museum of Surat Municipal Corporation has been given to evacuate the building. So likewise, every department has been dealt separately, and the issue of lots of occupancy of this place has been resolved. There were also encroachment. Of course, it has been dealt very firmly by the SMC. These are general issues, but I must talk to you mismanagement issue. Our many buildings, all historical buildings, mostly belongs to the Public Works Department, and they maintain the building. Here also it was maintained by the PWD government of Gujarat. What you see in first slide is overloading. Overloading for what? It must be leaking. So one day engineer will come and say, we must put waterproofing. So there will be 6 inches of waterproofing. And after 2 years again it will leak another 6 inches of waterproofing. What we have come across 1.5 meter of concrete onto the historic Surat Castle walls. So 1.5 meter of concrete, how that load can be maintained? 7 layers of cement plaster onto the line walls. Cement, 7 layer plaster. So this is all what I am showing. Services. Toilets have been made. Every department was separate. They want my toilet here. They'll just puncture, put the toilet, and somehow the pipes have been run through some historic building and some parts of the historic buildings. So these are the problems. Maybe we created problem. It is not that building has created problem. There are also problems. Surat is a flooding. Surat has flooding river. So many times Surat castle must have submerged into the water of flood, and there were problems with the foundation, which is very serious issues. These walls were tilting and all. There were also historic fires into the Surat castle. So of course the stability of the structure, sir has already I think shown some images, but we went for a very unique comprehensive NDT test where every member of the Surat castle has been not documented, structurally checked. Every member, when I say, like 10,000 wooden members have been named. Every member has been tested for the pulse velocity test, tapping test, and those records have been made by member, which correlate with the structural stability of the monument. So these are some tests which we have done, and at the end, the most important part, today our structural engineers know the building have to be designed as per, if it is a public building, 500 kg per square meter of load it has to take. So we have checked the building for 650 kg per square meter. If even there will be a rush and lot of visitors come to the Surat castle, it must survive. And we went for a unique testing, which is static load test. Suppose square meter, that much load has been put, and with the deflection sensors kept at every member in the center of the floor, within that permissible limit. If the deflection is there, then it is safe. Likewise, every member has been checked for this kind of static load, and then we went for the restoration of Surat castle. Again, most important part, Surat was an historic city, but today everyone knows Surat as a diamond city or a textile city. But Surat was an historic, important port city which was lost. Diamond and textile has taken over its identity over a period of time. And when I took over this project, I went for Champaner, did lot of research. I did research for Ahmedabad and other places, but staying in Surat for 20 years, I never thought Surat data must be available somewhere. So when I got a project, I started, as I said, those 2 years when government of Gujarat fighting for transfer of ownership, that time I got a chance to do and collect data from the world. So as Surat was connected with international ports, so Dutch, French, British, Portuguese and other communities were there. Their headquarters were in Surat. Hence, lot of data were lying in the world library. And I'm lucky to get lot of data from the world library, like the first map, which is Surat map in a Farsi language of 1730 map, the first one, which shows actually lot of detailing. You have Arabian Sea on the top. You have Arabian Sea, and then the small ships coming to the Surat castle, then the first fortification and the second fortification. We never have seen Surat castle like this before this map. This map, one Japanese guy was doing a PhD in Allahabad University for the maritime business of Gujarat. He found this map from the Jaipur Museum. He took it to Japan, translated into English, and he came in 2017 to Gujarat. So I got this, our own map from Japan. And like that, lot of international data we have collected. So from French library, British library, I am a member when I was doing PhD from England. So those maps, this is the war at the Surat Arabian Sea. So at the Dutch and the Portuguese were fighting. They have this navy army. So they were fighting near the Surat to take over Surat port. This kind of historic images I have found from the many world library. But important, apart from all this, Surat castle map, suppose that is 1800 map, shows entry from the different side. This is 1881, when Surat was taken over by British in 1800. They have also restored castle in 1881. They have made a documentation, They made a tender in 1881. So this is the estimate of 1881, which we found from the British Library, London, and where every nail has been sort of estimated, and Surat Castle got restored in 1881 in some 90,000 rupees. It has helped us because this data was available when I have touched in 2016. All that layers were there. Also, interestingly, we come across lot of data like lots of international ships were coming to Surat. We have a whole taluka called Choriasi Taluka, meaning 84 ports of the world were connected with the Surat, and they have a permanent station with a flag on the Arabian Sea. So the whole area is called as Choriasi Taluka. So how many ships were coming to Surat? Every ship, suppose this is a ship name, and every day, how they document this data? Suppose ship is going from Surat to England. Every day, the Navy person have to document what is the wind pressure, how much water, how much submerging the ship, because the density of water everywhere is different, and hence the water level outside the ship changes, and this is the documentation of every day. So there were 300 ships. We have got data, like one book is for one ship. Every day they will document what happened on the ship. Very unique documentation. Suppose they come across some ghost ship. See how it has been documented. Suppose you find this kind of Chinese shape of ship, meaning you are in trouble, you might have to fight with them. This is what written in a everyday data documentation of the ship. So there is also display of ships in the after restoration. These are very interesting maps we have found. These are like 6 feet book, meaning you can see the hinges. These are our door hinges is claimed to restore the book in British Library, which I have read and found data from this. This is another very interesting map which we have found from the Kalakriti archive of the 1759. Surat Castle, meaning Surat is ruled by lot of dynasties, but then we also have a joint system, like dual system. We have Mughals in the center and then Nawab in the Surat. But that time there were Kiledari and Subedari. Subedari meaning who collects the revenue of the place, and Kiledari gives protection of the place. So first time in India, the Kiledari of Surat Suba was given to British East India Company, and maybe that is a starting point. I am not sure, but I am saying this, that could be the starting point for Britisher to think about taking over India, because first time they got Kiledari of Surat from the Mughals. So they came to Surat and they have documented, they have done restoration in 1881, but in 1759 they documented the castle. Every parts of the castle has been marked with light pink, dark pink and yellow, what you see here. This is done by the French garrison engineer of the British military, and how Surat castle have to be maybe restored. That proposal was made with a light one have to be destroyed, the dark one has to be protected, and yellow one is like new addition to the Surat castle of the 1759, which has also helped us to understand Surat castle. And then out of all this data, we have tried to make what could be the Surat castle restoration in 2020, using all the data of different layers, because now we have the first layer which we came to know from the book is 1540, which is Gujarat Sultanate built Surat castle to fight against the Portuguese, because Portuguese had a power in the river. They wanted to take over all the ports of the Gujarat and on the western coast of India. They've already taken Diu, Daman, Goa and so many, so they were fighting for Surat. But Gujarat government thought that if we lose Surat, our income will be not much then. So they have installed this Surat castle fort to fight against the Portuguese. That is the history we read from the books. Then we found, so that is the first layer. Then second layer is in 1573, Akbar came to Gujarat and took over the whole Gujarat. So Surat Castle had a 47 days fight of Akbar military. He was in Surat for 48 days and took over this fort. So it became the part of the Mughal Rajya. And then British took over in 1800. Then there is also, we found Dutch construction, which I don't know why there is a Dutch construction in the Surat Castle, because the construction tells me that it is Dutch. So I have layered a Dutch layer. Then Indian PWD also added lot of things. So there is an Indian PWD layer. Now we have these 6-7 layers. How to restore the castle, which is what is important. Then we went for this value-based system. Whatever seems to be important, because Surat Castle was never like a very beautiful with stone carvings and so and so. The uniqueness what I found in Surat Castle is in different construction system. So I went not to plaster the whole castle. The castle beauty is in 7 construction layers, and hence I have tried to make all the construction layer open so that one can understand the beauty is not in plaster, beauty is in its very 7 layers of construction. So open construction system I have tried. We have also installed some fresco paintings, which is our addition, with an interpretation using all the Surat historic figures, and we have tried to imitate in the dome. So suppose this brick size, 16 inch by 16 inch by 2 inch bricks have been made specially to match the existing construction, and so on and on. Of course, lot of structural system we have changed, we have installed, but then now today it has become the most important part of the Surat. Any visitor who is coming to Surat, everyone wants to take them to Surat Castle. That is what the historic identity of Surat has been installed again. Lot of activities are starting from Surat Castle now. Lot of international people want to see Surat Castle. UK total parliament made an appointment to come to Surat to look at their Surat Castle, which was sort of East India Company started from this castle, and hence they want to come and see when we have restored it. MIT, and he is the living Nawab who has ruled Surat. He came from London to look at the castle. This is a princess of Dubai came to look at the Surat Castle. So Surat Castle has become a very important now historical monument in the city. Slowly maybe diamond and textile identity of Surat will be taken over by its history. Now what we have achieved in this restoration, which I have not said, every book tells us the Surat Castle started from 1540. But when we touch the Surat Castle, we found there is a different still, meaning we have this Mughal, British, Dutch layer, but still there is something which is missing. And hence, there is a Tughlaq layer, meaning unfortunately we came to know there was a Tughlaq fort built in 1372. That fort got developed by Gujarat Sultanate in 1540. So there is an underneath layer of the Surat Castle which is 1372, which is a new, this is new finding. So this is a new layer we have added to the history. And how we have restored. This was the whole thing. I will go back to the slide. Suppose what we see from outside is this wall, which is a historic Surat Castle fortification wall. But it has covered the old fortification. So this was the fort which was smaller in height, and that is the outer wall. But they have restored it, meaning they have covered it somehow. So we have open trenches. We have made, sorry, I will finish this in 1 minute. So trench has been opened. This was not known. Canal, the moats around the castle was there. So that is also open now. Looking at those historical data, we also found historic gate foundations and the drawbridge. So that gate has been installed. We also found these were flagging terraces. So those terraces, we found from the historical data the original Tughlaq gate of the fort was here, so that has been unearthed. So here, after removing 20 feet of mud, we found the original gate of the Surat castle. These are the new, we also found this hammam in the Surat castle, so we have restored in such a way, when you walk, you can see how steam was passed through, and you can have a steam bath into the Surat castle in 1540 sometime. So steam bath is not new, it was there in Surat castle from 1540. This is 5 lakh liter underground water tank. When big military was there and they were fighting with Akbar for 48 days, they must have water and food. So, which was also underneath, unknown to even us. After doing almost 1 year of restoration, all trucks were also passing above this, and then we decided to lower down the underground level because we found basement, so we have gone to the original level of the ground level, and then we have found this tank which was there, which was already there in the map. We have not seen it, but then we, by lowering it, Dutch layer, we have restored it like a court which used to be. And then, thank you Deepesh, I will end this. One more thing, I will show you the photograph, how it looks today, the old and new, old and new. And in 2020, this was taken as a smart city project, and we got the best project across the 100 smart cities in 2020. Thank you.
What a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Sumesh. It was awesome.
Sumesh, it was a wonderful presentation. I should acknowledge that fact. And I'll request Architect C.R. Raju sir, for any upcoming major national event, we can have you for a keynote address also. Thank you.
Slowly, silently, now the moon walks the night in a silver shoe. This way and that she peers and sees silver fruit upon silver trees. Architect Sangeeta Bass is a known personality in conservation, architectural practice and research. She is authority on so many subjects in her domain that it is like waste of time mentioning it here. I would directly skip the introduction and I'll call the lady directly for the presentation. Please come.
स्क्रीन पे कैसे आएगा? So now I think it is good afternoon or good morning. I think good morning is still. Very good morning to everyone, and I would like to thank IIA MP chapter for inviting me for this event, and my special thanks to Architect Vinay Srivastava for linking me with this event. And for me, it is very special because I've been working in the field of conservation since last 24 years, and I'm giving first any kind of talk in my own state, Madhya Pradesh. I belong to MP, but unfortunately, I never had any chance of giving any talk about my experiences. So this presentation is basically focusing on various aspects of conservation, about from diversity to actual conservation processes, dealing with different kind of materials and construction techniques. Before proceeding, I would also thank to all the previous presenters who has given a base for my presentation where I would not need to go in several details. I think that will automatically provide a background to that content. I'm very pleased to know that your theme for this event is Dharohar, and Dharohar is my company that I established actually in 2000 but registered in 2008, and we have been working since then in the field of heritage conservation. And yesterday I got worried when someone told that call the Dharohar team on the stage. I thought my presentation is tomorrow, how can I come today? And that's how I got confused, and then I understood, no, your theme is Dharohar and your magazine is about to covering different topics about that Dharohar. Heritage conservation words looks very fascinating. In the heritage, which comes to everyone's minds with several kind of beautiful images and different kinds of aspects into that. But these kind of buildings I have added into my introduction slides to cover up different aspects of heritage conservation. I have been working on different forts. Some of them of are national importance, that is Bhatinda Fort, that is an archaeological site. When we are working on the archaeological site which are protected by central or state government that has different policies and different framework for conservation, we don't have that much freedom of doing new interventions and doing some experiment. Here we need to be very accurate because this is a national treasure and we need to really keep them prolong their life for the future generation. Red Fort is a place where I have been involved in last 15 years and working for different kind of specifications and new construction work, which World Heritage of specifications and new construction work, which World Heritage norms provides us. Palaces is Karoli City Palace, where we have been working with Maharaja of Karoli. This palace is unprotected heritage, but it is a palace owned by Maharaja. Lack of funding is a biggest issue, and with the time the site context has changed, and this is taking us to the different phenomena, and we are struggling to conserve this palace. This is one of the palace of the world which has the maximum area of the fresco work, around 10,000 square meter, which gives challenges every day. Leh Palace is located on it is also a ASI protected site. It's of course different types of periods of construction, which Sumesh has covered pretty well, how to understand a palace when we're talking about the historical site. Now I'll come to the different types of buildings. That's educational institution and government buildings. Many of them are not protected but are in use, and which has different kind of challenges, like library building. We are working for the IIT Roorkee. This is a main building, James Thompson, which was the first civil engineering institution of India, and constructed in 1840, and which have seen different kinds of construction layer. And similarly, Mayo College, we are working, and Government Press Building, Gwalior. Viceregal Lodge is the unique protected national monument which is under use by Indian Institute of Advanced Studies. Still, it is carrying the touristic character. Religious tourism, it has its own flavor. We are working on the living heritage sites, and it gives us challenges every day when we deal with the communities. Today's new phenomena, because we are living in we are dealing and visiting the historical cities where the street facade upgradation, urban regeneration program is really very important, so that existing stock of the build forms is still in use and it can be modernized for the coming use. City vision plans for tourism, we are involved in the Agra, Prayagraj and Bareilly. It is a different regional to urban planning skill projects. We are integrating the different historic areas and getting the zonal placement so that it can be, without doing much intervention, those can be considered for future conservation work. And site development work, which I will cover up later. Before I get into my presentation, I would like to convey that we are dealing with the buildings, heritage stocks, where we don't have capacities of the people to deal with the materials and construction systems. There is no unique language. We are primarily focused on extensive material research programs, and several research programs we have done for the Mughal tile work, line work, and also keep holding several workshops annually for different architects, civil engineers, structural engineers, and heritage enthusiasts who want to pursue their career and want to have hands-on experience, because reading books is a different matter, preparing conservation plan is a matter, but we need to also implement that. So our focus areas for heritage conservation, we work on specifically on the material like limestone, wood, earthen architecture, concrete, structural investigations, mapping work, and cultural resource mapping. And we also have published our India's first lime conservation manual, which is in collaboration with IIT Chennai. And whatever conservation work I am representing in the coming slides is not a work only of a conservation architect. It is a multidisciplinary project, and I have a diversified team of different subject matters who are working with me. I'm just representing everyone's work here in coming projects. And we also take pride that till now in my 15 years training programs, we have trained around 2,000 professionals in India, which is from Archaeological Survey of India, State Department of Archaeology, masons, architects, conservation professionals, and I'm very happy they are also doing wonderful work in India, and they are the few unknown, very good known contractors who are still working with us on different projects in different states. Diversity in heritage conservation is the way we pursue architecture, where you're getting a flat ground, you are getting a site where you have to conceptualize a new building. It is a reverse process. We are getting a building, we need to understand it, and we need to analyze the historical structure, and we need to work on that. So everything is in front of our eyes. And we are not dealing with cement, concrete. We are dealing with the historical traditional material construction techniques, and which are not same on all the sites. And we are also dealing for different kinds of heritage conservation aspects. Some are the archaeological site. One site I am working, which is a 4th century BC, and I'm also working on a building which is a 19th century building and 20th century building. And the conservation philosophy changes as per the site requirement, and that adopts from very preservative to very conservation, to restoration, to adaptive reuse. When I'm working on archaeological site, my intent is just to consolidate it and pass it to the next generation. I don't have any right to change it and to add on. Just preservative approach I have to adopt. And that gives me different approaches, like I have to be very strict to preserve every mineral particle of that, and to freedom to the new materials when I am working on the new modern sites and the private sites which are getting converted into heritage hotels, institutions. And I don't have any single formula for that. I'm dealing with diversified of materials. Sometimes we have local materials, sometimes in our places materials have come from Europe, sometimes the US and Central Asia. So that's how we get difference in our approaches when it comes to vernacular tradition. It is a combination of both kind of the material, not a single recipe. It varies from the site to site. That's how we conservation professionals keep fighting with the government system, because all the specifications, CPWD, PW do not allow us to work on properly. That really makes our process very difficult. So as a conservation field we need to evaluate building from mineral level to macro level to regional levels to understanding the trade routes, and there's no limit. If those limits stop somewhere, we get connected astrologically. So that's how we are working on heritage conservation. Every site is different, and this is a basic process every conservation architect has to follow. Many things Somesh and Kavita already explained, so I will quickly go through that archival research documentation, because we are working on an existing building stock. Understanding condition and finding appropriate solution for that. And of course, many times we cannot see many things, what is happening inside the building, which lead us to the scientific investigation, analysis, and working on the conservation plan. The front of the building, which I am going to present very shortly, is the Alvar House. This is a Mayo College. We are consultant to Mayo College for the conservation, for the maintenance of their heritage stock. We have been working on this site in last 4 years. Recently, we have completed one Alvar House, which was the house of the princely estate of Alvar. All the prince and princess used to live here while they're getting education in Mayo College. And this article recently published in Architectural Digest, which explains the whole process about how a simple building can be utilized for the modern uses. This is the condition of the building. No one really was ready to accept building is under immense stress, and it has changed. I would request everyone to keep a visual stock of these images, so that at the coming images you can find out the changes, how building transform when we take back to the building to the original shape. There was so many transformation, and later on this building was used as a staff quarters, and there was a multiple division have been made in the building. Luckily, we got an archival image, and we could see the building has transformed over the years. Even the added layers are historic, which matches with the historical construction. You can see the archival image, which has only one story with the open air pavilion on the top. But of course, we need to make a compromise, because now Mayo College need more rooms. So I would avoid them to make new construction near the site. Better to use this spaces. We had given them several proposals, and finally we made them agree. So highlight the chhatris back as per the original shape. We prepared the model to make the client understand the importance of that. So when we started working on this site, loads of cement and concrete were removed from here. Their later addition, everything was removed and building was opened. It's really very important to remove historical building construction system. Do not accept cement and lime cement concrete because of their breathability behavior. So it is many times it's very difficult to convince the client to remove all those things, because all these things are very strong and has strength for them. So loads of cement concrete has been added and removed from that. Then client started understanding what they have done with the building. Of course, we are working on Ajmer. It has immense resources of the material. This material process always start with site training programs, collection of the material, doing different sampling. So we had first, of course, every site we start with the local resources and training programs. And the image on the right, you can see the white pointing. That was the language of the Mayo College institution, where they keep doing pointing work and cement pointing, which was harming the limestone work. We introduced the lime pointing work so that all the walls can breathe properly, but it was not acceptable in the beginning. I just asked for a chance, just give me a chance to do a single elevation, so that you can understand. If you don't like that, we will find another solution which looks like your original building. We started removing the layers, lime wash, and started seeing the transformation. This is one of the gate. You can see no one can find out how it looked like originally. We could understand, but it is very difficult to make the client understand, because they keep adding layers over that. We started the extensive cleaning, and cleaning took us for 1 year to actually remove all the layers. And then the gate was transformed, and we brought the building into the original shape. Bringing all the traditional technologies, and making people understand how to make jalis. Now all the modern technologies, CNC cutters there, but when you make the things with your hand, it is a complete different thing. We don't get the same finishes. Then we have trained few artisans who are working in the modern techniques, but we train them and replace all the decayed material. As I said, building was transformed into the staff quarters. Multiple divisions were carried out. We had done heavy-handed structural intervention, where we have combined different rooms to make it is a Mayo Alumnus Convention Center now. And how the building looked like before conservation, it was the courtyard, which was used as open areas for the staff, people who were living there. And the architect, I don't want to mention the name, but when we started the conservation, and he had proposed to cover the whole courtyard with the shade. which we strongly opposed, and we said, no, that is not possible. It has living trees, it is a living space, courtyard planning system is there, the whole ventilation system will be disturbed. So it took us some time, but we convinced them. Later on, we have created a good cultural space for the alumni, and major events are taking place in this building. So that's how the whole building has transformed and under use, and it is a great resource of the Mayo College, and now they are adopting the same method approach for the rest of the heritage stock of Mayo College. Another building, I will just quickly go through that. This is a barrack, British barrack, standing at the Lahori World Heritage Site of Red Fort. And there are around 8 barracks in the campus, and all of them look like this. And these are the barracks which were constructed in very, using quick construction techniques by demolition of the Mughal structures. All those materials were used for the construction thing. We had done all the analysis, and while looking at the pictures, you can see how the transformation have done. All the arches were closed, and there was no building language was visible. We had carried out extensive research to find out actually how the building looked like. And all the evidences, we started scrapping different portions, and then we started revealing the different language of the building, and then prepared. This is the internal surfaces, because Red Fort is a very sensitive place. It is 15 August function organizes here. All the armies and police officers used to live here, and it was evacuated in 2006 when it was declared as a World Heritage Site. And building was in very decayed state. We could not find out how it looked like. Different kind of roofing system. There is no uniform language within the building, not even for the wall, not for even the roof, because it was constructed as per the available building materials. Very bad state. And then we did the investigation how the wall should be conserved, and we could not make out a uniform solution for that. Then we had proposed how the building should look like and how it was the original look. But it was not accepted to the client, Archaeological Survey of India, because they already have altered most of the barrack and they have used this language. Still we got the permission, we had given them certain suggestion, and temporary space we got, time frame we got, okay, just go step by step, then we will make you understand how it should be done. Typical processes. Unfortunately, the site was given to an architect, an interior designer, product designer who doesn't have any experience in heritage conservation, and the contractor was an interior designer person. We carried out a complete sampling process, and we really developed a new language of the building. We have removed all the plaster work. Later on, we realized this building was originally an exposed building, not cement plastered, not lime plastered, not lime washed. And that's how building masonry started looking like after cleaning of the added layers. And that's how building has transformed. These are the outer corridors which has transformed due to multiple divisions. The complete restoration work has done. And all the columns were repaired, bringing out the original materials from different places, buying old material from the old Delhi where people are demolishing their havelis. And roofs were repaired using the same techniques. And there was a very important thing, because this building is proposed as a interpretation center for Red Fort. And now we need to think about how the 500 people stay here, come here and walk over. The building has to be retrofitted. The new modern techniques, we had introduced a certain process wherever vibration were happening. So it is a combination of, at one place, modern materials, another place, traditional materials, according to the structural system. And one night, it was a nightmare for me during monsoon. The rear portion of the building was collapsed. And I was in really trouble because some building under your supervision is collapsed, especially when it is a World Heritage Site. But I was very convinced. Actually, it happened for good, because the group, this is a monument under Adopt a Monument scheme was adopted by Dalmia Bharat Group, and very shortcut methods were adopted to quickly complete the project. This collapse has alarmed everyone about the structural safety of the building, and I was quite satisfied because sometimes it's not possible to convince to do all kind of testing, understand the building. Unfortunately, this kind of arches, we don't find any mason because it is a composite masonry arch construction work. We did carried out, trained people, several testing were done. So all kind of testing was done, and we understood the kind of masonry. There's no monolithic type of construction. Now, bigger challenges was here to importing the grouting material, which was costing us crores of rupees. Then we had developed hydraulic lime mixes on the site, and we have consolidated all the masonry wall, and now it can take load of enough people as an interpretation center. That's how building has been transformed during the conservation process. These are the rear corridor, and that's how it was before, during the conservation work. That's how it has transformed to the present state, and it is working. It is a wonderful interpretation center, and no one was convinced about removing the plaster layer, and everyone was in favor of doing the lime plastering over the surface, which I strongly oppose to that, because its wall itself explaining several layers of red force and the buildings which were collapsed in previous years. So itself, it has become an interpretation for this. So that's how a building looks like now, and it has a beautiful interpretation center depicting the history of Red Fort. So that's how interpretation center has come, and finally we agreed to Archaeological Survey of India to keep it in the original form, and we could make a balance here, satisfying everyone's wish. And this is a very quick present few slides. I'm telling about the challenges when we work with the communities. This is the I have been working with the Ajmer Dargah committee since last 6 years. And cultural spaces often go several alteration, transformation throughout the time period, and becomes very difficult. And as we do lime wash, they do whitewash every year to their monuments, but at the end they start affecting the structural stability of the building, but they don't allow building to breathe. So we had gone through all the challenges, and this is the Nizam Gate, which is the first experimentation pilot projects we had done. And we could make a big change into the philosophy of the people of the Dargah committee to remove the paint layers, expose the original material so that building will survive more, aesthetically it will look better. And also we have find solution for them, for their religious aspects. This is one of the Akbari Masjid, how it looked like when we have approached. After doing proper research, I could find out, I could see it has something else. I started removing the lime layers, and we got the layers of original Mughal glazed tiles. And later on, Dargah committee was themselves were laughing on themselves. I have time? Okay. So now they are removing all these layers, and it is an example of our successful street level interventions, where the 4 streets which are leading to Golden Temple, modified and bring to the, it is a combination of modern work and heritage conservation. All these transformations had been done, and that's how street of Amritsar looks like. It is a combination of heritage conservation, and it has become a very good touristic site at the moment. And I really take a pride on that. And we also integrated the local craftsmanship so that people are involved. The best part of working in Punjab, and especially in Amritsar, people really contribute from their heart when it comes to the Golden Temple. Everyone has contributed. Each shopkeeper has come forward and do this kind of intervention, and that's how street look like in the night when you lead to the Golden Temple. So this is, and also they are very modernized people, and they have company showrooms. The biggest challenge was designing signages for them and making it. Just shortly, I'm finishing. This is Chandni Chowk. Same thing, we are working on the urban regeneration program, where Delhi government is spending around 200 crores on that building, but there is no vision for that. So that's how we have done the research on the Chandni Chowk, and we start now trying to connect people with the Chandni Chowk by depicting the stories on the renovated Chandni Chowk on the shop front, so that everyone, so it is a development of the night cultural life. So besides conservation, when we are spending so much money, It is very essential for public spaces to link the people with the city. So that is how we are bringing different artisans. Old Delhi has several craftsmen working in different kind of craft skills. So we are making the Chandni Chowk street showcasing their arts and craft, and we are also getting in process of only few artisans now left, about few metal crafts and Persian arts, which we are reviving through this project, so that those can be housed here in Chandni Chowk for night cultural life. This is the history of the Samru Begum Palace. It's already destroyed and only few portion is there. So we are developing this as a model for showcasing the historical narrative during the walk on the Chandni Chowk in night cultural life. There was a clock tower which once standing, but it was demolished because of the structural problems. We are developing modern technologies, we recreating the spaces. And this was the street where the first tram was run. So we have replicating that food trucks designed in the form of the trams, in which we have collaborated with the old metro tram companies who are designing these metro trucks following the same design. And it is bringing 80 cuisines of Old Delhi on the one street. It will be theme-based cuisine shops, so that we can combine built heritage and cultural heritage together to showcase these things. This is the kind of case study. If I have time, I just would like to show a few minutes video. That's time I have. Can you come, please? It's not responding. Okay. So I'm just showing a short video. So because I have talked up in several scale, we have been working with several craftsmen, and just give a pause. So we have been working with several kinds of craftsmen for our building conservation works, and this is the last practice of lime arise work, where we had met several craftsmen of Rajasthan, and we sat with them and we have shortlisted techniques based on the archival records, and then we did experimentation for the conservation work. It is a short film about it.
A big round of applause for Sangeeta, guys. I've been listening, watching all this for so many years, and I believe all the young architects, even those who are practicing, must get connected with Nitinji if they want to practice it here in MP. If they want to practice with Pan India, Somesh has got so many projects, so he can engage you all with him. And Sangeeta is doing a lot of research work, so you can get aligned during the lunch and dinner. You can discuss all. They are doing such a wonderful work, and Kavita and Sachinji, awesome work. These are people who will give you work, just exploit them. That should be the agenda and that should be the focus. Thank you all, thank you so much for this wonderful session today. We are so very thankful to all these speakers. I now request Deepesh ji to please take over the stage.
I'll request all these speakers to please stay on the stage. Thank you, Vinay. What wonderful session and what presentations. Now continuing with our pattern of giving space and time to our sponsor partners, I welcome Mr. Deepesh Vyas from Ventilia to give a brief presentation.
क्या कभी सोचा है खिड़कियां कितनी अजीब होती हैं? मन को भीतर कैद भी नहीं रखती और सपनों को उड़ान भी देती हैं। एक खिड़की में मन की हर बात समा जाती है। आकाश, सूरज, चांद, सितारे, धूप, बादल, उड़ती चिड़िया, पेड़ों की पत्तियां, बाहर की दुनिया, राह चलते लोग, आवाजें, हंसी के ठहाके। खिड़कियों के सहारे हम अकेले नहीं होते। हमारा मन हमेशा हमारे साथ होता है। उड़ती पतंग जैसे एक डोर से बंधी होती है, वैसे ही ये उड़ता मन हमसे यूं बंधा होता है मानो आकाश की सैर करा रहा हो। खिड़कियों से मौसम आते हैं, सर्दी की गुनगुनी धूप, बारिश की ठंडी बौछारें, कभी बसंत ऋतु की खिलखिलाहट, तो कभी बीते हुए हसीन साथ का सफर। ये चटकती दोपहर में पल दो पल का आराम है। यह अनसुनी सी एक मन की आवाज है। ये खिड़कियां हैं जो सैर कराती हैं गुजरे कल की। ये खिड़कियां हैं जो यादें बुन जाती हैं इस पल की। हम सब अपने मन में एक छोटी सी खिड़की लिए जी रहे हैं। हाँ, हम सब अपने मन में एक छोटी सी खिड़की लिए जी रहे हैं। और हम यानी वेंटिलिया आपके लिए बनाते हैं ऐसी ही खिड़कियां।
Quality, presence, durability. Ventilia
क्या कभी
is
सोचा है
just not a thought, but a belief for us. Greetings to all. A very good afternoon. I am Dipesh Vyas, Director of Ventilia, with my fellow director, Nikhil Natani, and we are glad to be a part of this amazing show, MADHYA, organized by Indian Institute of Architects. We are proud to inform that we are the largest UPVC doors and window manufacturer company in central region of this country. We are in the business from last more than 10 years now, and with your support and cooperation, we are coming up with a greater vision of expanding pan-India. Please do visit our display here to experience our innovative products and for details. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vyas. To close this session, I would request our honored guest, Architect C.R. Raju, President IIA, Architect Jitendra Mehta, Junior Vice President IIA, and Architect Leena Kumar, Joint Honorary Secretary IIA, to please come to the stage to felicitate the speakers of the session. Start with Architect Sangeeta. Dr. Sumesh. Mr. Dipesh Vyas from Ventilia. Our regional speakers from Rajasthan, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, Architect Kavita from Rajasthan. Architect Sachin from Gujarat. Architect Nitin Shrimali from Madhya Pradesh. And our moderator, Dr. Vinay Srivastav. Thank you so much. Can I ask for a group photograph, please? Thank you so much, distinguished guests and learned speakers. May I request Architect Deepthi Vyas to kindly come to the stage to moderate the second on-the-spot competition, live sketching, and introduce the subject of the competition.
Delegates. I now welcome and invite participants from all the states of Madhya. Architect Sameer Ghorpade from Chhattisgarh. Architect Dhaivat Panchal from Gujarat, and Architect Sunil Ladda from Rajasthan, and Architect Nitin Ghule from our own state, Madhya Pradesh. Please take your seats on the dais. Your seats are just coming. Their seats. Sketching is not about perspective, not about renderings or design. It is not what we showcase to the world, not about beauty or glamour. Sketching is about mind. It is all about our heart and soul connection, about emotions and feelings, about unearthing the tangible. Sketching is about exploration and challenging yourself for further subconscious commitments. The journey starts from learning how to sharpen a pencil and ends at an eye-catching, expressive and impressive creation. Now today's topic, today's subject. Courtyards, corridors and colonnades are the 3 C's of architectural space, bringing quality to space, helping in defining it, texturing it, breaking it, shaping it, where people gather to dance, celebrate, sing, to watch the seasons pass by, and even to play hide and seek. Participants, you are required to sketch these real-time 3 C's and maybe more. All the best. Your time starts now. Kindly start the timer. It's a live sketching, but you have to use your memory only. No reference from mobile.
participants, we have 10 minutes left.
सुनील भाई आराम से बनाइए, पीछे मत देखिए। 2 मिनट बाकी है। नहीं नहीं नहीं, डरा नहीं रही।
Thank you all the participants. What we have witnessed here is 3 C's: class, consciousness and creativity by all our participants who have just displayed some poise, perfection and precision. Thank you dear all.
दीपेश सर आ जाइए। ओके
This is what we have just seen, a glimpse of our heritage and the art reflecting it. Thank you.
If the jury members wish to see the sketches closely, they can come on the stage. We'll be displaying these sketches on the side later on. Nothing more enjoyable for architects than seeing sketches. May I request now Architect Vilas V. After Vice President, Indian Institute of Architects, Architect Mullidhar Reddy, Council Member, IIA, Architect Vikas Dubey, IIA Jammu and Kashmir Chapter, to kindly come to the stage for the felicitation program. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. We'll have a very short lunch, 15 minutes, because we are running behind schedule. We're almost 1 hour behind schedule. So please, if you wish to start with lunch. Can we have the felicitation for the artists of this session? Mr. After, can I ask you to do the honors? We'll start with Chhattisgarh participant. Chhattisgarh. Mr. Sabmeer Ghorpade.
Yeah, Sameer ji, Nitin bhai, Devaj Panchal and Sunil Ladda.
Quiz teams from Chhattisgarh, Gujarat and Rajasthan, we are requested to give the names to one of the moderators here before lunch, because we will have, we'll begin with the quiz right after lunch. And the moderator, Architect Deepti Vyas. Thank you, distinguished guests. We'll proceed for lunch. We have a very short lunch break. We'll start again at 1:30. Quiz teams, please give your names to Mr. Atish Jain. Quiz teams, please give your names to Architect Atish Jain, who is going to be the quiz master.
Can we have quiz participants' name from Chhattisgarh and Gujarat? Please.
प्रदेश की माटी की खुशबू लिए, गुजरात के रंग, राजस्थान की विरासत और छत्तीसगढ़ का सौंदर्य लिए मैं आ रहा हूँ भारत के स्वच्छतम शहर इंदौर में। यहाँ मिलेंगे देश के सुप्रसिद्ध आर्किटेक्ट्स जो साझा करेंगे अपने अनुभव आपके साथ। इतना ही नहीं, मैं ला रहा हूँ प्रोडक्ट एग्जीबिशन और लाइव स्केचिंग, आर्किटेक्चर क्विज, नरेशन, पोएट्री जैसी रोचक प्रतियोगिताएं। मध्य हूं मैं। इन प्रदेशों की सांस्कृतिक झलक आप देखेंगे फ्रेंडशिप नाइट में, और इस शबे मालवा को अपनी स्वर लहरियों से यादगार बनाने वाला है देश का एकमात्र बैंड ऑफ आर्किटेक्ट्स वाइट। तो क्या तैयार हैं आप मुझसे रूबरू होने को?
ऑडियो बंद कर दे, ऑडियो बंद कर दे, ऑडियो म्यूट। हाँ, ये इसका ट्रैक चेंज कर। वहीं से बजाओ जहाँ से बज रहा है। कोई नहीं क्या अपने पास माइक? फिर से बजाओ। वो बजा रहा है, मना किया था। हाथ में लिया इसको बजाने का बोला है। 2 बजाओ, 3 बजाओ, 4 बजाओ। सेम हो गया सर साउंड। अच्छा अपने पास माइक नहीं है, 2 और है ना, लगा दो दोनों। जरूरत पड़नी है, अपन क्या करें, एक इधर रख दे, एक इधर रख दे, 2 कर दें, मतलब आसपास ही। अरे फ्रीक्वेंसी मैच हुआ और एक साथ बज गया तो उसमें अलग अलग रेंज तो वहाँ तक है, तो वहाँ तक है तो बढ़ना तो ऐसे ही बच जाएगा। आप इसको ऐसे भी कर दो, इससे क्या है एक हेल्प भी हो जाएगी, वो दोनों सामने रहेंगे ना तो एटलीस्ट दोनों में से क्लियरली मालूम पड़ जाएगा कौन सा पहले बजेगा। जितना पास रहेगा उतना ईजी रहेगा सामने वाले को आइडेंटिफाई करने। चालू है, उल्टा करके रखें क्या? नहीं, स्पीकर नीचे बजाओ, 1 2 बजाओ एक साथ, 1 और 2 एक साथ बजाओ। एक साथ बजाओ, 1 2 3। दो और लगा देंगे, एक दो वहाँ पे लगा देंगे, इसको वहाँ रख लो प्लाज्मा के पास, एक नंबर को प्लाज्मा के पास रख लो, 4 को इसके पास रख लो। One, two, three. One, two. आप ब्लू लाइट देखो, अंशुल फर्स्ट की ब्लू लाइट देख, ठीक है, सब सी देखना, प्रभात 4 की लाइट ब्लू लाइट जल रही है। 1, 2, 3। दोनों चल रहा है, दो वाला चल रहा है, पीछे उसको लगा, हाँ वो तो अलग ही चल रहा है, अलग ही होगा सर, लेकिन ये थोड़ा दबा के रखना पड़ रहा है, दबा के हटाओ।
हाँ सर, है ना, और ये टीम का थोड़ा स्ट्रेच हो रहा है सर, रेशियो, और उसका रेशियो थोड़ा स्ट्रेच हो रहा है।
नहीं, सेम है, 16:9 रेशियो
सेम है। अब मत बनाना
because maybe you are too close to the stage probably because of that. Check this.
This is better. ये ज़्यादा ठीक है।
ठीक है।
अभी नहीं है, अब बचाना मत।
अरे तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं। पर ये तीन क्यों नहीं बजा?
बस तो उसमें चीची बात नहीं।
First call to the delegates to please come to the main hall. If you have finished your lunch, please gather in the main hall. We'll be starting with the architectural quiz on the spot competition shortly.
Hello. Which folder? This one? I'll copy it and then, or there is. Yeah. साउंड कंसोल म्यूजिक इसका लैपटॉप का
everywhere. Then you
when I'm playing the presentation, with the full screen.
there's a secret to my
Officially it's around 3:30, but I don't know the duration. The duration it's around 10 minutes. So we'll directly play it from your timeline, because otherwise we have to do the setting. Will be done in 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you. Excuse me. हाँ सर, yes.
Requesting all the delegates in the dining hall to proceed for Grand Hall, we are beginning with the architectural quiz. Participants from all the chapters are requested to be here in the Grand Hall for the architectural quiz. Requesting all the quiz participants, architectural quiz participants, to be in the Grand Hall. All quiz teams are requested to have their seat on dais.
Amber, can you get architect Puneet Pandey, and Manita is already here, and two contestants of quiz from Chhattisgarh. Talk to Prajapati ji and please get the names, and Prajapati ji wo Chhattisgarh ke. Okay, so you can take the seat.
Are all the participants here? Okay.
Yes, we are starting the quiz competition in next 2 minutes. I'll request all those who have finished their lunch can join us. Madhya core team, all those who have finished the lunch, you can ask them to join in the grand hall. We are starting the quiz in next 2 minutes. We are starting the architectural quiz competition in next 2 minutes. All those who have finished their lunch are requested to join in the grand hall as earliest as possible. अब आप सबको बताओ। अतीत, please read.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting the quiz now, and our quiz being represented by 4 regional chapters. On the table number 1, we have with us Team Gujarat. Team Gujarat being represented by Neelkant Purkawala and Ujjwal Dadich. We have Ujjwal Parikh. On table number 2, we have Team Rajasthan represented by Mukul Goyal and Ankur Dadich. Table number 3, we have MP team represented by Puneet Pandey and Manita Chaudhary, Manita Saxena, and finally we have on table number 4, Team Chhattisgarh represented by Sameer Ghorpade and Ridul Sharma. I request all of you to give them a big round of applause, and I request our quiz master, Atit Jain, to take over for the respective rounds of this quiz.
Thank you, sir. So contestants and audience, are we ready? Yep. Okay. So I'll quickly brief you the format once, and then we'll start. So the quiz consists of 4 rounds: technical, general awareness, history, and practice. Each round will have 8 questions, multiple choice questions, 2 per team. If there is negative marking, so a team can choose to answer or to pass as well. If a team chooses to pass, it will move on to the buzzer. It will be an open buzzer. And the judge's decision will be final for the buzzer. Okay? This is one. As soon as I read out the question and I complete reading out the options as well, you will get 10 seconds to answer. Okay? If you do not answer, it will count as a timeout or it will count as a pass. Hitesh ji, monitor screen on me, screen off. The scoring is like this. For correct answer, you get 10 points. If the question is asked for your team. If incorrect answer is -5 points. And if you hit a buzzer, you get +5 points for correct answer and -5 points for incorrect answer. Once you hit the buzzer, there is no passing. Okay. Just making sure. And in the end, we will have a tiebreaker if required. So if you are ready, we'll proceed with the first question. The timer is visible. Answer. Yeah, the timer visible? Everybody's fine? Okay. So the first is the technical round. By the way, I'm architect Atit Jain, your quiz master for this evening. Question 1 for Team Gujarat. A horizontal beam supporting a floor joist is called a girder, tailpiece, a ledger strip, hedger. Timer, please. Ten seconds, timer, please. Not 10 minutes. Girder is the right answer. Plus 10 points for. Girder is the correct answer, plus 10 points for Gujarat. Next question for Team Rajasthan, Team 2. An architectural element which serves as a screen to deflect side air current, the sun's rays, or to obstruct vision is called. The options are shade, canopy, baffle, or buffer. Baffle is the correct answer. Plus 10 points for Rajasthan. Can you have mics for the teams, please? So if the digits are not visible in the timer, you can judge by the blue bar that goes up. Screen actually off the way, so glitch. Also, Hitesh, the second screen is off here. If we can have that. Plasma. Sorry for this short delay, just a technical glitch.
I request participant to look behind.
Sir, you can turn around because due to the technical glitch, we are not able to switch on the screen. Just posture yourself sideways also will do. All right. Next question for team MP. Are you ready? A kind of spatial organization which consists of repetitive cellular spaces grouped by proximity or by the sharing of a common trait or relationship. A. Radical, grid, clustered, or centralized?
Clustered.
Clustered is the correct answer. Plus 10 points for MP. Next question from Chhattisgarh. An applied science concerned with the characteristics of people that need to be considered in the design of devices and systems in order that people and things will interact effectively and safely. Architecture, ergonomics, design engineering, or anthropometry. Ergonomics. Ergonomics is the correct answer. Plus 10 for CG. Looks like it's a 4-on-4 up till now. So things will get a little tougher as we go. Next question for Team Gujarat. What is the mixed proportion by volume for M10 concrete? You have the options in front of you. Timer, please.
1.53.
I'm sorry, sir, that's the incorrect answer. There are no buzzers after an incorrect answer. I'm so sorry. If the question is passed or if it is unanswered, only then a buzzer will count. Minus 5 points for Team Gujarat. All right. Next question for Rajasthan. What is the approximate weight of a 12 mm dia steel reinforcement bar, which is 12 meters long? The options are 4.74 kgs, 7.4 kgs, 10.66 kgs, or 12.95 kgs. The buzzer is? First one. So Team Gujarat hit the buzzer. Your answer is? Team MP hit the buzzer. 12.95 is the incorrect answer. I'm so sorry, sir. Minus 5 points for MP. The correct answer is 10.66 kgs. This is something which we face in everyday life, but often goes unseen. So, take a note. Next question is for Team MP. What is the required minimum compressive strength of a common building brick in kgs per centimeter square as noted by the Bureau of Indian Standards? 25 kg, 35 kg, or 50 kg, or 70 kg per centimeter square?
35 kg.
35 kg is the right answer. Plus 10 for MP. That was a quick one. Next question for Team Chhattisgarh. What is the approximate live load considered for rooms of a regular residential building as per IS 875? The options are in front of you: 100 to 150, 200 to 250, 300 to 350, or 450 to 500 kilograms per meter square. Can you reset the timer, please?
B 2 to 250.
200 to 250 is the correct answer. Well done. Plus 10 for Chhattisgarh. So that brings us to the end of the technical round. Can we have the scores, please, sir?
On table number 1, we have Team Gujarat with a score of 5 points. Table number 2, Team Rajasthan, 10 points. Table number 3, Team Madhya Pradesh, 15 points. And Team Chhattisgarh leading the pack with 20 points.
Right, so let's move on to the next round. This round is general awareness. Question for Team Gujarat. Name the architect of the iconic building in the picture. Your options are, it's not a buzzer round. John Hudson is the correct answer. Plus 10 points for Gujarat. Well done. Next question is for Team Rajasthan. Name the architect of the iconic building in the picture. Don't need to repeat that. It is the correct answer. The building shown in the picture is Sagrada Familia by Tony Gaudi, the owner. Next question for Team MP. Same. Your options are
I am Pai.
correct answer once again. Plus 10 for MP. Next question from T. Chhattisgarh. Are we ready? Should be another simple one. Here are the options.
Zadi.
That's correct. Plus 10 from Team CG. All right. On to the second questions for each team. Team Gujarat. Identify the British-born Indian architect famous for an initiative in cost-effective and energy-efficient architecture, and he also designed the Dakshin Chitra in Chennai. Options are Le Corbusier, Laurie Baker, Gerard de Cunha, or Charles Correa. Laurie Baker is the correct answer. Plus 10 for Gujarat. Next up is Rajasthan. Which is the tallest building in the world as of 2022? Your options are Burj Khalifa, Merdeka 118, Shanghai Tower, or Taipei 101. Burj Khalifa is the correct answer. Well done. Plus 10 for Team Rajasthan. Team MP. Who coined the famous axiom form follows function? Options are Louis Sullivan, Frank Lloyd Wright, Peter Zumthor, or Frank Gehry.
Louis Sullivan.
Louis Sullivan is the correct answer. Plus 10 for MP. Next up is Chhattisgarh. The latest Pritzker Prize 2022 was awarded to which of the following architects? Options are B.V. Doshi, Francis Carey. Is the correct answer. Plus 10 for Chhattisgarh. That brings us to the end of round 2. Can we have the scores, please?
Team Gujarat is on 25 points. Team Rajasthan, 30 points. Team Madhya Pradesh, 35 points. And once again, at the end of the general awareness round, Chhattisgarh is leading the pack with 40 points.
All right, next up is the history round. Now things might get a little tricky here. Let's see how we do on this one. The previous round was a full score, right? Okay, Team Gujarat. Which of the following is not among the three distinct orders in the ancient Greek architecture? Ionic, Corinthian, Protonic, or Doric?
Protonic.
Protonic is the correct answer. +10 for Gujarat. Team Rajasthan. A stage in modernism where structural systems and utilities such as pipes and ducts are exposed. Expressionism, utilitarianism, brutalism, or radicalism? It is the correct answer, brutalism. +10 for Team Rajasthan. Team MP. Which of the following is a contribution of the Byzantine architecture? Interior peristyle, triumphal arch, use of domes or pendentives, or use of conical timber roof over domes? Use of domes on pendentives is the correct answer. +10 for MP. All right, Team Chhattisgarh, the leaders. From what style of architecture were the Chinese pagodas derived? Options are Japanese, Indian, Greek, or Islamic.
Japanese.
Oh. That is the incorrect answer. It is from Indian pagodas. Yeah, we can have a debate on that later. Right now, it's -5 points for Team CG. Time for question 2s. Team Gujarat. Identify the style of architecture shown in this picture. The options are modern, Baroque, Rococo, or Renaissance. Baroque is the correct answer. +10 for Gujarat. Next question for Team Rajasthan. Your options are Art Deco, Victorian, Craftsman, or Mediterranean. The answer is B, Victorian. That is the correct answer. Well done. +10 for Rajasthan. Team MP. Same question. I'll look at the picture. Options are Greek Revival, Modern, Italianate, or Colonial. No hints from the audience, please.
Colonial.
Colonial is the correct answer. And Greek is not. +10 for MP. Team Chhattisgarh. Your options are Ranch, Neoclassical, Mid-Century Modern, or Cottage.
Neoclassical.
Neoclassical, was that a guess? Oh, that's a correct answer. Well done. Can we have the score?
At the end of the third round, that is history round, we have the tallies as follows. Gujarat 45 points, Rajasthan 50 points, Madhya Pradesh 55 points, and Chhattisgarh 45 points.
All right. Seems leaders have changed. Let's move on the last round. which is the practice round. Question for Team Gujarat. Which of the following is an advanced free and open source 3D software which can be used to produce complex realistic renderings of built environment? The options are SketchUp, Maya, 3ds Max or Blender. SketchUp is the incorrect answer, sir. Blender is the correct answer. No buzzers on incorrect answers, sorry. SketchUp is a licensed software, so that is why. Let's move on to question 2 for Rajasthan. ISO 16739 specifies a conceptual data scheme and an exchange file format for BIM data, known as COBI, IFC, OBJ or CSV. Option C has been OBJ. That is the incorrect answer. The correct answer is IFC. This is getting tricky. Next question for Team MP. Which of these is not a green building rating system? Options are LEED, BREEAM, IGBC or SAIL. It's a timeout. Bree? No buzzers for this one? Yes, Team CG. SAIL. SAIL is the correct answer. +5 for Chhattisgarh. SAIL is just a word that I made up. Okay, next question for Team Chhattisgarh. As per COA scale of charges, As per COA scale of charges, what is the minimum fees payable to an architect for comprehensive architectural services for an individual house? This is something which you all should know, right? Here are the options. Can we start the timer, please? B. 5% is the incorrect answer. It is actually 7.5%. This is I request all to kindly take a note of this. Okay.
I think everyone in the hall would have gone wrong in this.
That's very truly said, and one of the reasons why I put the question in there, because it's a common misconception that 5% is the fee. However, if you look at the COA scale of charges, it is actually 7.5% for an individual house, and for all other housing units, it's 5%. Okay, so next question is for Team Gujarat. Which of the following is not true about the Supreme Court judgment on Architects Act in 2020? Any individual unregistered in COA can undertake a work related to architecture. Or B, the legislature's stringent measures are not similar to that of the Indian Medical Council Act and the Advocates Act. C, any individual undertaking work related to architecture can use the title of the architect. Or D, any individual without a professional degree can undertake a work related to architecture.
B.
Once again, please.
B.
B is the incorrect answer. The correct answer, no buzzers for this one, sir. The correct answer is any individual undertaking work related to architecture can use the title of the architect. As per the Supreme Court judgment, the title has been protected and not the architectural services. Okay, so let's move on to the next question. Question for Team Rajasthan. Which of the following is not true about the Supreme Court judgment? Oh, sorry, that's my bad. Okay. What is the all talked about metaverse? It is a finite realm that blankets both the physical and virtual worlds with a self-contained economy, or it is a digital reality that combines aspects of social media, online gaming, augmented reality, virtual reality, and cryptocurrencies to allow other users to interact virtually. C. It is an upcoming BIM software that leverages virtual reality as well as augmented reality. Or D. It is a spatial innovation that requires the internet to be redesigned as a 3D website. B. Bombay is the correct answer. It is a digital reality that combines aspects of social media, online gaming, augmented reality, virtual reality, and cryptocurrencies to allow users to interact virtually. On to Team MP now. Which of the following is not a major future challenge for practicing architects? Sustainability, aesthetics, role modification, or build-tech integration?
Is not a major, is design aesthetic.
Not a major. Sir, did you give an answer?
B, design aesthetic.
Aesthetics is the correct answer. Plus 10 for MP. On to the last question. Which of the following is not a significant building construction technology for the future? Team Chhattisgarh. Here are your options: 3D printing, construction exoskeletons, tilt-up construction, or GRC formwork. It's a timeout. It's a timeout. I'm sorry. Open for buzzers. All right, Team Gujarat, your answer is B, construction exoskeletons, which is the wrong answer. C. Okay, bonus points for, there are no points as such, but you can give the answer, please. C. D, GRC formwork is the correct answer. That was a tricky one. Not a construction, significant construction. We are all coming out, we all know about 3D printing. Construction exoskeletons is basically machines which will be worn by the construction worker and which will enhance the human abilities in terms of strength, in terms of agility. This is all coming up very soon. Tilt-up construction, as we all know, is another construction methodology which uses precast walls and they are tilted by the crane to and placed in position. And GRC formwork cannot technically work because formwork is generally done for concrete, right? So, alright, that brings us to the end of the quiz. Any guesses for the winners? I hear MP from this side, Rajasthan from that side. So, everybody is clueless, I guess. Let's give it to Gujarat. I see. Okay, it's time to get the final scores and see who won.
The final scores for architectural quiz competition. Team on table number 1. Gujarat is on 30 points. Team Rajasthan is on 55 points. Team Madhya Pradesh is on 65 points. And Team Rajasthan, Team Chhattisgarh is on 30 points.
So guys, there we have it. MP are the winners for this round. I'll hand over the stage to Architect Dipesh. Thank you.
Thank you, participants. Thank you, Atik and Subhranshu. Can I ask the participants to remain back for a brief felicitation program? Please stay back for a few minutes. Can I request Architect C.R. Raju, Architect Jiten Mehta Sahab to please come to the stage for the felicitation. center, please. Can you come ahead of the tables? Ahead of the tables, please. Can we start the felicitation? We'll start with the Gujarat team. Team Chhattisgarh. Team Rajasthan. Please stay back. Team Rajasthan. And Team MP. I would also request Mr. Praveen from Gujarat Guardian Private Limited to please come to the stage. He'll be giving us a sponsor presentation after this. Can we have a group photograph, please? I'm sorry. And the moderators, very well done. Mr. T. Jain, architect Atish Jain, and architect Subhranshu Upadhyay. Architect Raju would like to speak a few words.
Hello. Dash mic, please.
Friends, after a good lunch, it was a wake-up call for all of us. We must appreciate the moderator of the quiz, architect Ajit Jain, for a well-formatted, across the table, quiz questions which were covering most of the aspects of practice, technical, history, and many other aspects. I think he requires a round of applause from all of us for meticulously formatting the questions and conducting the program so well. Thank you. And I must appreciate the participation of all the architects from the different chapters. I think they have responded very well. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
While we clear the stage, I request Mr. Praveen from Gujarat Guardian to give his presentation, and then we'll continue with the second technical session. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, so good afternoon everyone. I am Prateek Pipalia from Gujarat Guardian Limited, Regional Commercial Manager. So we are basically a glass manufacturing company for the sustainable future. So we are a joint venture between a Guardian Industry and the Modi Group India. We are coming with the first float line in India in 1990, then the mirror line, and then from 2018 we are manufacturing a coated product which is a performance glass. So we have 25 float lines across the world, 7 architectural laminating lines, 22 thin coater film coater lines which is a performance glass. So we are the largest manufacturer of reflective performance glass. These are the products which we are manufacturing in our Ankleshwar, Gujarat plant. These are the mirror products which we are manufacturing. So now we are targeting this. So we need your help to do this, because this is what happening. So first, what is happening today is that first we are thinking of generating the energy, and then but we are not thinking of saving the energy. So we are manufacturing the glass who can save the energy more than what we generated through the solar panel. So for that we need your help to use our performance glass, which can reduce the heat by 70 to 80%. This is also one of the USP for the sustainable environment. So we are proud to say that we are not using any color tint in our glass. All of our glass, whether it is blue, green, bronze, we are making it in a clear substrate. We are not using any color tint, and that's why all the glasses are the recyclable glass. So these are the glasses. You can see that from the above are the other competition glasses, and the below are blue, green and bronze, so which looks clear from inside. So yes, so another proud moment for us is that we have supplied our Silver 20, Guardian Silver 20 in Burj Khalifa in Dubai, and then we are doing a world largest working space, which is Surat Diamond Bush, where we have supplied our DSN 40 double silver glass over there. It is mostly completed and it will be inaugurated in next 2 months. This is also our project WTC in Delhi. These are the landmark projects which we have completed. One of the landmark project in MP which we have completed is the Hamidia Hospital. During COVID time, we have completed that project in just 3 months of time during the COVID. So all products are Green Pro and Green Building GRIA certified, all the coated products. So thank you very much, and please help us for the sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prateek. We will begin with the technical session, second technical session of the day. This session is about contemporary architecture. May I call upon Mr. Rahul Gada, Director, Europanel Products Limited, Architect Brijesh Saijal, Architect Rajiv Taishete, Council Members IIA, and Architect Jitendra Mehta, Junior Vice President IIA, to please come to the stage for the inaugural ritual. May I also call Architect Biju Kuriakos to please come to the stage. Chale. I'm happy to introduce my colleague and moderator for this session, architect Shruti Patidar. Besides the much awaited presentations by the keynote speaker and the regional speakers, we are delighted to have Mr. Rahul Gada from Europanels Products Limited to give a brief presentation. Mr. Rahul Gada. There is a slight change. Mr. Jayanta Das from Europanels Product Limited would be presenting. Thank you.
Laptop screen on display.
Good afternoon everyone. Myself is Jayanta Das, Head Pan India Specification from Europanel Products Limited. And this is we are here to present Eurobond aluminum composite panel and the other innovative products. This is our privilege to address MADHYA Convention of Indian Institute of Architects, and our sincere thanks to architect C.R. Raju sir and architect Jitendra Mehta sir for their support. We are undoubted leader in ACP manufacturing since 2003, and I request all dignitaries to pay attention and do experience our innovation. Slide to slide is not changed. आगे नहीं है. Now it is this one. See, this is the journey Eurobond had, and 2013 we have started the brand acquisition from Eurobond, and 15 the same journey continued with manufacturing unit we have established at Umargam, and then the launch of India's first fire rated ACP in 2017. Next, 2019, the launch of another very economical product, Archer range, and we also had a very premium manufacturer of Uramax, who is the coil manufacturer from Netherlands, and we had the only distribution of this product. In 20 is AHP and aluminum core composite panel, both the first company we have been to launch this product. And 2021 also towards the expansion we had planned, and we had come with a public issue. We have been the only SEP company to get enlisted by National Stock Exchange. Then it is the journey all about, and it is already trusted by the trade and industry with our capability, our service, our partnership with the leading collaborators, pan-India existence, and of course across the globe for exports. Quality is another part. We have been consistent since our beginning, and today also we are justifying that. Then Uramax is another part for global collaboration, and we are with many leading projects across the globe. And then the goodwill, it is already made after a period of time with all trusted partners who are with us. This is the another very important part. We are focused on fire protection, and the product we have introduced, that is basically the fire protected panels. Casualty comes because of burns, smoke. All these factors are really play a very important game. Here the 41% casualty due to this smoke and burns. Our product, which we have designed, that is 100% with aluminum core and recyclable product, environment friendly product. So smokes and this thing is already in control compared to any other product, which will reduce the casualties. It will give you more time for evacuation from high-rise construction and any other areas. This property of this product, specifically smoke suppressant, protective layer formation, that is there to help for expanding the fire. It will stop that. It is also heat absorbent, that is endothermic, and also the smoke, whatever is there, it will be non-toxic. This is ultimately, it is a firefighter. And fire retardant, we have mineral core and metal core as well. This is the new product, Eurocom, first time in India. We are there to offer you honeycomb panels. This is a very lightweight, the property wise and the strength wise also very premium in strength. FR plus, A2 ACP, all are with mineral core with 90% non-combustible minerals. Euro core is also the same thing, lightweight and aluminum core. Fire retardant mineral core panel, A2 and Fire plus, FR plus, class B, with 90% and 70% mineral core. This is also an aluminum core panel. The cross section you can see, and this is class A2, and weight is very less. You can use for high-rise construction. It will protect from the wind pressure as well as impact resistance it has, and with all other incombustible properties. Aluminum honeycomb panel. This is another new product, and it is 100% fire retardant product with a 15-year of warranty, fully recyclable product with higher strength. Ideal for sound insulation, and these are the areas, application areas, commercial properties, railway coaches. This is Euramax from Netherlands, very premium grade of aluminum composite panel with a 15 years of warranty. And this is the social media platform where we are available for any queries from your end. You can write to us in Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Das. Now I call upon Architect Shruti Patidar to continue the session.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I would like to invite all the speakers on the dais. Architect Biju sir, Biju Kuriakos. A huge round of applause for him, please. Our regional speakers, Architect R.K. Patel from Chhattisgarh. Sir, please join the dais. Architect Ujjwal Parekh from Gujarat. Architect Tushar Saugani from Rajasthan. And from Madhya Pradesh, Architect Akshay Selukar, sir. A free spirit is not bound by matter, materialism, or opinion. They sing, dance, and flow on the wind, for they are one with it. They are nothing and everything, void and expanse. Every time and space does not confine or define them, for they are pure energy itself. Yes, I'm talking about the architects, the contemporary architects. Contemporary. The word brings in like lots of visualizations in all our minds. Free-flowing forms by Zaha Hadid, the queen of curve. Spirit of experimentation by Franco Gehry. Versatility of IMPI, and a lot more to count on. Blending tech with surroundings, asymmetrical, unconventional free forms in floor plans, integrated to the surrounding landscape and with smart home technology. High-tech architecture or new interpretations of highly conceptual forms and designs, whatever. The parameters under review will be user experience from elements used. Architect Biju Kuriakos, a name, an identity, and exploring new dimensions in architecture. It is a pleasure to have you amongst us as a keynote speaker for the third technical session. Welcome, sir. He is the co-founder of Architecture Red, and architecture and urban design firm that is based out of Chennai, India. He has studied architecture in Mumbai. He received his master's degree in architecture and UD from Pratt Institute, New York. He has done like various projects in public streets and public spaces designing, developing master plans, multiple institutional buildings, and a lot more to count. Architecture Red has won several national as well as international design awards, including the World Architecture News Award for the Best Urban Design Project in 2009 for the master plan of Northern in Copenhagen, as well as IIA National Award in 2016 for Airport City in Oman. Biju has been invited to several prestigious forums, including Metropolitan Waterfront Alliance, New York, Pratt Institute, and Columbia University, New York, as a speaker and studio critic. Sir, it is a pleasure to have you here. And now I would like to hand over the podium to sir.
Thank you, Indore. Thank you, IIA, for inviting me to be part of this wonderful session. Somebody asked me before, how do I describe this event in one word? And the first thing that came to me is connect. You know, it was wonderful to see people from not just MP, but in the neighboring states also being here, and to have a sort of wonderful sense of community here. And I think it's great to see that, and look forward to the rest of the sessions as well. I want to thank Architect Jitendra for inviting me. I think we've been exchanging notes for a long time. I met his son before I met him. So it's wonderful to be here. Thank you for inviting me. So we are a practice based out of Chennai, but doing a lot of work even outside Tamil Nadu, a lot of work in Bangalore, Bombay, in Hyderabad, in Kerala. Projects involved largely in the urban realm. I think we are fascinated by the idea of city, and a lot of our work is driven by our thinking on the cities. And when I was told to talk within the contemporary session, I was just trying to think of how do I frame this conversation, because when many times when we talk about contemporary, we are talking about a style. And as a practice, that's the last thing that we want to talk about. And for us, being contemporary is not about the style, but for us it is about being engaged with the times that we live in. And by that, what I mean is that being engaged with the context within which we practice today. A lot of our work is a result of the context within which we practice. And I'm not talking about the site context, but the socio-political, cultural context that we practice in. And it's about critiquing what's happening around us through research and observations. But at the end, it is about attempting to find answers to the many questions that we raise through the practice that we do. And so for us, the metaphysical task of architecture is to mediate and articulate our relations with the world. And as Palasma very famously said, and for us, architecture should always be an invitation and a promise. And I think for us as a practice, it's really about trying to find ourselves through the work we do, and trying to find meaning in the engagement that we have with the context that we practice in. And I titled it Disjointed City and the Quest for Collective Realm. That's primarily because we at many levels believe that the fundamental purpose of architecture is to create spaces that allows people to come together. And if you look at the way many of our building regulations are written, many of our policies, although we live in a highly social world, or we call it a highly social world, the way we build is highly exclusive. In the way we build our cities today, it becomes about gated communities and how we isolate ourselves from others and kind of create a world for our own. Yet we claim that we are living in a highly social world. And so our work is largely a critique or trying to find solutions within this challenging context that we practice today. And that's why I called it Disjointed City and the Quest for Collective Realm. So the socio-economic and political context that we live in today throws many challenges which deeply impact the long-term sustainability of our cities. In times of pervasive digitalization, migration, and climate crisis, the creation of places to meet the other has become one of the most crucial tasks for us as architects. A new generation of public spaces and buildings is needed to facilitate intergenerational dialogue between different cultures, genders, and environmental concerns. How architecture can be a facilitator and generator of a new culture of openness and inclusion, creating permeable enclaves as real social contenders and putting sustainable solutions into action. And so I talked a bit about the context within which we practice today, and this is very important for us to understand that, because everything that we do as an architect is mostly a response to the context that we practice in. And so what is that context that we live in today? And this statistic says that by about 2050, 70 to 80% of world's population is expected to live in urban areas. But what is more important for us as a practice is this particular statistics, which says that India has a global land share of about 2.5%, but it has a global population of about 18%. And for me, this dictates many of the things that we need to do for the future. It also says that we have a very unfair share of the land compared to the rest of the world. And for us as a practice, we believe that we can't talk about sustainability in a context like this without talking about density. And unless we deal with the density and unless we figure out a way to organize density and make it livable, we can't talk about sustainability because we have an unfair share of land and the pressure on the land will always be there. And we also believe that if you are able to accommodate 17 or 18% of the world's population's needs in 2.5% of global land, it's a wonderful sustainable way of living. And so for us, it is not a constraint, it is to look at it as an opportunity to kind of try and figure out how do we allow this, what we call as a challenge, into an opportunity. And hence, many of our explorations through the buildings that we do is about try and figure out a way to kind of deal with density and organize it and create spaces that allows people to come together. These are just statistics of some of the other countries. You can see compared to many of the countries with regard to population and land share, we have a completely unfair share of unfair share compared to the rest of the world. And so can buildings be then truly be representative of one idea, and can we choose to ignore the many complexities that exist within our context? And without engaging with these various complexities and contradictions that comes with the context that we practice today, can our cities be truly sustainable, or our buildings, can it be truly sustainable? And I often quote this wonderful thing that Venturi once talked about Mies' work. And Venturi said Mies could do these beautiful, elegant, modern buildings because he chose to ignore the many complexities that came with the site and with the project. And hence it became an architecture of exclusion. And when you practice today, especially in an urban context, can we really choose to ignore those complexities? In other words, can I do a housing project without really thinking or understanding housing as a typology, the challenges that it faces? And hence it can't be a resolution of a program within a site, but to be able to engage with those issues and attempt to try and find solutions to those challenging issues that we face today. And so this is, I'll start with this project, which was a competition which we won at this point about 5-6 years ago. And like many competitions, especially national competitions, it is still struggling to take off the ground. This is within the National Law School in Bangalore. They wanted to build a new auditorium and floated a national competition. This is a large campus of NLS. And it was a two-stage competition which went through many iterations. And finally, our design was chosen as the one to build, and it's still, we're told, still looking for funding to kind of get it off the ground. But it was an interesting competition because it also kind of, the brief already kind of started to talk about the many contradictions, and they wanted to build an auditorium which is about 1,500 seater, but they said we want it to be extremely sustainable, green, etc., etc. But it is going to be an auditorium which is primarily going to be used when the year-end convocation happens within the campus, when the president of the India comes, and they wanted an iconic building to kind of represent that. And there lies the contradictions that I talked about. How can you really build a building which is going to be primarily used for once a year and call it sustainable, no matter how environmentally sustainable that building is? And so our project started, our thinking started from the idea of how do I make a building which can then be used throughout the year and can really be something which becomes a larger fabric of the city. And we are also, as I mentioned earlier, we were concerned about the fact that our cities will never be able to build the kind of infrastructure we need to be able to accommodate everybody's needs. And hence we fundamentally believe that public institutions like this should open up their campus to start share the infrastructure they have. And so a lot of our thinking started from that. So we started, and each architect was given a choice to choose the site within the campus, and that was a wonderful thing about the brief. And so architects could go around, analyze the site, and choose that site within the larger campus of the National Law School. And so we actually, we said, let's look at the other end of the campus. This is where the northern side, where all the academic activities are concentrated. And we said, let's look at activating the southern end of the campus and thereby opening it up to the larger community. And it start to then make its relationship to the larger city, and then bring in programs which not only serves the larger community, but also there are some hostels and some activities closer by, and serves the residential part of the campus as well. And so a lot of the programming started to get reprogrammed the way we articulated. And one of the key aspects, and this is a larger context of the site. And like I said, we were looking at this building to kind of really anchor the other end of the campus. And auditorium as a typology, you know that it is not an activity generator for the city, but it's an activity generator within, much like the malls that we find in city. And hence, how do you deal with that dead box in its relationship to that urban fabric? And so what we have done is that there is a football ground next to it, to which they were going to build stands and activities around that. And so what we have done is we've articulated the section of the building, because it was a massive roof, and we articulated the section of the building in a way that it becomes the stands for that football ground, and thereby we were making the argument that you don't really need to build that infrastructure, rather you double up this as an infrastructure for the football ground as well, and then elevate the building in a way that the ground gets populated with community activities. There are exhibition spaces, cafeterias, etc., then just becomes an economic generator for the campus as well. And thereby one start to look at sustainability not just from the environmental standpoint, but from the social and economic standpoint as well. And that's how the building was conceptualized. The ground is largely populated with other functions which can either cater to the residential part of the campus or the larger community, which can be then opened up to that community. And then each program were designed in a way that they can be multifunctional. The badminton court become an amphitheater, etc., etc. And it just becomes a relationship to that ground. And so when you come from the northern part of the site, the ground extends itself and sort of open up and start to make its relationship to the larger city on the other end. And thereby one modulate that ground to kind of create that relationship between the figure and the ground. An architecture project is not only a result of problem-solving process, it is also a metaphysical proposition that expresses the maker's mental world and his or her understanding of the human life world. This is Palasma who said this. The design process simultaneously scans the inner and the outer worlds and interwoven the two universes. Profound work is essentially a microcosmic representation of the world and an unconscious self-portrait at the same time. So for us, it is about the self-world. We are very conscious of the fact that every project that we do have a bit of us and our own understanding of the world, and hence it's very important for us to understand the world. And so a lot of our work, every work that we do becomes our learning for the next project, and we look at it as a research project that allows us to kind of continuously learn. And these are two figure grounds that I often use it when we start to talk about how we approach projects. The one on your right is your traditional Nulli plan, and the one on your left is how we build our cities today, especially the modern cities. And for me, the one on the right is not just a Nulli plan, it is actually a sustainability diagram, because that's a city of memory, that's a city of culture, where there is a closer relationship between the building and the ground, and the figure and the ground. And thereby, the moment you start to alter one of those buildings, you start to change the context. It has such a strong relationship to that city. And while you look at the one on the left, it actually has more ground than the figure. But when you actually go and see those ground, they're all taken over by cars and automobiles. And thereby one could see that you can continue to change any building in this. It doesn't really change the way the cities function. And hence, for us, it is about how do you kind of work within that context. And cities work well and sustainable when there is an organic relationship between the private, the semi-public, and the public realm, and the blurred boundaries that tie them together. The result is an undefined collective realm that celebrates and life, strengthens identities, and encourages a strong sense of place. This is a traditional figure ground diagram in any of the olden cities or any of the traditional cities. You go to New York, you go to Paris, you will find similar kind of configuration where you actually see the building on the periphery of the plot, and thereby one create what we call as a semi-public space, And so you have your own private space, you have your semi-public space, and then you have the larger public space, which is the street and the street activities. And when you look at a simplified section of that typical city block, you will see that relationship. There is a private space, there is a semi-public space, and a public space. And that threshold space which then start to make the negotiation between the city and your private space. And for me, this is where the city of sustainability comes. There is a blurred relationship between all of it. And in all of them, it also strengthens the identity of the private, it strengthens the identity of semi-public, it also strengthens the identity of the public. Thereby, you start to create a sense of place when you look at cities like that. And how do we build our cities today? If you look at our building regulations in any cities, you will start to find a similar kind of configuration. We actually do the inverse. We say we inverse that figure ground relationship, which works so well in a traditional city. In other words, if you have a plot in a city, we say that you leave the setback and your building is actually within the site, and you take the periphery, and it start to create a configuration much like this. And what does it do? What it does is that it puts tremendous pressure on density, because what you could build on 6 stories in the other figure ground, it takes you 20 stories to build this figure ground relationship. And what it does to that blurred relationship between those 3 spaces that I talked about, there is a private space, but when you come down, what you call a setback is also a private space, because it is taken over by private cars now. Because when you look at any of those high density developments, it's all taken over by fire driveways and private cars all around the city. So, and so what was there as a semi-public space or a community space completely vanished the way we build our cities today. And what does it do to the city? And because there is no threshold space, because there is no relationship between that built and the city, you start to see that our streets are also dominated by cars. Right? The streets are filled with cars, because even though the private cars are much less compared to the public usage of the pedestrians in a city, we continuously build for the cars. And so what was happening is a private, semi-public and public space. Suddenly you see all of them becoming private. And that's how we live today. I live in my house, I take my car to go to work, and I come back to my house. And everything is driven by the idea of private spaces, even though it may be legally public, what you call as public streets, but it's all been taken over by cars. And what works so well in a sustainable city is completely broken up, the way we kind of start to look at how we modulate our building regulations and challenge that. And when you start to add them up, you see that's one plot. The plot next door also start to do the same thing. So we continue to make objects and continue to make these private vehicular movements, and in the collection, in totality, it becomes a city of objects. And what you see as a semi-public space, or that relationship or that community space, completely start to vanish there. And you can see how idiotic in many sense it is, because you actually, if you imagine that boundary wall is not there, you can just do one fire driveway and reclaim the rest as public realm. But we continue to build asphalt the way we kind of build our cities, and hence all our cities get choked by the idea of cars and idea of objects, and that then multiplies in what we call as cities, and hence our cities are nothing but a collection of real estate plots, and that's how it is framed. Each of them comes, I can individually take it and develop without much relationship to what's happening around it. And so if you look at generally the open space relationship, one needs about 9 square meters as per World Health Organization. A person who lives in a city, about 9 square meters per person to be able to live in a city. And if you look at in our cities, if you look at Chennai, for example, it has 0.81 square meters per person. If you look at Mumbai, it has 1.24. Delhi and Bangalore, which traditionally had larger open spaces, still continues to have those open spaces. But many of our cities struggle with this idea of open spaces and public spaces. And hence it's critical to understand what kind of cities we want to build. This is of course Dubai, city of objects, and what I call as Photoshop urbanism. In this particular thing, you can continue to create as many twisted buildings as possible, but you remove one and you can easily replace another one without really changing the character of the city. So, and this is the context within which we practice today. So how does a practice respond to an increasingly polarizing urban environment, especially when it chooses to place itself within that context to explore what negotiations are possible, keeping in mind the complexities of cities' actors, politics, place, people, and profit? In a world where wealth dictates access, how does an urban practice situate itself to affect its desired role as a practitioner rooted firmly within the sphere of the public? Can the practice actualize through its commissions, re-envision the built artifacts to transcend being mere object buildings? Can these objects become facilitators for future urbanism by choosing to engage creatively with local planning regulations, deploying spatial strategies that foster a sense of community, a sense of public, and a sense of civitas? What place does social equity and civitas have? And so we started working within a campus in Chennai about 10 years back at this point, a university called Crescent University, B.S. Abdul Rahman University. And when we got the first project within the university, it became an opportunity for us to kind of explore some of our thoughts on cities and almost imagining the campus being a microcosm of cities. And our campus is no different from how we build our cities. If you go to our campuses, you kind of, the campuses that we are building today, you find similar situations where the building next to one department doesn't have much relationship to the next, etc., etc. So when we got this project, we used this as a way to kind of start and explore some of our ideas and understanding of cities into this. This is the larger campus. It's about 60 acres. It is a 60-year-old campus. So what you see in gray are all existing buildings. There are 4-story buildings primarily, and it's now part of the city, the core of the city, and hence there's potential to build a lot more. The density become a crucial part of the discourse, and hence when we started to look at the first building, which is here, which is the Department of Aeronautics, we knew that it's not just continuing the horizontal. We were actually trying to go multi-story buildings and look at 10-story buildings in a way to kind of negotiate that relationship to that ground, and how do you create a multi-story campus without losing its relationship to that ground and activate the campus itself. And so we started analyzing the campus in totality. That's the main entrance into the campus, very formal in its nature. And then there is an informal street which leads into our first site. So we said when we look at the first building, when we start to do the first building, let's make sure that we activate that entire corridor, entire street. So almost like how Doshi looked at the corridors as a way to connect the IIM Bangalore, we wanted the streets to become that, and we wanted streets to then get activated through the buildings we do and thereby connect them together. And so at the end of that first informal street, there was a banyan tree which then became the marker for the site. This is a post-design diagram after we did 4 institutional buildings. This is the School of Aeronautics, that's the School of Life Sciences. This is the School of Architecture, which we recently completed. That's the canteen. We are also just starting the School of Law within the campus. So you can see here, this diagram start to illustrate how every time we did one building, we looked at its relationship to the next and thereby slowly start to stitch the campus together, almost like a master plan without a master plan. And not just the horizontal connection, but its relationship to the upper levels, and how do you kind of multiply these grounds to create that new relationship between the figure and the ground. And so this is the which happened about 180,000 square feet, and hence it was critical that we break the scale of the building, because creating a pedestrian space, creating a space that is comfortable for one to occupy that space was crucial. So scale becomes a critical part. So one of the wings we opened up to kind of relate to that banyan tree and that street, which almost kind of welcomes you, and there is a public space created in between those buildings. And then it starts to stitch its way and connect across into multiple levels, and that's the section of the building. So you can see that relationship or that negotiation between that figure and the ground in that section. And if you look closely, you will see what I called as that blurred relationship or the collective realm starting to come back, where thereby you have your own private space, but you have your semi-public space, but you also have your public space. So you start to make that relationship, you start to make that blurred relationship between all of these 3 things, and thereby you start to create a sense of place, a sense of identity for the larger campus, but also make a sense of identity for the School of Aeronautics itself. And then there are multiple spaces created at different levels to be able to tie them together, and that's how the building looked when it was completed. So this becomes the space where people congregate today. It creates that pause in that landscape, and it allows people to congregate, and in a climate like Chennai, these buildings becomes wonderful shading spaces, and to be able to occupy those spaces and be in that space throughout the day. And these buildings becomes a wonderful place to be there, and the ground becomes very porous. It allows the ground to flow into it. A lot of these larger labs, in fact, there is a small hangar and an aircraft within that. All of them are tucked within that ground so that you don't experience that scale of that building. And this is what I talked, so that you don't experience that scale of that building. And this is what I talked about, the many layers of complexities and contradictions one need to deal with. And hence, in many levels, our role as architects and artists is to really find harmony in many of these ideas come through into our projects. And it can't be just driven by one thought, because that ground is treated and this becomes a space for congregation, etc. And multiple events happens in that space today. This is one of the side entrances where there's a little amphitheater. And how the scale is broken down. So even though it's an 8-story building, you have a 2-story brick mass, and then it comes back up at another level, building is set back, etc. And then it gets occupied at different levels and different ways. These are some of the courtyard views. This is space outside the classrooms. And those little spaces then becomes the language of the courtyard within that. And this is Palasma again, who says that buildings are not abstract, meaningless constructions or aesthetic compositions. They are extensions and shelters of our bodies, memories, identities, and minds. Consequently, arises from existentially true confrontations, experiences, recollections, and aspirations. So our effort is to really create these framework that allows us to do these multiple life sciences, which is an extension of an existing 4-story building there. And when we got this building, we knew that it's a smaller footprint, and when we couldn't do the kind of spaces we created in the other building, and hence we kind of started to articulate that section. We went up the roof of the 3rd floor, and we realized that there is a new ground that exists at the 3rd floor, and hence all we needed to do is to articulate that building in a way that it then activates that space, and you don't really need to create new spaces. And Colin Rove talks about this in Collage City, and he says that architects have to stop this obsession with both the object and the ground or the space, and you need to find a dialogue between both of them, so that in the process you can build less of a building and less of the space, but one with constant dialogue with each other. And here we were looking at activating those dead spaces through the building that we do, because we couldn't do within. See, one of the staircases was taken out so that it becomes an amphitheater, multiply as an amphitheater, and the core is concentrated on one side because it was a smaller footprint, and the rest of the spaces become flexible spaces, and that's kind of how that building looks. This is where it makes its relationship to that the adjacent buildings, and the section start to articulate, or the building form start to articulate that section as well. This is the western facade which articulates that idea, and these are the side staircases which. This is then we started the School of Architecture, again, a very tight site within the campus. You can see it's kind of compressed within those existing buildings. And it's very linear. So how do you design a sort of an urban architecture school within a site which is extremely linear? Kind of create the kind of spaces that we need to do, and that's the site. And so when we started the School of Architecture, we also designed the canteen. And so it was at the end of that formal street, we created a space. We allowed the building to kind of become porous at the ground. It weaves in. It started to connect the different spaces within the campus. And then we started to articulate that section. The building is lifted up. Thereby the ground becomes an exhibition space. It's a place where it makes its relationship to that larger campus, much like what I talked about the city. And then that's the student activity center. So you can see the articulation of section of both these buildings in a way that it start to congregate together. It start to make that building breathe. And then we started with an atrium, and we realized that atrium is not tying the building together. It was only creating a space at the ground level. And so then we started creating what we call as an open to side or a sectional courtyard. And thereby you start to kind of create a new figure ground relationship because of the way our building regulations are written. And this is, to me, is the most fascinating part of practicing in a country like ours, is that it is, the urban conditions are almost like laboratories, you know, it gives you these new opportunities to explore because there are so many challenges to face with. And for us, the fascinating part is to kind of explore these new relationships which are otherwise was not there in a traditional figure ground. If I take that section and put it as a plan, it will create a traditional figure ground, almost like a diagonal courtyard. While here we were able to articulate this in a way that the figure is actually within, so the ground is actually within the figure, and thereby you start to create new relationship by practicing in context like this. And so each floor has a courtyard which then overlooks into the other, and then eventually it makes its relationship to the ground and the campus as such. And these are just illustrations of that, how the space is carved from the building. And then it's not just carved, this entire wing is cantilevering over that by 8 feet, and thereby shading the spaces because it opens up into the southern side, and that's also the wind direction. And so this entire wing is shifted down and cantilevers on to kind of shade that space to be able to articulate, and the larger studios, etc., then gets plugged into that. And these are diagrams of different levels, how that courtyard functions. This is the ground floor, which is primarily an exhibition space, open space, etc. A typical floor where you see that congregation space of the courtyard. That's a section through the studios. And that's where you see the building section where that relationship, that negotiation that I talked about. And this is how the building was conceptualized. This is how the building looks like. You can see that space, it's occupied now, and it starts to make this relationship to that larger context in a completely different way than a traditional courtyard would. And that's how the building breathes well because it's completely open to the sides. And you start to engage with it when it rains. The ground is articulated to create multiple spaces within that. That's that cascading spaces. These are some of the courtyards at the ground floor. And that's how the building looks. The canteen, similar kind of articulation of the section, you can see that. And this is at the design stage now. Again, very open, the sides are all completely open. You allow the landscape to kind of come in, and that's how the sections are negotiated within that larger campus. Design is a negotiation between one's private world, one conceptual world, the world of ideas, the world of aspirations, of inventions, with the relationship with the material world. As an architect, you have to negotiate between the left and the right. You have to negotiate between the private place where the ideas take place and the outside world and make it understood. Architecture is the beginning of something, and if you're not involved in the first principles, and if you're not involved in the absolute beginning of the generative process, it's cake decoration. And this is Tom Main who said that last line, and I thought it was wonderful. This is actually the building, one building we are designing within the campus. It's at the design stage now. These are all our existing buildings, but this one is right at the beginning of the campus, so it has a completely new relationship to the city and the campus as such. Here one can articulate that, and this is a school of law, and so hence the idea of celebrating people, that's the mass which kind of floats on that ground. And then we started to kind of articulate that building in a way that it start to reflect, engage with that ground. And so this is a new metro station is supposed to come there. And so the entire space become a public space before you hit the building. And some of these programs of the building at the ground then relate to that public space. In the back end of that ground floor then opens up to the school and the football ground on the other side. It becomes a stands. And so the building at the ground becomes a thoroughfare, and it becomes porous in a way that it becomes multiple ways one kind of negotiate through that ground and almost weave you into the larger campus. And that's kind of it, how it conceptualized. The building is porous, and like I said, it's just streets and thoroughfares through the building. And that's how the mass is, and then of course the building is articulated further to allow wind, light, air, and also to kind of celebrate the idea of transparency, etc., within porosity, etc., to kind of reflect in an abstract way the idea of one of the pillars of our democracy. So And that's kind of how that ground floor looked. This is how it was conceptualized. And the building becomes very simple as you go up. It's just a typical courtyard building. It has this GFRC screens which kind of wraps around it to kind of and create these larger congregation spaces after every 2 classrooms. It makes its representation. This is one of the streets at the ground, and that's kind of how the building is conceptualized. I'll just take few, maybe 10 minutes to just talk a bit about housing. Is that okay? Yeah. So I'll try and make it fast. I think it's important to talk about housing because housing is one of the, probably the most challenging typologies we are dealing with, and we've been engaged with housing projects for the past 5-6 years. And it becomes very challenging to practice housing, especially in the context that we practice today. Housing is a precondition both for work and for leisure. More than any other item of consumption, housing structures the way that individuals interact with others and with communities and with the wider collectives. No other modern commodity is as important for organizing citizenship, work, identities, solidarities, and politics. And early part of our career, I mean, we are not that, our practice is not that old, it's only 14 years old, but early few years we never engaged with housing, and we are great followers of Korea's work and deeply inspired by his work. And I remember Korea once saying that if you're practicing in a country like India, you have to do housing, and I think that's where the meaning comes. And of course, the housing today is completely, the context is completely different from how architects like Korea has practiced. How do we create places that allow people to come together, create spaces for congregation, create spaces to celebrate, etc., etc. And this is Korea again, who says with urbanization, architects have a larger role to play in conceptualizing new growth options. There's much more housing than, much more to housing than just building houses. The room is only one element in a whole system of spaces which needs in order to live in a city. So he says that one needs about 22 square meters to live in a city, and you should be able to find that 10 square meters within your larger context, which is in hospitals, etc. But you still should be able to get about 10 square meters within your walking radius. And the way our building regulations are written, it is not written towards density. Our open space regulations are tied to the land. So in other words, I can build I can do 2 developments next to each other, one with 1 FSI and one with 10 FSI. Both ask me to leave a certain percentage of the land as the OSR, and it has nothing to do with the density. So you see these conflicts and you see these challenges when you need to kind of create the spaces, and hence you don't get that 10 to 12 square meters per person in the developments that we do. So for us, it was a challenge of how do you kind of create these kind of spaces that inculcate values, creates a sense of belonging, etc., etc. This is a project which we are just completing in Trivandrum. Again, Kerala has one of the highest FSI. I have no idea what it is. It's about 4.5. At least when we started this project, it was close to 4.5 FSI. And this is at the heart of the city. This is the Raj Bhavan, and you can see that's the site. And when you go to the site, you see right next to the site is all these 12 stories, 15-story buildings. And there is an urban void that exists within that site. And we knew that if you start to kind of build the traditional way from ground up, you continue to kind of add to that urban jungle. And how do you kind of create these kind of community spaces that one needs to live in, especially in a larger housing? And so we could go much taller than our neighboring buildings, and we started organizing the density from the top. So we started at 24, 25 stories. And by the time we reached the third or the fourth floor, we were able to get all the density that were required, that can be built in that site. And hence, we left the entire site as a park, and we started the units at the third and the fourth floor. And that's a section of the building. So you can see, and each of the units kind of stops at different levels. So some stops at the fifth level, some stops at the third level. And we were trying to create almost like a reverse skyline, and thereby creating a context. And so the entire site then becomes a community park. And the site was actually 10 meters below the street, and all the parking is kind of tucked into that. And so you start to create a new figure ground relationship working within a building regulations, which doesn't allow you to kind of create these community spaces. And if you look at here again, the ground is within the figure. And it almost in many ways kind of works much better than, at least for us, it starts to work much better than a traditional figure ground. Because in a climate like Kerala, for us this is like a community veranda, you know, and when you go from a house to housing, you start to kind of create these spaces which allows people to come together. And in a housing, what you call as home is not your unit, but the community that you live in. And so one can engage and be in that space and be engaged with the rains, etc., and really experience that context. And that's kind of how we articulated it, and then it gets created at multiple levels. And so for the bottom units, you start to create that context, that park to which it opens up because of the way the units are organized, and the upper units open up to that larger context. And we create almost like this reverse, what we call as a reverse skyline. And that's kind of how it was conceptualized. Only the lobbies and some amenities come to the ground floor. Units are broken up so that you can stop them at different levels, and that's, the building is, the structure is complete, the finishes are going on. It's an earlier picture. That's my partner, who's Kishore, who's 6.5 foot tall. So you can understand the scale of that space, which really opens up. And it's not just for the unit, even for your contextual buildings, it starts to create a new urban void. And when you walk on the corridors at the upper level, you start to walk in that park. I will quickly go through. This is another project, again, right at that junction of Vellayampalam in Trivandrum, very close to the other side. This is the first building where the height is allowed. The rest of the context is all 3 stories. And so that's the traditional relationship. How do you make a relationship to a context? The Raj Bhavan is right opposite to the site. And so urbanistically, we knew it has a stronger relationship because at the other end of the street is the assembly house. So we knew at that scale will make that junction much more stronger. Urbanistically, it will anchor it. But how do you negotiate that relationship on the ground? When you walk on the sidewalk, you don't want to be hit by a wall. You want to break down that scale. And so we started analyzing the context, and we realized each of these contexts are 3-story buildings and a swath of green. And so we took that horizontal section of the context and sort of converted that vertically up. And so thereby you see these 3 or 4-story clusters floating in the up above and set back in. So the ground, only 1-story retail comes down into the ground, which makes that relationship to that sidewalk. So when you walk on the sidewalk, you're actually relating to that 1-story mass, and the rest of the density is organized behind. And then you start to kind of create these clusters, and then community spaces are weaved in after every 3 or 4 floors. That's a section. I'll quickly go through it. That's how the building was conceptualized. Retail at the ground floor, which opens up. That's how it was originally conceptualized, its relationship to that junction or that intersection. That's how the building looks like. It's actually much more finished now. It's again an earlier picture. That's a retail box at the ground. These are the spaces above. It's my last project, I promise. This is again a new negotiation. This is in Bangalore, just completed. It's a site which has all these wonderful trees, and you'll see in all of these projects, one is negotiating different things and different things about the site, the context, etc. When you go to a site, an urban site with trees like this, which are 150-year-old banyan tree and rain trees, how do you negotiate density in a context like this? And you almost dream like this, but you need to put a 12-story building with 2.5 FSI. And how do you start to negotiate that? So we started crafting or carving the building around those trees, and it then becomes the language of the building. And it was not just about the idea of preserving the trees. It's about how do you make that tree part of your day-to-day life, so that it gets preserved over a long period of time and it becomes part of your life. And so every unit then is designed to make that relationship to one of the tree clusters. The ground becomes open, only amenity spaces there, opening up into the tree clusters. The units then start to engage. And ground gets multiplied on the roof level, and that's how the building was conceptualized. Again, a very simple building which just carves around those trees, and the tree does all the drama. Extremely challenging to get it done because you have to make sure, plot all the tree roots, etc., and try and make sure that we build around it. And it's wonderful because there are so many things you've never imagined which is starting to happen because you let the trees be there. You go to the 8th floor, your bedroom balcony has a tree coming into your house. And these are not things as an architect you imagine, you know, and it just happens. And you let magic happens once a lot of these things are done. The building is almost complete. It's not photographed yet. These are iPhone photos. So we no longer live in a world of unlimited land resources. Buildings without relationship to the land cannot continue to be the norm. Buildings are increasingly becoming a collection of objects with little concern for their relationship to each other or for the larger idea of the cities. Spaces left between them have become undesirable and inhabitable. We believe that contemporary practices should urge to develop social values in our urban environments. We need to be concerned with the collective production of urban reality, with the rhythms of work, home life, and leisure activities in which a society decodes and reproduces its spatiality. Boundaries created within spaces are incompatible components to the wholeness of the city. The cities of the future should not be just dense. It should encourage creation of strong sense of place and an urban identity by merging personal and social identities. I'll end with this wonderful quote by Korea, who says that we are only as big as the questions we address, and this to my mind is a central riveting fact of life for architects in the third world. Not the size or the value of the projects we are working on, but the nature of the questions they raise, and which we must confront, a chance to grow, and the abiding virtue of a place in the sun. Thank you. Sorry for the extreme delay.
Thank you, sir. Your presentation was very insightful and inspirational for young budding architects. Anyway, I think architects are always young. Now, the question answer round is being skipped because we are running short of time. So I would request, if any questions, you people can please mail your questions. It's now time to witness the presentations of our regional speakers. To begin with, I would call upon one of the vibrant personality from Chhattisgarh, architect R.K. Patel. So please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am R.K. Patel from Chhattisgarh. I am here to present few of my build projects on contemporary architecture. So I really immediately start. Here it begins. This is a footbridge which we have designed to connect two buildings of Delhi Public School with a gentle arch. This form has been created, this very interesting form, this has been created with a, what you call, interaction of two reciprocating form juxtaposed with each other, and it gives a very interesting feeling. It is basically a commercial complex in Bhilai. This is a petrol pump, and the steel columns have been interpreted with a form of a tree. It has contemporarily it has been interpreted with the form of a tree. These are few conceptual sketches of a church building. Basically, we are trying to evolve, make different choices of forms, and subsequently, these form has actually taken a shape in reality. And here it goes. These are the very interesting pictures from different angles of the church project. This is the north light. The most interesting feature is the hyperbolic paraboloid shell roof, which looks to be quite delicate, but actually it's quite rigid. This is the hyperbolic paraboloid shell roof which I was talking about. This is the final view of the church. The next project which I am talking about, it's a tall religious structure dedicated to Guru Ghasidas ji, and locally we call it Jait Kham. It is basically a victory tower, and these natural forces are basically used for the design evolution, and subsequent design evolution has actually taken place in reality. So here the design evolution takes place in reality at site. This entire construction has been done by slip form technology. In fact, this was awarded to us by Chhattisgarh government through a national design competition. This is how the shape is taking place at site. These are the gradual progress at site. This is again a hyperbolic paraboloid petal. It has 7 such petals at the base. This is a petal from a different angle. The site is in an isolated place on a hillock. These are the internal volumes. The structural consultants giving strength to the typical structure. The project engineer actually converting our dreams into reality. These are the internal spaces, the internal flowing balconies. This is the most interesting part of this design. Since it's a tall structure of mass public movement, we have introduced 2 staircases, one for going up and second for descending. Both are one below the other. So in the process, the person who is going up can definitely view a person who is descending. He can have a visual contact, but they cannot physically meet. This is basically to avoid stampede. And you can see the interesting internal balconies also. And this is the final rib in the making. This is the final dream come true. Now we are sharing a video documented by a TV channel.
छत्तीसगढ़ में मेरे अब तक के एडवेंचर्स में आपने मुझे फॉलो किया, लेकिन जो आज मैंने देखा है उसको देख के मैं भी दंग रह गया। मैं हूँ गिरोधपुर धाम पे, जहाँ का है ये जैत स्तंभ, जिसके आगे भैया हमारा कुतुब मीनार भी छोटा पड़ जाता है। विश्वास नहीं होता? खुद ही देख लीजिए। छत्तीसगढ़ की कैपिटल सिटी रायपुर से 150 किलोमीटर दूर गिरोधपुरी में बना ये जैत खमधाम सतनामी सेक्ट के संत घसीदास जी को डेडिकेटेड है। ये जैत खम पिलग्रिम्स के लिए पैराडाइज माना जाता है। This structure can hold up to 2,000 people at any given point of time. इस धाम के 7 levels हैं, जिन्हें आप आराम से एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हैं thanks to the elevators. जैत खम धाम में एक तरफ एग्जिट द्वार है और दूसरी तरफ एंट्री द्वार है। दोनों तरफ से ही अगर आप गिने तो 435 सीढ़ियां ऊपर भी जाती हैं और नीचे भी आती हैं। पर आज मेरे कैमरा क्रू की फुल कसरत होने वाली है, क्योंकि I prefer to take the stairs. तो आओ कैमरा भैया, थको नहीं, चलो पीछे पीछे। इसका कंस्ट्रक्शन 2007 में शुरू किया गया था एंड विद एन एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ अबाउट 52 करोड़। ये खमधाम की ऊंचाई 243 फीट और इसकी चौड़ाई लगभग 200 फीट है। मतलब कि हाइट के मामले में जैत खमधाम ने कुतुब मीनार, जिसकी हाइट 236 फीट है, उसको भी पीछे छोड़ दिया। OMG। जिद्दी हूँ, एक बार जो कमिटमेंट कर दी तो अपनी जान देकर भी पूरी करूंगा। थोड़ा सा थक गया हूँ लेकिन रुकूंगा नहीं, because this is my Everest for the day. See you on top. इस मॉन्यूमेंट की डिजाइनिंग के लिए छत्तीसगढ़ की गवर्नमेंट ने इंडिया के टॉप इंजीनियर्स एंड एक्सपर्ट्स को कंसल्ट किया और इसको इतना क्लेवरली बनाया गया है कि 870 स्टेयर्स से ऊपर और नीचे जाते हुए लोग एक दूसरे को देख तो सकते हैं पर एक दूसरे से टकरा नहीं सकते। This is not going to be easy. करीब 200 लोगों की डे और नाइट की डेडिकेशन से 4000 टन कंक्रीट का ये स्तंभ लाइटनिंग रेजिस्टेंट है और अर्थक्वेक प्रूफ भी। 432, 33, 34 पूरी 435 सीढ़ियां चढ़कर मैं जैत खम के टॉप लेवल तक पहुंच चुका हूं। मेरी एक्सरसाइज का कोटा आज पूरा हो गया, तो जब तक मैं यहाँ थोड़ा आराम करूं, ठंडी हवा का मजा लूं, आप जाइए नजारा देखिए, जाइए ना। 77 मीटर्स की ऊंचाई पे खड़े होके दिल से सिर्फ एक ही आवाज चलती है, OMG छत्तीसगढ़।
Thank you everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. That was a truly mesmerizing presentation. Now I welcome from Gujarat, architect Ujjwal Parikh sir to give his presentation. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a great experience being here, and I'm sure we all are having a good time. Right from our academic days, we have been always talking about the importance of architectural details. So today, when I look at contemporary architecture, I believe that the purpose of details is much more significant in experiencing its spatial qualities. So particularly when there is no established definition of what constitutes contemporary architecture. It emerges rather as an ensemble of different innovative, unconventional expressions of form, materials, and details.
It's imperative to explore these aspects to understand what unifies contemporary architecture, especially in our Indian context. So there is an idiom that suggests the devil is in the detail, which generally indicates that there's something that looking fairly simple could possibly a much more complex notion. For example, we look at this self-portrait made by artist Mary Allen, and then there is Mies in our context, who said God lies in the details. He accentuates the importance of observing and designing details. And this can be illustrated in this example of the sculpture made by the artist Salawat Fidai. So I'm going to share certain design details of some of our projects that we believe has played a pivotal role in creating a distinct experience for the users. So the first project I'm going to share is a small weekend house situated in the outskirts of Ahmedabad amongst a gated cluster weekend homes. So it's a small house for a young couple wherein the husband is an engineer and the wife is an artist. And the footprint was relatively kept very limited to allow a large backyard so that the living space and the sleeping space can open up into that. The contrasting expressions of the monochromatic black pigmented exposed concrete walls with the exposed brick playful compound wall, it kind of creates the unique and distinct expression. The improvised compound wall was perceived as an interface that creates an interesting play of shadows on both sides of the wall. And it's always important to question our things, what we have done. So would it have been made any different if the brick play was not implemented? I leave that for your own reading. The other important detail for this particular house revolves around the manner in which the house opens up and closes itself. Large pivot screens have been designed to protect the windows of the house when they are closed, and they act as landscape walls when they are open. It kind of redefines the meaning of thresholds, blurring the boundaries between the inside and the outside. So the opening of the screen creates a micro-level outdoor space for personal use and allows the opportunities to interact between the inside and outside. And there are doors integrated within these pivot screens that mark the entrance of the house into the open courtyard and the pool. Some other images of the house. So the aesthetic quality of any design element can be enhanced by the presence of a counterpoint. The difference between them can augment their innate properties. I'm going to show another house that we executed 5 years back. This is in Ahmedabad, situated in a very dense urban fabric. Relatively a large house, housing 3 generations of a family together, living together. And the plan is a fairly simple, largely determined by the Vastu compliances, with the ground floor having all the public spaces, the first floor housing the private spaces, and the second floor comprises of the recreational spaces. But the heart of the house is the double volume living space. And enhancing this space is it's a high volume screen that wheels the staircase behind it. So it's a dynamic element that could bring joy to the users going up and down the staircase. It's a simple detail worked out using small hollow MS pipes. Locally we call them bhungris, with solid timber pieces. To further accentuate it, the timber pieces were treated with different translucent shades of color and polish. So all this came together to define the character of the high volume space. And from the staircase side, it is an interactive screen that creates this dynamic filtration of the light and allows kind of everyone who's going up and down to play along with it. It kind of forms a backdrop to the entire space. So again, and also when we have the closer look, one discovers the potential it holds to ignite certain emotions. So what difference would have it made if it was not there? I mean, again, I would leave it up to your interpretation. Similarly, for the adjacent window, would it make a difference if it was not so high? Well, I'll leave it again up to you to decide. Sharing some other images of this project. So the idea in this project was to create design richness through informed simplicity and interaction of simples rather than through unnecessary busy agglomerations. The last project for today I'm going to share is a weekend home we had designed for a family situated at Umargaon. It's a small industrial beach town near Vapi. And so the house is kind of fragmented into different built masses with 4 bedrooms in the 4 different corners enjoying its own privacy, and the central built mass comprising of the dining, living, and the recreational room. Just an aerial view for your reference, how the house is built. One of the details we feel has made an impact on the experience is the flooring of the ramp that leads to the entrance of the house. So after exploring multiple options for the flooring, what we achieved helped us enhance the perspective along the length of the ramp. This is another view of the flooring of the ramp. Had it been done differently, the impact would have been very different. The other key element of the house was the cotton steel portals. The perforation in the portal screen were an adaptation of the tree canopies, the tree canopy pictures. So I lied out on the floor looking at the sky and took many pictures of the tree canopies. Then those pictures were kind of translated with whatever the sky was made the void, and whatever the leaves were made solids. We made some mock-ups. Then it went through the process of the pre-weathering of the panels and everything. And then the idea of how do we position it, how do we orient them, how does the overall composition of the panels comes together to determine its presence. The idea was to create this crisp canopies compared to the soft and filigree natural canopies of the trees, and properly filtering the light also in the same way. It has a very strong presence, but again, does it really make a difference? Again, I'll leave it up to you to decide. The last element that we shall look into are the pigmented concrete walls. Mock-ups were made to verify the visualized outcome, and each aspect of these walls was specified from shuttering of the material to the shuttering pattern of and the gradation of the pigmentation. These concrete walls play an important role as extension of spaces and creating undefined enclosures. Again, depending on the viewing distance, it interacts differently with the users. So the built mass is an assemblage of various entities coming together with each other, with each of its components having its own significance. So richness can be achieved with simplicity and by being aware of how things come together and interact. Some of the other images of the house. So it is through the progression and development of details at different scales and junctures which gets revealed as one moves around the building is what defines the experience. Right, and sorry. We started off by remembering Mies, and would like to conclude by what Charles Eames mentioned. The details are not the details, they make the design. So as architects, many a times we tend to relegate the ideas of issues of materials, tectonics and detailing and consider them as supporting roles. Look from a different perspective. These are central matters that give the design its physical vitality and permanence. As an architect, my approach and sensitivity towards details has evolved and shall continue to evolve further. I believe contemporary architecture is also evolutionary. It modifies and grows as we do, constantly adapting to what is new, innovative, original, and intriguing. Thank you. Thank you. I also take this opportunity to thank IIA Gujarat and IIA MP for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. So, the presentations are really mind-boggling. I think we need a small break to break the monotony of presentations. I call Shilpi Jain from Ultratech for a brief presentation.
A very good evening to everybody present here, and thank you very much IIA to give us an opportunity to speak on something which I'm meant to take it really quickly. I'm Shilpi Jain, I'm from Ultratech, and today we will be just going through the range of decorative concretes which are essential for the architectural elements, right now what we had a presentation from architect Ujjwal is the beautiful red colored wall which he showed was one of the I would say one of the examples of what concrete can do. So coming to, I'll quickly make a crisp presentation on, first is the variants which are available in concrete is pigmented concrete, stamped concrete, sand finish, acid stain concrete, dyed concrete floors, polished concrete, and there could be different furnitures which can be amalgamated along with concrete, metal, wood, and could give a different feature altogether. So when we talk about decorative concrete, as you can see in the picture, it is the curvilinear shape which comes very handy compared to any other material which is conventionally used, could be paver blocks or tiles. So this concrete is cast in situ, monolithic concrete. It is stamped at the site, and it is available in unlimited designs and patterns which replicate the natural patterns like wood or your cobblestone. So all these things can be replicated well. So I would say where can we use such kind of concrete is hardscape, pathways, parking bays, and how do we recommend or specify is it is minimum M25 grade of concrete for the pavements, 75 mm thickness, and if it is a cycle track or a low vehicular movement, then in that case it is M30 with 100 mm thickness minimum, and if it is a fire tendon movement, then in case it is a higher grade of concrete which is M30 and 150 mm thickness. Now here the reason that I am giving a specific thickness and a grade is that the concrete which is being used for laying the floor is exactly same as the superstructure which is being laid. So I would say, so we have seen these kind of images which are like which are being used in the in abroad and in foreign countries. However, these are some of the projects which have been done with stamped concrete. And the left image that you can see is ideally something that you can stamp anything customizable for your site is possible to be embossed on concrete. Then this we have done in Hyderabad for L&T cable bridge. The entire shoulder part of the bridge has been done with stamped concrete, and the beauty is there were variations in the I would say the structure, because it was a cable bridge. Even then the concrete stayed well in structure because of the grids, or rather the groove cutting which was predetermined, because concrete at the end of day has its own nature of creating veins and cracks. We need to, what we can do as technologists is we can minimize them with the help of different methods of construction practices. Then coming to the center portion that you can see is a compass imprinted in between a parking area. This is in Warangal. The left image that you can see is, all the images is of BCM First World Indore, at where we are right now, and the left one that you can see is sand finish. So that is something when we etch the surface of concrete in order to give that rustic finish of the texture is one, and the color also becomes very, I would say the palette becomes more of a neutral shade. So this was something which was done for a footpath in Mumbai, and earlier this is how it used to look with the conventional systems of paver blocks, and this is how it looked later when the stamped concrete was done on the entire footpath area where we were designated to do work with local contractors. However, everything was done by Ultratech through and through, right from providing concrete till the finishing of it. Then we know that once you do a good work, there is always some copycat at a lower price which will come, and this is what happens. I'm not saying it is about the price, it is about the technology which is stamped concrete is getting ruined because of somebody who has not got an expertise to do. So this is just a awareness that when we talk about price, the price always has something to offer along with it. So the colors should be UV resistant. This is what is the primary requirement when it comes to the exterior areas. Yeah. Then this is Ludo pattern imprinted on the concrete, which is Ludo, chess and snake and ladder imprinted on concrete, customized. This is again a children park in Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation. This is a school project that we have done. It is hopscotch and your follow me. All these games were imprinted on the concrete. These are some more examples of stamped concrete. This is, as we popularly know as Indian pattern stone, IPS finish. So the entire laying till execution is done by Ultratech. These are some of the other finishes, which is exposed aggregate. These are other finishes into which you can see the textures also, which can be given for your play areas. Again, exposed aggregate concrete or washed concrete, what we say. This is aggregates which are seeded on the concrete when the concrete is still in the gray stage. This is dyed concrete, or I would also say stained for interiors. This is pervious concrete. Pervious concrete is something which lets water percolate through its body, and it recharges the groundwater table, helps in recharging groundwater table. This is something which is for interior, which is polished concrete floors. So you can have a range of right from cream finish, salt and pepper, exposed aggregate, dyed finish, or decorative finish, into which the color and matrix of the entire concrete is changed. This is again dyed concrete. Inks, water soluble inks are used. This is glow in dark. So any project where you would want to have an emergency exit to be planned, and in case there is a blackout in the project, and you need to make sure that the people go out at the designated emergency exit location in the exterior, then in that case glow in dark is something which is quite apt. Then this is a project that we had done in Surat, into which the architect wanted to have all the inscriptions on the soffit of the reinforced concrete, and this is how it came up with. This is Free Flow Plus, which is a self-compacting concrete, and as you can see, it goes into all the nooks and corners of the inscriptions. So this is something which is very new, which is ultra high performance concrete. Such kind of thin sections with concrete is made possible with the help of steel fibers which are embedded into the concrete, and because of which you can get thin and lighter sections which can be merged as per your imagination. This is something which we have done for Lodha, into which GRC was replaced with the help of ultra high performance concrete, which is Dura Facade. The size that you can see is almost 4.5 meter by 1.8 meter, and this is a single cast panel. From the front it looks bulky because of the design, but back you can see it is a hollow section. This is we have done for Mr. Architect Nitin Kilawala. These are some of other projects for Lodha for facades, and we have quite a lot of solutions as well when it comes to concrete. We can discuss probably somewhere back, and let's collaborate and co-create. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Shilpi. Thank you, everybody, for listening so patiently. Now, I welcome a prominent personality from Rajasthan, Architect Tushar Sokani, sir. Please.
Can you screen? Well, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. You know, as the topic has been given to me, you know, contemporary architecture, I would like to tell what is it from my eyes. And you know, as architect Frank Gehry said, that the architecture should speak of its time and place, but yet of its timelessness. So that is very important. And in last couple of years, there has been a drastic change in our design approaches. You know, we have done a lot of introspection over our design concept also. So I would like to just highlight the key features which actually has changed, you know, which were the emerging trends in last couple of years. So the first trend was sustainability, because, you know, we have actually grown above the usage of solar panels in our designs. The second was wellness, of course. So, you know, every client requires for a pandemic safe building. The third was the new material palette. A lot of, you know, research has been done by all the architects, and finally they have come to a very restricted material panel which are easily available, which does not have a logistic problems and so on. And the most important thing is the minimalism, you know. Everyone wants to build less, you know, as we know, less is more. And access to the natural space, you know, when we were locked in the rooms, you know, we actually wanted certain green space which we can breathe in. So green space was one of the major requirement. And multifunctionality spaces, you know, we have seen the hospital hotels turning into hospitals and, other banquets turning into, COVID centers. So there has to be multifunctional spaces. Then, of course, automation. So, I'll just like to see that how these 7 trends, which have actually come at my design. So I'd like to discuss 4 projects, in which 1 project is at a design stage, rest 3 projects are build projects. So this is in Genesis Tower at Ajmer, going to be one of the tallest building of Rajasthan, and the client was kind enough to give us a leverage of designing a very iconic building without consideration any commercial angles. And he said that I want only lower 2 floors of commercial area, otherwise, for the facade, whatever you want to do, you can do with that. So, this is how we came up. We tried to come up with a twisted building, which was connected at the top. So he gave us a flexibility that, I can go in for the respective offices at the intermediate floor, wherein, I can actually sacrifice my FSI. I think video is not, I'm sorry. The video actually showed that the core was, in the middle, and there was a twisting at the peripheral end, when we played actually with the cantilevered portions after it was protruding out of the column, and this is the form we achieved by virtue of that. And on the top floor, it was the hotel rooms and the banquet halls with the allied amenities, and this was the overall, this is how we conceptualized. And as I told you, lower floor were the amenities, and there was an infinity pool at the top, So this was our another project, ATCS Edge Jaipur. It was an IT building which we designed in a record time of 18 months with interiors. So, and the concept was very clear that we wanted to have certain terraces at the intermediate level. So we tried it. This was a very urban building, but in fact we wanted to have certain terraces at intermediate level. So these were the terraces at the intermediate level, which were, and the back side was peeping into the great landscaping area. These are the visuals. I'm making it fast. And the interiors were very minimalistic with pastel colors, less of design. There were no gaudy design elements. It was very straight lines, and every color we tried to, played with the different color scheme. Since there were 7 floors, this was a cafeteria. This was in some different color. So, and this was an energy efficient building, and we got accredited from SOCM JAM also. This was another IT building, which again box type building with less of view. Actually worked out the window glass ratio. This was the conference in boardrooms, very minimalistically designed with pastel colors. Again, the fabric of the workstations were played in vibrant colors. Now, this is my residential project which I designed 5-6 years way back in the city of Jaipur. And again, I would like to add the builder, the developer was kind enough to give me the leverage of consuming his FSI into certain vertical terraces, which I always try to celebrate in my design. So, and the concept was same that, when you design a residential building with lot of constraints of getting it a commercial, full-fledged commercial area, sometimes green space is a problem. So this was the first sketch actually we worked out, So we tried to have intermediate double height terraces at all levels so that all the residents can enjoy the intermediate green terraces, the landscape terraces. So this was the overall concept, All these terraces were actually peeping into each other so that there was no loss of visual link. The project was visually linked, all the terraces were visually linked, but at the same time, they were getting a semi-open spaces at almost all the levels. So, in fact, we had a lot of debate with the client that almost we sacrificed the FSI of almost 5 or 6 commercial flats, which would have been costed him, I think, more than few crores. So, but he allowed us since he wanted that, and he wanted an infinity pool in the top, which I'm going to show you in this slide. This was the view at the 11th level, infinity pool. Since the structure in front of this view were low-rise plots, so I got the leverage of celebrating it more. So the view was very panoramic. And these were the terraces I was mentioning about. These double-light terraces. They were peeping into each other. There was a courtyard inside, and this is the infinity pool, the daytime view. And even the pool was half shaded and half covered, so it was a good play of light and ventilation. Oh, I'm still left with 2.5 minutes. I thought I'm making it fast. So I think the best way to predict the future is to design it. This is how we can work out. I think this is all from my presentation. Thank you so very much. I ran very fast. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I suppose this was the quickest presentation till now. Now, I would like to welcome a noteworthy personality from Madhya Pradesh, last but not the least, Architect Akshay Selukar, sir. Please.
Good evening, friends, and I will not explain you what contemporary architecture is. I leave up to you how you understand, because everyone has their own perception of understanding what is contemporary architecture. We have studied a lot about it. So straight away I will come to my projects. I'm going to focus three projects. The first one is the waterfall house. It is under construction, and the site is located in the Bhopal. And this area has got few limitations, like the structure is G+1 and the slope roofs are compulsory. So when client approached us, he was very much clear with his brief that he required two type of spaces. One was the social spaces and the other was the private. And yet he wanted there should be some privacy and should be connected to each other. So that thing was dealt with the help of a courtyard. Courtyard gives us that liberty to create a privacy, as well as it has a visual connection. So these are some layout plans, simple layout plans. I will not go into the depth. What makes this project interesting is the section. Here you can see we have actually used pyramidal roof, and further that roof was converted, modified and angled towards the east side, which allows eastern light, and it gives a very impactful contemporary form to the building. It is under construction, but I will show you some of the pictures which are under execution. These are the 3D views, just to understand. So these are the site execution images. You can see light falling on the floor, and it creates a spotlight. Why I call it waterfall house? Because all these roofs were connected through a broad channel, and further we can convert all the excess water collected on the roof into a waterfall. It will be connected through a water supply system also, where whenever you need, you can actually convert all these channels into a waterfall. Of course, we are going to recycle all those water. My next project is Arilya. This is a completed house, and again it is in a low density zone where there is a height restriction, but client's requirements were there were too much of requirements, so we decided to build ground plus one. Along with that, we thought we should add a basement. But you all know how basement can be in a residence if it is not well ventilated. So idea of a sunken courtyard came to my mind, and we introduced a sunken courtyard which connects to the basement on the western side. You can see in this section, the left one. So that basement becomes an interesting, and you always have the garden view, or you have the access to the open areas. I will show you some pictures where you will understand. Again, these are the plans, so don't want to go into those details. So that's the view of a house. You can see the lower panels used in the elevation, Actually, there is a pool inside this area, so it gives ventilation as well as you can adjust your privacy. These are the tiltable panels. If you see the right image, I mean the corner one, the sunlight is falling inside the basement area, and that's how that area is ventilated, and these are some interior views. So that is an image, this is the view from the basement. So you have an access to the deck and which connects to the landscape court, and you don't feel as if you are in underground. Another view. Coming to the interior of the house, yeah, the concrete was the main ingredient of this house, and lot of concrete rendering was done while execution. So these were some geometric CNC patterns infused while formwork was done, and when those structures were removed, we were able to manage and get these shapes. The reflected ceiling plan just to complete the interior. So if you see, it's all floor, exposed concrete floor and walls. That's how we completed the interiors. Again, that's the view of a drawing room. Here you can see the same pattern on the ceiling, exposed concrete, which is like the provision of lighting was done and it converted into a chandelier. So that's my way of doing some contemporary things. That's the pool view, and you can see those lures, which is according to the privacy and the ventilation. You can open it, you can tilt it. These are some more views just for your understanding. So that's the completed house. My third project is a resort in Satpura Tiger Reserve in MADHYA. It's a small project, and if you see, you can clearly identify that one corner is filled with the cottages and another one is empty. That land patch was acquired. And that inspiration was taken from the hills, as hills are all around these areas. So for me, concrete is a liquid material because you can cast it on the desired shape, and it actually gives very interesting shape, and this is very interesting to look from inside also. That's the entrance, and we have tried to maximize the view. You can see the background hills, and it completes the frame. That's the reception. So here I was we thought that the roof should look like floating roof, and that's why the walls were not touching the roof. Rather, it stopped at certain level, and rest of the area was kept open with glass. So when I stand inside, I see sky, as if sky is supporting the roof, and it looks more floating. It also allows natural light, you can see in the picture. That's another view for the same thing. These are few more references where bamboo chicks were used to cover verandas. That's the pool view, which is in the center of the entire property. So when you are in a cottage, you get two different views. One is the river view and one is the pool view. If you see in this picture, you can see the river view and a little bit of pool is visible. Here also, concrete was very important in my project, and we tried to do some concrete rendering here. So different natural forms like birds, moons, leaves were infused while the construction of site, and we were able to get such interesting shapes. You can see the roof, which are like origamic shape, the inside view of the cottage. Although I have completed my presentation, these are few of our more projects. Just want to share, will not go into the depth. So these are some projects which we have done. This is molecule. Okay guys, thank you, and I leave up to you how you understand my way of thinking contemporarism. Thank you. Thank you IIA, Jiten sir, for allowing me to present my work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Now I would hand over the podium to Architect Dipesh, sir.
Thank you, Shruti. and the wonderful speakers. To close this session, I request Architect C.R. Raju, Architect Ashish Gupta, and Architect Sandeep Bavdekar, Council members IIA and Honorable President IIA to please come to the stage. Start with Architect Biju. Our regional speaker from Chhattisgarh. Gujarat. Architect Sogani from Rajasthan. May I also, and last but not the least, Madhya Pradesh. May I also request Mr. Gada from Director Euro Panel, if he's here, can he please come to the stage? Please, the last felicitation to the moderator, Architect Shruti. We have one more sponsor, Ms. Silpi Jain from Ultratech. Can you please come in the center for a group photograph? Thank you so much, distinguished guests and speakers. We shall begin the last technical session of the conference on socially responsible architecture. For the inauguration ritual, I am happy to call upon Architect Lalichand Zakharis, Council Member, IIA, Architect Anand Bhai Tatu, Architect Tushar Sogani, Architect Rajkumar Prajapati, and Architect Jitendra Mehta, all regional chapter chairmen, and our keynote speaker, Mr. Alan Ibrahim, to please come to the stage. Mr. Alan Abraham. We can have the ritual without him. Thank you. This technical session will have very interesting presentations by architect Alan Abraham, our keynote speaker, and similarly very exciting presentations by the regional speakers because of the interesting subject, socially responsible architecture. I'm delighted to introduce my colleague and moderator for this session, architect Sumanyu Vasudev. But we'll begin with our sponsors. We'll start with Mr. Badruddin Sudanwala from Rocksul Rockwall Technical Installations India Private Limited to give his brief presentation.
I would also like to call upon the regional speakers, Architect Vishal Shah from Gujarat, Architect Rishabh Jain from Chhattisgarh, Architect Sunil Ladda from Rajasthan, and Architect Nilesh Suman from Madhya Pradesh. Please come here on the stage and join us. And our keynote speaker, Architect Alan Abraham, I would like to have you on the stage.
Good afternoon, Indore. I can see some empty chairs and I hope it would be, full, but anyway, I'll carry on. A very warm welcome to this session. My special thanks to the IIA MP chapter for, giving us this opportunity. It's an absolute pleasure to be a part of this wonderful event and to present before such wonderful people, such creative people. And I'm going to present on this subject of how to choose the right insulation material. Please bear with me, it's going to take a little time, but I'm going to make it very crisp, and I'm 100% sure that it's going to be very informative for all of you all. I'm going to present certain, maybe some eye-opening things as well, which would, be really useful for your projects and for your work. I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Badruddin. I head the business development for Rockwool International. So before I begin with the main presentation, I would like to present some statistics regarding the sustainability goals and the energy consumption of India. And I believe that will be some food for thought for my subsequent slides. So at this moment, if we check the energy consumption in India, India is consuming approximately 200 gigawatts of electricity. That was the statistic in 2019. And what we are expecting is that by 2040, this demand will increase by 150%. Yes, you heard it right, it's 150%. So we are going to need approximately 350 to 400 gigawatts of power by 2040. And this resonates with the kind of urbanization that is happening in India, with the growing population that's happening in India. It completely resonates with that. अब ये extra power जो लगेगा, electricity जो लगेगी, वो आएगी कहाँ से? Either we have to produce that, with the power plants and all those things. But the easier way is we start conserving energy. Okay, let's be a bit more conservative regarding the energy use whenever we are designing or making our buildings or structures or houses. Next is, I think I'll take reference from Mr. Gurpreet Singh. I think yesterday he gave a wonderful presentation regarding India's participation at COP26, wherein our Honorable Prime Minister announced that India will be a net zero carbon emission country by 2070. Okay, I think that's a fantastic goal to achieve. It's a very difficult one, but yes, it's a fantastic goal to achieve. At the same time, India will reduce approximately 1 tons of carbon by 2030. So again, this is a very good goal to achieve. It happens, it's really good for our country. But believe me, it's going to, these are long-term goals and very difficult goals, and we have to take the steps right away. All of us, you and I together, have to do small things in our daily lives or, with our construction especially, to kind of achieve that number. And it's a humble request that please keep these statistics in mind, because the next things that I'm going to present, you will probably relate with these numbers. Going on, Rockwool, that's the name of my the company I represent, Rockwool International. Now this term Rockwool is one of the most common terms in the construction industry. I'm sure with all the architects over here. But at the same time, let me confess this, it's one of the most confusing terms as well, Rockwool. So we keep getting this question that Rockwool exactly hai kya? Whether it is a brand or whether it is a product. ये किसी company का नाम है या एक generic नाम है. So I'll take this opportunity to clarify that Rockwool is a brand. It is not a generic name. Yes, Rockwool is a brand. It's a Danish multinational that started in Copenhagen, Denmark in 1937, and it's an 85-year-old organization. And this company, Rockwool, is the world's largest manufacturer of stone wool insulation. Yes, that's the generic name of this product, stone wool. For the simple fact that the basalt rock or the stone that's coming out of a volcanic eruption, we are converting that to fibers, and that's the insulation we are selling and providing to the buildings as well as to the process industries. So I often take this example that हमारा company का नाम जो है Rockwool, हमारी सिचुएशन जेरोक्स के जैसी है कि हम लोग कभी नहीं बोलते फोटोकॉपी करवा के लाओ, हम लोग हमेशा बोलते हैं जेरोक्स करवा के लाओ. But actually Xerox is a machine name and the generic name of it is photocopy. So that's exactly what has happened with our brand also. कि Rockwool एक generic name बन गया है especially India में, which is creating a lot of confusion. So maybe when an architect is writing a BOQ, वो rock wool लिखते हैं ये सोच के कि original rock wool मिलेगा, but at the end of the day they might not be getting the original rock wool. So that's something I will request to the architects over here, that please be a bit more mindful when you're writing the specifications. Now you might ask me that how do you come to know that original rock wool है क्या, कैसे पता चलेगा? So there are two simple ways. One, in India we are operating as rock wool technical insulation. So next time अगर आपको original rock wool चाहिए, please ask for rock wool. That's the easiest way. Secondly, how do you come to know when the material comes at site or when you receive a data sheet or a catalog? So you see the rock wool logo, the red volcano mark, that's the original rock wool logo which you should always look for. Spot that logo and that's the original rock wool. So that's something which is very easy to identify for you. So next time अगर कोई आके आपको बोलता है कि मैं rock wool supply कर रहा हूँ या rock wool बेच रहा हूँ, I think these are the two things you can check, whether is it from rock wool and does it have that original rock wool logo mark. Moving on, I'll just like to play this short corporate video. I don't know, something wrong. Okay, so maybe I'll play that towards the end. Coming to our presence in India, as I mentioned, it's a global multinational company, Rockwool, everywhere in the world with more than 47 manufacturing units around the globe and more than, a turnover of more than 3 billion euros. Talking about our presence in India and Asia, in Asia, say we have 6 factories, but specifically about India, we have a world-class factory at Gujarat in Dahej. There's a place called Dahej near Baroda or Bharuch, wherein we manufacture stone wool insulation that is not only used for Indian projects, but it is also exported to countries like all the Middle East countries as well as to the African countries. And it's a state-of-the-art manufacturing unit with an annual capacity of more than 31,000 tons. So I would again, while presenting, I would request that whenever it's possible for all the architects, please do visit us. What do you get with the stone wool insulation that we are selling? One, you get the right kind of fire resistance that you need. Second, you get the thermal performance that is used to reduce the heat. अब हम लोग अभी ऑडिटोरियम में बैठे हैं, we are feeling very cool, nice. It's only because there is some proper insulation that has been applied on the roof. इसके लिए हमें गर्मी हिट नहीं कर रही है. Third, acoustics. हम लोग यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, बाहर से कुछ भी आवाज़ हमें अंदर नहीं आ रहा है. That is only because some proper insulation is used for acoustics. बाहर का आवाज़ अंदर नहीं आ रहा है. This also applies for rain. अगर यहाँ पे rain आता है, probably अगर insulation नहीं होता तो बहुत आवाज़ आता. But it's not happening. It's only because of good insulation. Fourth part is like it's very, very robust, aesthetically good, very good in terms of repellency to water and circularity. I would like to just mention one more thing. Again, there is some confusion with the mineral wool term. There is no material called as mineral wool. Mineral wool is the name of the family of fibrous insulation materials. So again, if someone is writing mineral wool in the BOQ, please don't do that, because all these generic types that are mentioned on the screen, they all come under the mineral wool family. And we are falling under the third category, stone wool, which is made by basalt rock. I'll just brush up with the properties of our material. Fire resistance, a melting point of more than 1000 degrees Celsius. So it's the safest insulation material in terms of fire resistance. Thermal properties, very good to absorb the heat. Acoustic capabilities, I did mention that. Very, very robust. If it's properly installed, we can expect a life expectancy of 55 years. Very, very good in terms of repellency to water. The last thing what I would like to show is the applications that we are doing over here. So I think a lot of you guys, you all need insulation material, but sometimes it's confusing that कौन सा material कहाँ पे लगने वाला है. So let me clarify that we have special insulation materials, rock wool for roofing, for partitions, be it your drywall partitions or external partitions, for facade applications, and one of the most common applications nowadays is prefabricated sandwich panels. So there are these rock wool sandwich panels that are available with our material, which will give you the right kind of fire, thermal and acoustic performance. Just to highlight a few landmark projects that we have done in the past. Out of the ones which, the one which is really very interesting is the center one, the Tiger Reserve project in Sioni, wherein we have made sandwich panels for the animals. So basically हम लोग animals का बहुत ध्यान रखते हैं, maybe humans का रखे नहीं रखे, but animals का बहुत ध्यान रख रहे हैं, and that's the reason we have made these panels, sandwich panels, जो highway पे है, and the tigers which are around 10 meters away from the highway, they should be safe in terms of acoustics. I mean, उनको आवाज़ नहीं आना चाहिए, but at the same time, जब गाड़ियाँ पास होती है रात को, so there's a lot of lights, and that really harms them. So our panels are doing both the works, acoustic as well as resistance to light. We are also proud to supply our insulation material at the Serum Institute where the vaccination was made. We also have a dedicated range of products for the process industry. So wherever you have an oil and gas plant or a refinery, we are supplying our insulation material for the equipment insulation, for boilers and pipes and so on. A few tools that we are giving to our architect friends, because you are doing BIM, we have our objects preloaded on that. We have certain acoustic calculators which you can use free of cost. We have a U-value calculator as well. So whenever you need any of these tools, please connect with me. I can definitely guide you how to use them. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sudanwala. So hello, I'm architect Sumanya Vasudeva, and I'm here to bring to you a rather interesting topic for today, which is socially responsible architecture. The social obligation of architect rests to some degree in trusting that design can make better places, that design can influence society, and that it can even have a role in making a place humanized by making a community more reasonable. As architects, we should focus on how our buildings aim to foster a sense of community, how space can promote inner peace, how cities can contribute to the health of a society. We today in this convention center are sitting right next to the Pritzker's winning project designed by B.V. Doshi, that is RNA Nagar. RNA Nagar is one of the finest examples of architects' efforts of making a socially responsible place setting. His solutions take into account the social, environmental, and economic dimensions, and the people who lived, thrived, and are still thriving here over 3 decades are themselves proof of how responsible architecture can uplift a community. We have reached a point where the built environment today accounts for more carbon emissions than the transport industry. Therefore, as architects, we must design responsibly and utilize an ever-increasing number of sustainable materials and vernacular techniques to render a safer future for the coming generations. To discuss this topic further, we have with us today architect Alan Ibrahim. Alan Ibrahim is the joint principal architect of Alan Ibrahim John Architects. Alan is both an architect and a photographer. Ibrahim John Architects is a multidisciplinary architecture, interior design, landscaping, and urban planning studio founded in 1967 by Ibrahim John in Bombay. The design approach of the studio is to reconnect architecture with nature, make optimum use of space, natural materials, lighting, and landscape to reinvent and transform spaces. Alan has also been working on urban design solutions to improve Mumbai and make it a more livable, green, eco-friendly city through proactive initiatives such as the Bombay Greenway project. He is a winner of the International Urban Planning and Design Competition Velocity 2013 in Austria and many other prestigious awards. Alan is also one of the founding members of Bandra Collective, a group of architects involved in the design of public spaces in Mumbai. Here to you, Alan.
Thank you, IIA. Thank you, INDORE. And I'm sorry I missed the thing, but it's very cold in here. So I had to go to the toilet. Thank you. I'll keep it simple and short, and I need to move also. So it's life in a metro. Making Bombay more livable. I'm sorry about the font thing. There's something on the computer. So that's my dad. He's still practicing. Architects don't retire. So that's good. You need to be busy, otherwise it's going to be very difficult. And yeah, so we basically do various types of projects, and he's always been socially conscious. Basically we do interiors, which makes us a little money. We do architecture, which gives us a little more scope, but doesn't make so much money. And we also do landscaping and master planning. That's basically what we are about. This is the other boss, my wife Anka. So she's the one who's kind of pushed us and motivated us towards the things by, and I'll come back to this, about don't just say things, do things. And this is very important. So we end up doing projects. There are a couple of our projects. We do the architecture and the interiors, and basically we like to kind of connect it with nature and with the outside, because we can only do that much. It's normally nature that's much nicer. At least that's what we think. So we try to be as minimal on the footprint thing. This is in Goa, and this is in Bombay, for example. You're doing apartments, duplex, terrace flats, things like that. And we like to use natural materials as far as possible. Some people like the little bling blang. You have to do it sometimes. Some things are pretty simple, but the overall palette or whatever is towards simplicity. Lines are minimal. Things are towards detailing and towards kind of, you know, making things a little more nice for us as well as for the client, because everything's a partnership, everything's about balance. But during the process you realize that a lot of what you're doing is, as an architect, it's service oriented. We're kind of building for others, we're getting paid to do things, and we make their lives nicer. We're designing lifestyles largely, and we can kind of, you know, contribute in our way in terms of material selection, in terms of art, in terms of finishes, in terms of this, that, whatever. So it's very good, it's very good. You get paid for it, you get treated very nicely, it's a nice thing, nothing's wrong with it. Excellent. But we need to move beyond that, you know, as architects. So very often we can innovate with materials, we can feel very excited about the little detailing that we're doing, or the lighting that we're doing, and it's nice. But at some point it kind of stagnates, and you find that you're only doing things because you're being told to do things, or because you're being paid to do things. And when INDORE is a little different. I don't know much about INDORE, I'm sorry, but except for it's got a great triple ID and a double IA, like IIA, super rockstar institutes. But Bombay is kind of big, and what happens is people are very busy in their lifestyles and very busy earning money and traveling and losing a lot of time traveling and spending a lot of energy doing things. So it's important to have like your sense of space, and also I understand the interiors are happening. Yeah, this is something we've done in New York, manufactured in Jodhpur and Bombay, and move things around and all that stuff. So it's nice. So I'll just run through this quickly. So this is an interior of a restaurant there at Manhattan, and with a great view, like straight on, bang on. This is a gym, for example. It's done a little differently in Bombay. It's a mixed martial arts gym. And we also design products. So we do interiors, we do architecture, we do some product design. There's a table, that's a lamp, that's some jali and nothing. And we'll design lights or whatever. So we like different scales because it gets a little boring doing just one thing. It gets very boring doing one thing. And then we go into the public realm and we do some installation art. So that's like a Christmas tree, which is basically just a pipe going around with light. Makes us very happy when people interact with it, play with it. So every year we have some kind of installation. And basically we love nature and we try to get the outdoors in. So that's like Jodhpur and Lonavala and stuff like that. So we always want to be with nature because I think as human beings we need that green. See, we've got some green here also, standing in line. We were watering some plant there. We like it a lot. So obviously architecture is just a kind of a shelter for us. Great, I mean, to conceptualize and all. Spend a lot of time on some stuff. Actually the tougher thing is spending a lot of time on things that don't really matter. But at the end of the day, the openness and the connection with nature is something that we're striving for at a large scale in our interior and our architectural projects. So this is just to put our work in perspective. I'll go through it. Even things like getting in daylight, because when you don't have a view or something, getting in daylight and getting in connections is important. This is a project of ours in Goa where we built around, I think 19 coconut trees which are technically classified as grass, and the client wanted them removed, just cut them down. And we were like, no. And we built around it like fingers. Took a lot of convincing, took a lot of effort. And we managed quite successfully and it looks nice. I mean, it feels very nice when you're there actually, and it's the trees are still surviving and blooming and you're there with it. So in all these exercises we also like natural materials. So in terms of, I mean, rock wool's great. Why not? But if we can avoid it and do things so that we avoid the noise coming into the room or keeping the air conditioning lower, probably higher in this case, it should be higher. Insulation is okay. But seriously, nothing substitutes the sense of being outdoors. So we design, as all of us do, we design, Gayatri, don't laugh, huh? I can see from here. We design not just objects, not just architectures, but we also design lifestyles of people. This is very important, huh? Guys, all of us. I'm talking about all of us. It's very important that we know this. I just want to pass on a message through this whole thing. So I'm not going to be talking about sustainable cow dung houses and all that stuff, or socially inferior, weaker class of people, because that's not true. Everything affects everyone. It's across the board. We design houses that turn into homes. We design places that turn into spaces. And we design a better tomorrow. This is what we basically do. We also love our city. And it's terrible. It's horrible. So we must treat the city like a living room. I mean, like you have this great place and then you go down and then there's kachra and there's dirt and there's like flooding and there's whatever else. And either you trip in a pothole or you bump in your car in this thing, whatever. So we love our living room, we love our dining room, we love our entertainment room, but the city is treated very differently from our private spaces. And even though we actually spend almost all of our time in it, the result is a very poor lifestyle no matter how rich you are. Okay? So we can use a design as a tool to improve the lifestyle of all the citizens. This is the bottom line. This is basically what we need to do. And we need a better city. I mean, there's no two ways about it, because we're living in the city. We can't escape from it. We can't just stay. I mean, this period of isolation was a good test. You can't stay in it. I mean, I had to go and buy grocery every day, even if we didn't need grocery, because you were allowed to do that. So you need to meet people, you need to interact. Streets need to be good. And we need basic stuff, clean air. I mean, you can't put an air purifier in the city. Everyone's buying it for their houses. You're buying water filtration for houses. You need access to parks. You need better transportation. These are like basic stuff, it's like basic. So the city needs to invest in good design, and design actually forms the basis for all this. You need to invest in good design for all this. Because at the end of the day, we have to be really selfish. Someone today asked me, why are you doing all this? Is it worth it? You're not getting paid for it. What are you doing? Because we need a better lifestyle. I mean, if I don't do it, someone else has to do it. Which is why I want INDORE to get very active and probably get together, and you should come together. Because from a service provider, you have to become a change maker, because we have the tools. We are like doctors. we can prepare for a pandemic. This lifestyle of ours is like seriously not good enough. This is a railway station in Bombay. It's a common scene. So I mean, you can compare. It's exactly the same. It's like, it's pathetic. And this is a railway crossing. These are railway fataks, what we used to call. The easiest way to cross was at grade, east-west. They stopped all this and they have foot-over bridges and all, which are highly inconvenient, but whatever. Trains have to run on time. They're impossible. And when trains fail, you normally walk north-south. So this is north-south movement. So the basic transfer. This we had done in 2012. We won awards for it, fortunately, whatever. Good. Bombay Greenway project. Simple, a podium deck across, and then there were many tiers to it. Basically, this felt good and all. We said, oh, something's going to happen now that we won something. Of course, this was international, locally, no one cares. We have some abysmal numbers. This is Bandra station. This is a photograph of what is, and this was a visualization. And 2 years later, we saw visualization of a Norman Foster Sky Cycle scheme. It came across all the blogs. A scheme to save 14 lives a year. And ours was only like 4,000 lives a year, because every day you have 10 to 12 people dying in Bombay, not because of coronavirus or anything that's so deadly and unstoppable, but because they're crossing tracks. This is bigger numbers than India, Pakistan, just for context. And then you feel flattered when you see something like Toronto had a deck rail project, and the illustration was the same as what we did in 2012, so we got like, oh, flattery. So if they do it there, then they'll probably do it in our city, but no way. Because you know what? We only care about the rich. So this infra is only like car driven. And I thought Biju's presentation, the first part was excellent in terms of how it demonstrated perimeter versus the thing, because you know the little squares. Because if you look at international examples you had, but look at Bombay, you'll have Ballad Estate, which has peripheral buildings and internal courtyards, and you have Nariman Point and BKC, which are those object design things. And the density is what has to be studied there. So this is Mahalakshmi Station, and this is basically what it is. Sorry, that image was from Toronto in 2016. Looked deadly similar, this one and this one. So I was like, wow, this is cool. We have the underground in metro. I think metro is happening, like it's a major thing happening everywhere, because it's infra. Infra is big money. No one questions it. Everything's in thousands of crores, so it's good. And this is 2014 Bombay. I mean, like amazing. 151 years. And we have the north-south divide in Bombay. Bombay is an island city. Actually, this is all islands, 7 islands combined, this thing, that thing, all that stuff. Blah, blah. Whatever. Floods. But still has better stormwater drains in the south than in the north. And you have this foreign city in the north, you cross the sea link and suddenly you have to pay toll, and suddenly you have rickshaws, and you'll have overground metros planned, and South Bombay has an underground metro, thankfully, but I'm saying it should be kind of the same. So there's a lot of, and this is illustration to show what the metro would look like in front of good looking architecture, because infra is the death of architecture if it's not planned well. No one will even pay an architect 5 rupees to design a building behind that, because they won't care. No one can see the building. I mean, and if you have good architecture, you have good street, you have good street life, you have good experiences, you have a different scene. These are metros which have cut and copy pasted from North Bombay to South. So that's showing you another space here. And here you have a sense of street. Buildings are touching each other. There's no offset. You have arcades. You have a good one. So, it's hypothetical. Please don't answer. And this is a case of planning. And I've shown you interior small and then suddenly urban. Now I'm showing you an area where Mahalakshmi Station handles about 300,000 people or 3 lakh people a day. So you're looking at planning. So you have the underground station happening here. You have a monorail station happening here. So I'll just go through it pretty fast just to show you the kind of nonsensicality that they do. Because the railway station existed for 100 odd years. And they built a monorail station a few years back. And now they're building the metro station, which is still not complete. And they're building in 3 different locations. And there's no connectivity. And then they're going to have people spill onto the road, create more traffic, and then they'll say, oh, traffic, traffic, traffic. Then they'll do another flyover and some other crap. So it's illogical, because infrastructure escapes everyone's purview and no one questions it. That's the bad part. So these are the stations, and this is the obvious thing. You've got distances. You've not thought about how do people change between stations. You had a station existing for 100 odd years. Surely you could have planned with that. anyway, the poor connections. And if you see this one red line, I'm going to show you some images for that also. I mean, the west one going towards the race course. And you'll have congestion in this area, which is natural because now you have 3 termini there. And this was one proposal that we had given, which was actually dead simple. It's an area called Sat Rasta, which translates into 7 roads. But we had to tell the BMC, dudes, look, count. It's 8 roads. And they're like, huh? And it's actually 8 roads. But anyway, it's called Sat Rasta, just for the record. So this is like something that we've proposed as a connector. And this is the bridge that goes from the race course up. It goes down to the circle. And this is a simple change, which there's tremendous traffic here. Okay, this is, you have to wait to take a photograph so you can see the road. So I could do some Photoshop. And this is something that transforms into this. You're doubling the road capacity, improving the traffic flow, reducing the congestion, and giving a pedestrian connectivity, and getting 1.7 acres into the public realm just on the bridge with existing infrastructure. So it's all easily possible. This is Andheri Station. So Bombay Greenway is something that we kind of made as a kind of a foundation to kind of address these issues and propose things. Largely, it started with stations and railway tracks, but it went on to other areas of Bombay and smaller projects, because for the government and for the corporation, it's easier to do a smaller project. Railways comes under central government. Land comes under PWD, BMC, then you have your Coast Guard and some other stuff. You have lots of other departments. Highways come under someone else. So they don't touch each other's properties. Then we have something called an MMRDA, which does the metro, but doesn't talk to the BMC, which does the roads. So you get all sorts of hopscotch happening. So this is a connector from Andheri Station. If anyone's, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Andheri Station, 500,000 people a day, 5 lakhs. So, I mean, in any other country, they just do it because you're just improving the connectivity, giving people a better lifestyle. Stations as terminals should not be areas of stress. You should be able to kind of, commute, change, whatever. So this is creating a lot of public zones for interaction and for meetups, for whatever else. So these are just some visualizations, easily possible. This is, right now, this is a horrible, I should have had the before one. It'll be really nice to see, but anyway. So that's this. So some built examples, because you can go on about things and they take some of our projects and they kind of corrupt them. So anyway, that's another story. This is Carter Road and Joggers Park, which is at Bandra, which is where we are located. And this was quite an easy one. And we proposed a connector, but they've still not done it. There's a little gate there that we want moved back by about 10 meters, and then we connect a park over here with the entire sea face. But they've taken 4 years. They said, yes, they'll do it. They've still not done it. Then we're redesigning the junction, and then you'll have this whole connector happening over here. They started, then the pandemic hit, so they stopped. And this is famous because it's at Bandstand, but it's also famous because that's Mannat, apna Shah Rukh's house. So, so some of these guys happen to be our clients in the private realm, but in the public realm, no one really interferes. So people come here and they kind of tend to look towards the building, which is very ugly and has a horrible gate, and they take selfies against it. It's horrible. But the funny part is they all look towards that, and they don't look towards the sea. And so we've kind of redesigned the space, again, trees, this thing, and there's a lot of slope, so we actually use the slope to create steps so that they'd be forced to kind of face the sea at some point and enjoy the sea breeze. Most of them, would like to. There's some people who. So anyway, that's really nice. It's come out really nice. We're planning an installation there. It's another place in Bandra called The Steps. We named it The Steps. You have a very rich area, Mount Mary, and then you have Peter Dias Road below, and we made a connector between the two. And this has really turned around and been a success story. And so we've designed it with universal access, but with universal access comes a lot of other problems, because universal means universal. So people take their bikes up and down also. So then they have to stop the universal access. So they put bollards and stop it, but whatever. And so you've got this ramp and steps thing, and we've created 3 points of pause and areas for events and all. And the BMC was very cooperative because it came under the road, fortunately. And so unlike the parks, which were all locked down during the lockdown, this was open during the lockdown. So it was a great place to go to also. And this was how it was planned with, whatever, and models. And the good part is then you take the model to site, which I'll be doing in a few days to another site, and you feel like, yeah, we can do it. And then they actually built. and contractors changed because the first contractor who took it, and he's doing stormwater drains, and that's very money making. He had bid for this, and then he didn't realize there's a contour in it, because in plan it looks the same, right? And the BMC has also planned a road, and they don't realize that they can't make a road. So good news. So anyway, then next year one more contractor, and then finally we got it done, and this was doing construction. So yeah, and this is built, and being built, then we got in artists, amateurs, just like, you know, we wanted community engagement, because we don't want professionals necessarily to come in for everything, because as long as you engage the community, then you get more interaction with the space. And this won a Place Design EDRA award in the US right now. So it's good. No, it's good it got an award. I mean, it feels very good as architects. You feel very, very like, oh, thank God, something happened. But honestly, the best part about it is, it's like building a nice restaurant or something, and then people are using it, okay? They can only use it if there's good food there, there's some stuff there. So you need event, you need life, you need people. And without people, nothing's possible. You can have good architecture, so-called, but it'll be like some Fatehpur Sikri if it's empty. And this is like totally activated from an area which was like dope-ridden. You know, in an area that was like a little circular, you'd find syringes because the drug use was crazy. It's become a place where you have kids and families and all go. And there's a whole festival that's kind of come up. Again, my wife, who's kind of organized this and activated people, collaborated with musicians, artists and all. See, birds of a feather flock together, you know. So you need to engage that, you need to create that, you need to create the community, and you need to drive it so that things change. And when they change now, colleges of architecture come there, they have exhibitions and talks there. So you have all these things happening, and it's kind of, it's going to be a recurring festival. Of course, we have planned stormwater harvesting and all, and rainwater harvesting, because, you know, you have all this big slope. And the BMC said, no need, different department. And now they come to us and they say, how do we stop water coming down? And I said, water finds its level, it comes down. So, so I mean, like, you speak logic, but they don't listen always, because they have all different groups, you know. So you need to navigate those things. You can't give up, you need to try. Because if you try, you get success, and that's very, very important. And we got children, art and craft, and it's very simple, and this whole thing was built in 50 lakhs. And the BMC is shameless, huh? They're really shameless. They're nice people. They come and tell me, you know, if not for you, we would have done it in 5 crores. Like, I don't know how. And it's like, even if you're not charging fees, they don't listen to you. And even if you, I don't know what they do with people, I really don't know. They spend so much money on other things, these people. And then we use this as a place of installation. We want people to put up follies. This is another Christmas tree, by the way, which in an angle is this way, and it's just one slab of stone which has been fragmented, and there was unity in diversity kind of a tree. So that's how it is. So, and it's actually totally suspended from the trees. It's not even touching the ground. Of course, it was swaying, so then we had to have cable stays. And this was the installation that we showed, which was the year before. And then last year we had this, which was the family tree. So we realized that after all that architectural yarn of access and people look this way, people only care about selfies. So we called it the family tree. So you have like photo frames, and then, yeah, people take pictures with it. And so the Christmas tree, it's like, conceptually, it's a Christmas tree, Happy New Year. It happens around that time when the festival happens. It's a family tree, and then later on, it kind of, and it's really nice. And you think people will spread themselves out with coronavirus and all. No, they didn't squeeze into one single frame. And then it became the kite tree. So it became with colors, and then for Mahashivratri and that Holi, Shankranti and Holi. And then it came off. So we had color. And so this was like, this is an overall package kind of a thing. So we feel good, and we feel like it's great if it comes there. Recently, this IIA came out with a book, and 2 of our projects are there. One is the steps, and the other is the skate park, which is actually the Bandra Carter Road Promenade, which we have done with the Bandra Collective. So it's nice, feels good again, and that's what it is. Now, we've got a group. I'm trying to get in other architects from Bombay and speak about things, because right now I think they must be spending around 300, 400, 500,000 crores in infra in Bombay. Now everyone wants to get into infra and all, okay? Like lighting and this and that and that. As architects, we need to be at least some kind of, you know, counselors, if nothing else, and kind of direct it in the right way. And who better than local people? So you should look at Indore or your areas where y'all can kind of manifest the change. They're building this coastal road, which is, as the name suggests, coastal, on the sea, environmental degradation, all that. They've damaged everything, whatever. They've done a road, and they haven't even done a footpath, what they're calling a promenade, which is basically a glorified footpath along the whole edge. So personally, I mean, we've made this change where we are now getting a connector across these two areas. Otherwise, you could, if you know Priyadarshini Park and all in south, Nepean Sea Road, up till Worli Sea Face, you could only walk up till Haji Ali and back, Haji Ali to Worli and back, Worli to Worli and back, which was kind of stupid. So I said, you know, we can drive down, we should have this. So we're getting the road part, but I'm trying to shift the road inside. So for that, I've got 70 top architectural firms in Bombay to sign a letter. The government disregarded the letter, but at least everyone got together on the same page and said, hey, let's propose, which is great. And that's important because, you know, as architects, we're becoming perimeter architects. Everyone's just listening to what has to be done. This is the boundary, offset, setback, and now within that, you do your objectification. You just, basically, you build your building. So no one's applying their brains and thinking out of the box about the footpath, the road, and what's across. So the contextualization that you need to do it to a little larger scale if possible. And if you'll get together, you can definitely do it. Influence it, start it with the street and go on. So right now we've got about 25.5 actually extended down to Cuff Parade. So it's over 31 kilometers right now. This is a continuous greenway by the sea, which is totally eco-friendly because we'll be using our feet for it, or maybe a cycle, or maybe a wheelchair, or maybe a pram. We're trying to get the government to do it, but as I told you, it's very, infra is very car heavy. They do it for four-wheelers. So this is the new city center. That little circle was that Sat Rasta one, the bridge coming up there. And then you've got the race course, so I can show you a small video on that. And yeah, that's it. So I'll try to play that, and it's like a 1-minute video. So I'm not sure if anyone's traveled by Bombay trains, but this might look a little different. So this is Sat Rasta. And currently one of the 8 roads is the most congested, and there are 2 non-existent roads. So we connected these 2 and made 8 roads into 7 roads. This has become pedestrian again. That was the imagery that I showed you. And Mahalakshmi Station is here. This is Dhobi Ghat, by the way. It's a tourist center. People come and photograph people washing clothes. It's like Bombay's tourism. And this is Mahalakshmi Station. So this is an example of a part of the Bombay Greenway. So this does not change the existing infrastructure of the trains or the platforms. It's just reconnecting it with better staircases, introducing lifts. There are no lifts. There are no toilets in most places. So getting in toilets and other things. But this is focusing more on the overall thing. So you get this entire podium garden / deck, whatever, which kind of connects. And this connector could be, what we had planned was over 40 kilometers long from Borivali to Churchgate. Then you have the open deck on top, which is like a concourse level over the platform level. This is the roof. And so you have the continuous thing happening. And this entire space would then traverse this road without creating any additional infrastructure. This is an existing bridge. Here, this is a pedestrian crossing here. And then you connect it to the race course, which honestly should not exist. It could be a 225, 235 acre park. So you have a central city park. And this is part of a scheme which is connected with the Greenway and with just the coastal road part. The coastal road plus this was giving us 500 acres of space within Bombay without buying a single extra piece of land from anyone, which in Bombay, I don't know if you know it, it's impossible to do. So you're getting 500 acres of contiguous, accessible, continuously accessible space. So this is one of the kind of proposals that we've done. Thank you. Sorry, it's not very architectural. It might seem a little large, but guys, between small, I was showing you that little small detailing, the installations and all, and the big, there's no difference. It's just about mind application. The thing that we like trees is very important. The thing that we like nature and open space is very important. And that's all we're driving towards, because the rest is luck. But it's like, you know, that lottery joke, na? That someone says like, oh God, when will I win the lottery? And he says, hey, buy the lottery. You know, that God gets tired and he says, you have to buy the lottery first. So if we don't try, we won't win. And we have to try with the government. We can grumble. Again, coming back to my boss, my wife. Anka says, stop grumbling, start doing, which is why we made the Bombay Greenway thing. Because everything seemed like, hey, it's so easy to improve this. You know, we can just improve this junction so easily. We have to draw it and we have to present it. Don't go with an argument that says, this is bad. Please go with a counter proposal. The proposal might not be perfect. It doesn't have to be fleshed out completely, but it has to show the government a way forward, that there's a vision. And it's very important. We're the only guys with vision, huh? Architects are like, cool. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan, for a rather very cool presentation. And any questions for Alan can be directed to this email address. You can see it on the screen, and we'll send it to him. Thank you. And moving forward, for our regional speakers, we have architect Rishabh Jain from Chhattisgarh for his presentation.
Good evening, everyone. So every built form has a social responsibility because it not only affects its end user, but it also affects its surrounding. As a recently started architectural practice, we at MADHYA believe that architecture is not just limited to designing spaces, but it also can design lifestyles. So I want to take you through the process that how we started getting projects and how we could be socially responsible about the projects. So every building should engage, inspire, and empowers. So the first project, we were actually working with local self-help group from Bastar. So we were working on making products like shorts out of khadis and all that. So we thought that this artisan doesn't have any shelter. So we went to collector and we came up of building a pavilion that could be used for artists to gather and sell their products. So that's how this project started. And we were given a stretch between a boundary wall of superintendent building and a highway, and we were asked to design a pavilion there. So we thought that how can architecture actually be socially responsible for a community? So we thought that it could cater to their needs and it could also respect their skills. We could actually involve the local artisans in the process of architecture, and we can learn from them and they can also learn from us. So that could be a shared learning. So the stretch was very narrower, so we thought of taking a diagonal, and there were just few things that we were restricted about, that we wanted to maximize the northern side and minimize the southern side and have a cross ventilation. So for this, we started without any designs. We got students involved as a part of workshop, and we wanted to complete this structure in 7 days. And we also involved local artisans, and we came up with a model that could actually be built. So we used bamboo because they were trained in bamboo benches, and this was the first time they were into making structure. So we got students and artisans involved in a complete process from excavation of the site to laying the bricks, cutting the bamboos and installing the structure. And the whole 7 days and night we were working for it, and we suddenly seen the structures coming up. So we started using different techniques like the basket weavings and all that, and that were derived on spot in the 7-day workshop. And we came up with a structure, a skeleton, which had a maximum opening towards the north, which opens toward the highway. So this pavilion is now used as artisans to gather, they display their products, and the visitors passing through the highway stops and buy the products. So we learned through this project that architecture is not just about build form. It is about the process and collaboration that contributes to make it building. We also learned that by involving people in construction, their own shelters, create an opportunity for them to think beyond the conventional construction, brings employment opportunities, and also add in sentiments toward their own structure. So now, through the other project, how architecture can be socially responsible for elders. So we got a project for designing an affordable house for a retired postman. So who got a property next to a Kabristan because that has a lower value. So we thought of making just two voids, two volumes, which was a public-private. We thought of introducing a codes, and also to block the Kabristan and add natural light and ventilation, we derived the form. And we thought of how this spaces could actually engage the users. So we came up with the courtyards, we came up with the backyards where they could actually use the space, and they could actually read or spend their time there. So what we actually learned from this project, that architecture is an outcome of human response to spaces, and also how creating central spaces can provoke lifestyle changes. We also witnessed the joy it can bring to postman and his wife living there, and positive change in their mental health while they added life to building by adding life to the spaces, because they could use the way which we have not thought that that space could be used that way. So now the social responsibility doesn't restrict to a low-cost housing or a low community. That could also be converted into a high-end residence. So through this, we got a project in Raipur. So the brief of the project was that they wanted a 7-bedroom, as natural light and ventilation as possible, and visual connection throughout. And they left everything on us. So as a very starting of the project, as a very starting of the career, this was an opportunity for us to explore architecture that way. So we thought of going vertical and adding a lot of green spaces, blocking south walls, create voids for light and ventilations. So the ground floor was left for parkings, parties, and green spaces, whereas we started building a lot of voids and started spacing, creating spaces for light ventilations. So this is how the massing was developed, that every bedroom could have an equal size of balconies that could be converted into garden, and also have a connection with the street. So this is how we added spaces through a central atrium, which is a triple-heighted atrium, so that even if you are in the third, fourth of the balcony, you will be connected with the first floor living spaces. This is how the terrace start reducing floor-wise. And this is how you have like different volumes of places from the single-heighted to double-heighted dining spaces to triple-heighted atrium. And how just using two materials, which is metal and brick, can actually create the whole space out of it. And this is how the volumes can create sensation towards people using the spaces. And how we thought of bringing lights in all the spaces through creating voids. And the balconies could interact. Like if you are the fourth floor of the balcony or the first floor, you have an interaction throughout. Soon this would convert into green balconies. This is how the interaction could take place. So what we learned from this project, that how similar stencil can be applied for designing architecture for the rural area to semi-urban area and an urban space, how a massive and unconventional build form can engage citizens with architecture in its process of execution. So actually architecture बहुत restricted हो जाता है. So architecture become very restricted after it's completed. So it was very learning experience for us, because the people who are working for the site were so inspired with that they wanted that this house could be replicated for them. So we thought of designing the house for the contractor who built this house. So this was a similar project with 8,000 square feet of land. So we try to create similar volume of spaces, punctured terraces, introduce green spaces, have a volumetric expressions of the volumetric expression of the spaces. So this is how the green terrace levels up. This is how we have double-heighted volumes to a single-heighted skylights. And this is how the building interacts with the street. This is how we try to bring lights in the internal spaces. And so actually getting a garden was not so obvious because of 800 square feet of land. So we thought of making terrace with ponds and gardens and introduce skylights to lit up that 800 square feet of area. So what we learned from this project was that 10-year experienced contractor who was involved in various projects, various construction of the buildings in the city, started changing his way of looking at the building. That's how light, ventilation, volumes, green spaces, materials can define architecture which comes free, whereas it's not only about fancy interiors. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishabh. Next would be architect Vishal Shah from Gujarat.
Thank you very much, everyone. Since we have already talked about Mati, I think I'll talk about Pani. And architecture and water, when this socially responsible topic came in front of me to be kind of presented over here, I thought that rather than making it about any project, let's make it about initiatives, because when it comes to being responsible, it's about advocacy. It's about taking initiatives to the people, to the policymakers, and today I'm going to present 5 such initiatives that we have been taking since last 2 decades for commons and making good for the people. So it has not only been a part of the practice that we do, but also about the travels, about what we see around, what the traditional wisdom that we have been taught and we have been witnessing. It's also about the concerns that we see around about the architecture, which is very, very much inspired by water. And at the same time, at times it's not conscious choice, but something that comes as a realization through practice or revelations that we see. Some concerns wherein we find a scarcity of water, people going miles and miles to get water even in today's time, and at places and at times overflowing of water during the monsoon and creating of urban floods and a lot of things. Not to mention the very sad state of our water bodies, including rivers and lakes, which once we used to worship. So today I'm going to talk about various genres through our practice, and basically it will cover about traditional wisdom, about urban design, landscape, at regional level also as architects how we can influence certain policies, and of course research as something that keeps on pushing and continuing these kind of initiatives. So we are going to talk about climate change and collaboration, social responsibility and sustainability, environmental design, green and blue infrastructure, and ultimately integrated and inclusive approaches. The 5 projects that I'm going to talk about are of different scales, different timelines, not put in a particular order, but just to kind of show how things can be pushed and can be realized. The first one that I'm going to talk about is a water plaza which is named as Khel Kund, the Play Kund. It basically comes from an international collaboration with the Urban and Regional Cooperation Program of the European Union, and being a program as a part of the Rotterdam and Surat as sister cities for water management. And they have built some very interesting water plazas in Rotterdam, and the same they wanted to kind of have in Surat, because there were certain problems which were related to water. When we came in, we brought in a very different flavor to this entire project, wherein we took the traditional wisdom of the Bauris, of the stepwells and other things, and to also kind of relate it to the processes and people and culture of the place. So we looked at how these artificial ponds that are created for a lot of activities in Surat during the monsoons can have stacking of aspirations, including water recharging, hosting cultural events, or for that matter, a lot of other environmental things. And at the same time, during the dry seasons can also be used for various sort of social and play activities. So here we were talking about thinking global but acting local, to also relate to the social context, and the most important thing, to catch the rain wherever it falls. And of course also to look at the pollutions that we otherwise create by doing a lot of cultural and ritual activities in the water bodies. So of course it looked at the green, the blues, and all the other things that were related to water, and ultimately the traditional wisdom that we gathered from the Bauris, from the stepwells, was kind of brought into this modern day example. So it is basically, we were changing a lot of things, but in terms of continuity, we were also looking at how the Indian architecture, especially related to water, helped us in coming to this particular solution. The second project that I'm going to talk about is a very well published project, and this is what Alan was talking about, the lottery that we won. And in a way it got us a lot of accolades and everything. Of course, we worked on this for almost 2 decades. I started working on this as a student of architecture, and then as a student of urban design, and then kind of advocating this project to the municipal corporation. And then we came together, collaborated, like-minded people, and pushed this project for almost 15 years to get it realized in 2015. Now this particular project is again about reviving a very derelict land. As you can see on the right side, this is what it was 20 years back, and in 2015 what we were able to make out of this. Now this project is not only about creating urban park or sort of a lake redevelopment project, which otherwise is something which is a very generic kind of a project, but it was about reviving the heritage of this particular place also. It was a historical lake from the 16th century, which over a period of time lost its importance, but it had to be reinvented. There was nothing that was left except the land, and we had to bring in the qualitative urban spaces into the old city of Surat through the making of this lake. And then there were a lot of layers that were added to this, and ultimately we were able to kind of get this entire project in place for the people in terms of qualitative spaces. Another very interesting thing is also we can look around a lot of our industries and all. So this is as a part of a CSR initiative by the NTPC, wherein we are converting a large amount of land, which is a depression land on the bank of the river, into sort of a biodiversity park and a wetland. Here the intervention, human intervention, is going to be very, very less, but what they are going to conserve is the biodiversity for this entire area, and almost around 500 million liters of rainwater that will be harvested. Apart from the active water that they are going to use, they are also going to kind of have conservation of the flora and fauna of this particular area. So converting some sort of an obsolescence, which is like not looked upon in terms of land, into some sort of an opportunity to conserve water, to bring in greens to this entire area. Similarly, we were also engaged into a larger project wherein we looked at multiple lakes in and around Surat and tried to interlink all of them, create specific uses for each and every lake based on their location, based on their sizes, based on the community that used to stay around. So this one example is of a lake in an area in the southeast zone of Surat, wherein there is a lot of North Indian population. So this is the image during the Chhat Puja that happens on the 6th day of Diwali, wherein almost around 1 lakh people visit this place. But it was not only about creating this lake, it was about the interlinking of multiple such lakes around. So all the blues that you see are almost around 300 plus lakes in the city, in the urban area of Surat, and how they can be linked, they can be kind of used as sponges for conserving water. And this project again was awarded, and partial completion of this project has happened, and it has brought a lot of advantages in terms of rainwater harvesting and green-blue infrastructure also. The last project is again buying of a lottery. This is not awarded to us, but what we are trying to also look at in terms of architecture, and there is a whole city that is already there on the terrace, especially when in Surat, when we celebrate the Uttarayan, we see that there are a lot of people on the terraces, and these terraces are an excellent opportunity for a lot of water conservation, creating of social spaces, and so on and so forth. So a research project that we have already started working and proposing to the municipal corporation is to come up with sort of manual for all the privately and publicly owned terraces to convert them into some or the other sort of sustainable components, whether it is related to the water or recreational activities or agriculture or production of energy. So basically, coming to the last slide, now water we have always looked at from a perspective of infrastructure, but it also have to be looked from the perspective of creating places for the people and also to celebrate the culture of that particular place. So thank you very much, and for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a short sponsor break, and for that I'd like to call upon Mr. Amit Gupta, Head of Marketing from APL Apollo.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amit Gupta, and I am here representing APL Apollo. I am not sure how many of you are aware of this name, but before we go into the presentation, let me thank the IIA MP chapter, and we feel privileged to be here in this platform, और 2 लाइनें मैं यहाँ कहना चाहूँगा साहब, बिफोर वी स्टार्ट दिस प्रेजेंटेशन. यहाँ मैंने सुना आर्किटेक्ट्स कहते हैं इमेजिनेशन. सो आई थिंक इमेजिनेशन के बारे में हम कहते हैं जहाँ ना पहुँचे रवि वहाँ पहुँचे कवि. आई थिंक सिमिलरली आर्किटेक्ट्स हैव द इमेजिनेशन विच वी एंड आई माई सेल्फ इज सिविल इंजीनियर बाय प्रोफेशन कैन नॉट इवन थिंक ऑफ. सो राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर ऑल द आर्किटेक्ट्स हियर. That few people, draw those lines. I think on those lines, we engineers work upon and I think create monuments. So let me start with this. So APL Apollo started long back with making pipes for flow of various materials, air, pipe, gas, whatever, conduiting. We realized that what all we can do with these pipes, with these tubes, and how can we make their use better and more into the construction industry. And to tap these 4 parameters which we all look at any project, whether it is housing or warehousing or construction of any nature. So the tubes currently being used in construction are primarily only in these segments which we can see on the left side: trusses, bracing, facade structures. And why they are not used anymore? Because of the reasons written on the right side. The large sizes are not available. If they are available, they need to be in large order quantities to be placed. wastage large. We are here to clear those myths from our side at least, that we are here to give you any size which you want up to a size of 1 meter by 1 meter into 30 mm thickness. From January onwards, we will be able to supply you that as well. People say, how do we connect them at site? We can do the same kind of bolted connections rather than welding at site. So no hot work at site. We can do the same way as we do other kind of construction in steel. Availability, as I said, we can do any sizes. So I will request not to look at the steel tubes availability depending on the table available to you, but design what you need, and APL Apollo is here to supply you that. And we supply you in cut to lengths material as per your desired sizes. That means the wastage, which is right now 7 to 8%, will bring it down to less than 1%. So the fabricators will not be worrying about the wastage, that he will be paid only for the material used and not for the wastage part. This is the technology which we brought around 4 years back in India, wherein we do not make any square or rectangle section through a circular mode. We make directly from the coils the circular, the rectangle and square hollow sections without going through a circular sections. In any length from 4 meter to 12 meters, we can supply you. This is first of its kind in India, which APL Apollo brought. We have 11 plants across the country, the largest being in the center of India in Chhattisgarh, in Raipur. Right now also we are supplying sizes in 300 by 300 and 400 by 200 in 355 MPa. And from January onwards, we will be supplying you even 1 meter by 1 meter as well. These are typical flow chart at how do we collaborate and what is the process flow of the material, wherein we do parallel activities and your work gets faster. These are the prime applications which we target and which look forward that steel tubes will be used more and more in time to come. And this is the basic difference of time frame we have made from RCC column versus steel tubes, wherein we can provide you with our team of fabricators 8 days per slab for any multi-story building for commercial or industrial applications, vis-a-vis 24 days which you take normally in an RCC construction, with a 2% additional carpet area because the tubes will be lesser in sizes. I'll move a little quickly because I know we are at the fag end of the event. And steel, as we all know, that is recyclable and will contribute to reduce the emission by the construction sector by almost 60% if we replace at least 50% of the industrial and warehousing construction and other kind of construction from RCC to steel. The typical example we have given for the skeleton, a per square feet costing, wherein as compared to RCC, we are around 250 rupees a square foot in initial cost higher, but as regard time frame and other things, we will be reducing the time by 60%. This is a sheer comparison between the tubular technology, which we are marketing now in India for the first time, vis-a-vis the built-up technology, which is there already prevalent in India for various type of constructions. The typical example from a built-up construction to a tubular construction, wherein we are able to bring down the quantities by up to 20%. And this is an example of a ground plus 12-story building with 8.3 by 8.3 meter column grid size, wherein we are able to do it in 500 by 500 mm sizes versus RCC in 700 by 600 mm size. Reducing the column size, giving the extra usage space, and of course the timelines will go down by at least 50%. And we are proud to tell you that we are already working with Delhi government for 7 hospitals across Delhi, which all are G+3 and G+4 story hospitals, which 5 of them have already come up. The skeleton is up and running and the finishes are being done. These are all made in hollow steel sections or steel tubes. They are all PWD hospitals, G+3 and G+4 story. Few glimpses of all these hospitals. This is the finishing going on the right side. The panels are being installed on our tubular structure. So including the staircases, including the lift wells, everything is in steel tubes. And these tubes are filled with self-compacted concrete. So you get best of both the worlds. Few buildings which we are already under advanced stage of designing. And you can see as the hotel is there on top left, to a night shelter, to an industrial building, to an office complex in Greater Noida. And these are small project we did during the second wave of COVID, wherein 13,000 square feet building was done in 15 days time flat from start to end. This is an industrial building wherein a crane is running. This is in Raipur, Chhattisgarh. This is a breakup of 8 days slab, how we achieve 8 days per slab. Few tubular buildings in India and abroad, just to bring to your notice that tubes also can be used as your building main load bearing members. Thank you.
Next with us is architect Sunil Ladda, representing Rajasthan. Sorry, we have a video from APL Apollo, and after that, architect Sunil Ladda will be presenting.
We've been building since the dawn of humanity. For thousands of years, we've evolved to build bigger. Now comes the next revolution in construction technology. APL Apollo Steel Building Solutions for better and faster construction. Recently used to build a hospital structure in just 150 days. PWD planned 5 hospitals last year. Structural work at all the sites is almost done. The 1900 plus bedded GTB hospital was the largest built up area of more than 6 lakh square feet. Conventional construction technology would have been too time consuming. The pre-engineered steel tubes were selected to complete this challenging project in less time. 80 to 90% of the structure was built on 4 section sizes. Drywall and deck slabs were erected and cast on tubular steel structures. All steel fabrication work took place at fabricator workshops with zero on-site welding, only structure assembly with high-strength bolts. This was made possible only with APL Apollo Steel Building Solutions. Thanks to tubular construction that offered the perfect balance of speed, quality, cost, and environmental friendliness. APL Apollo Steel Building Solutions give you lower project times, easier execution, and structure optimization. APL Apollo Steel Building Solutions, a true revolution for future construction.
नमस्ते इंदौर, नमस्ते बोल दीजिए, सब वाले लग रहा है सर. Yes, okay, so I have, yeah, namaste sir. This is a small story of Sultan Baudi. बावड़ी के ऊपर बात करेंगे. द इम्पोर्टेंट फैक्ट इज, आप इसमें देख रहे आर्किटेक्ट के साथ लोगों ने बदली समथिंग तस्वीर. एंड इट केम नॉट एज अ लॉटरी, नॉट एज एन अवार्ड, इट केम डायरेक्ट फ्रॉम मन की बात, फ्रॉम द प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया. एंड दिस फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम उदयपुर surfaced in मन की बात in almost like 7-8 years of Man Ki Baat. And this happened because we converted Sultan to Surtan. Now Sultan क्या है, Surtan क्या है, in the journey that I am going to share the story, आपको पता पड़ेगा कि how architects can change, bring in change in the social life of people. I am a sketching guy. I love sketching. Sketch करते करते I reached a Baudi, dilapidated Baudi. बेदला, एक गांव उदयपुर के पास. And I reached there, I started sketching. I loved the place, I went back again. And then I just fell in love with it. The Baudi was calling me कि मुझे कुछ करो, मुझे देखो, मुझे संभालो, मुझे कुछ करो. This was a dilapidated Baudi which was, nobody attended to it for almost like 30 years. It had all the filth you can think of. इसमें आपको बैग मिलेगा, इसमें जूते मिले हैं, इसमें कपड़े मिले हैं, इसमें हथौड़ी मिली है, इसमें तगारी मिली है, आप यू नेम इट. एंड वी फाउंड दिस इन दिस बावड़ी. एंड देयर वाज अ इंस्क्रिप्शन विच सेड दिस इज नॉट सुल्तान बावड़ी. एंड आई रियली हैड दिस डाउट था मुझे कि सुल्तान कैसे हो सकता है. सो इट वाज सुरतान बावड़ी. एंड देयर it became a trigger for me. We roved in all the villages, we floated it on social media, and we had all the people coming in from Udaipur, from Bedla, जो कभी नहीं आते थे. They all came in groups. Even the Sarpanch was there, and they all started cleaning the Baudi. That day, when we cleaned the Baudi, this was the step 1. And then the Baudi smiled that day. From that day onwards, children started coming in. Elder people, वो आकर बात करने लगे, and history was being revisited. लोगों से हमने बात करना चालू किया कि बावड़ी कब थी, कैसी थी, कैसे बनी, क्या हुआ, आप लास्ट कब गए. एंड यू कुड हियर सो मेनी स्टोरीज ऑफ पीपल हु वर लाइक, जिन्होंने बावड़ी को यूज़ किया. वो बोलते थे कि हम यहाँ पर दौड़ते थे, यहाँ से कूदते थे. एंड देन इट ट्रिगर्ड अस कि और करना चाहिए, इसको छोड़ना नहीं है. एंड सो वी स्टार्टेड डीप क्लीनिंग दिस बावड़ी. आप देखेंगे रेड लाइन की एक साइड में डार्क है, एक साइड में लाइट है. सो दिस वॉज टेस्टिंग बिंग डन. How to clean this? So we employed special local labor to clean this, and we found that this comes from this is a marble stone. Not just that, उससे काम नहीं रुकने वाला है. So we invited ACB head, Anti Corruption Bureau के head को lecture देने के लिए बुलाया गया, just to make sure that ये बावड़ी का एक दूसरा रूप भी है. This can be used as an amphitheater. So we can have some sessions here, थॉट ट्रिगरिंग सेशन से, और हमने टच किया बच्चों को. एंड दिस वॉज द वे वी सेलिब्रेटेड वर्ल्ड आर्किटेक्चर डे इन दिस बावड़ी. एंड इस बावड़ी पे वी हैड कीर्तन, वी हैड म्यूजिक, एंड यू नेम इट, एंड वी हैड इट दैट डे. एंड पीपल केम टू नो बावड़ी. दिस इज माई रोल एज एन आर्किटेक्ट कि मुझे अवेयरनेस लाना है. आई हैव टू बी सोशली रिस्पॉन्सिबल, एंड आई हैव टू मेक पीपल नो वॉट हु आई एम. सो वर्ल्ड आर्किटेक्ट आते ऐसे बोलते हैं, आर्किटेक्ट को पूरा भी बोल भी नहीं पाते लोग. एंड वी सेलिब्रेटेड वर्ल्ड आर्किटेक्चर डे इन दिस विलेज, जहाँ पे हमने 50 लोगों को बुलाया था. देयर वर 400 पीपल हु ड्रॉप्ड इन, एंड वी स्टार्टेड विथ गंगा आरती, एंड देयर वाज म्यूजिक हियर. सो दिस बिकेम एन एरिना, a high-end version of what a Colosseum would be. So there were 400 people. You can see so many people here. But it's very important in India, किसी प्रोजेक्ट को आपको सर्वाइव कराना है, सस्टेन कराना है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, तो देयर हैज टू बी फेथ एम्बेडेड इनटू इट. कहीं ना कहीं आस्था जगानी पड़ती है. सो वी गॉट इन हरिद्वार से गंगा जल, एंड वी इन्वाइटेड द होल विलेज टू कम एंड पोर इन गंगा जल इनटू दिस बावड़ी. आप पूजा करते हैं तो एक छोटी सी ग्लास में गंगा जल के 2 छींटे डालते हैं तो गंगा जल बराबर हो जाता है. एंड यस, वी कुड मेक द होल बावड़ी एज गंगा जल. एंड व्हाट हैपेंड लेट, आई विल टेल यू लेटर. So this is another change we brought in. Now restoration also important, very important. कुछ पट्टियाँ टूट गई थी, तो we waited for one house to be knocked down in the city, so that we have the same pattis रिप्लेस, जो टूट गई थी उनको रिप्लेस करने के लिए. एंड फाइनली वी ग्रैब्ड वन हाउस, उसकी पट्टियां हम लेके आए एंड वी कुड डू दिस. नाउ हियर यू सी IIA चेयरमैन हमारे, है ना, हमारे चैप्टर के चेयरमैन. Yes, he was the first one to come to us. No architect, okay, no newspaper, no media, nobody came to us to our rescue. But Tushar sir, Gaurav sir, they came. उन्होंने बोला हम करेंगे support, you do it. So then we had people coming in from Japan. We had Bill Bensley, architect Bill Bensley. He came to know about this and he said, I want to visit this. And we brought in them and had a session. Now, हम हर बार तो नहीं कर सकते. So our aim is to make it sustainable. This Diwali decoration was done by the local villagers. जो 30 साल से बावड़ी पे नहीं गए, उन्होंने दिवाली यहाँ पर मनाई. They called me, they shared these pictures के सर आप आइए तो सही है, आपकी बावड़ी कैसी लग रही है. ये आपकी में बहुत apostrophe है, मैं बाद में आने वाला हूँ उस पे. And the finale, like we thought, let us do a jugalbandi of art and music. So we had these 4 big artists of our city and some musicians on the stage, and we did jugalbandi here. So while the music was being played, the artists were performing. So one of them is a specially abled one. He could not walk down, so we had special arrangements there. बात यहीं पे खत्म नहीं होती है. Again, inclusive experience. Sustain कराना है project को. This you see, every person, यहाँ पर 400 लोग थे उस दिन. 400 लोगों को एक पोस्ट कार्ड दिया गया, एक पेन दिया गया, and we made them draw. So we made them feel that everybody is an artist. And now Sultan Bawdi is here in everybody's heart today. Not just Bedla, but the whole of Udaipur, because it surfaced in Man Ki Baat. Now media also. Okay, media is still after me, and I am saying no, I don't have time for interview. So this was the outcome of that Sultan Bawdi ka Jugalbandi, where we had these 4 artists, and they gifted these certified originals to us, to ASAP Academic Foundation. I'm sorry, not IIA, because nobody supported. And okay, and the after effect still continues. There was a delegation from Denmark for rejuvenation of a water channel, and I happen to be a part of this gang. They said, Sunil, we want to see this, what you did 2 days before. It's already in the news. And yes, that Jugalbandi ki wajah se, this team from Denmark, they approached me and they came here, irrespective of the tight schedule. So we had so many people coming in. Now you see this image, Guns and Roses. अभी आपको and आवाज बंद कर दीजिए म्यूजिक का, ये वीडियो का. There were 20 guys who came to office to bash me up. They just could not touch me because I carried that aura. And somewhere I knew that हम ऐसा कोई बड़ा काम करेंगे तो we have to do all that effort पहले से करके चलना पड़ेगा. And this is beyond architecture. But हमको अगर आर्किटेक्चर को जिंदा रखना है तो ये स्पिरिट जिंदा रखना है, और स्पिरिट जिंदा रखने के लिए ये सब मेहनत करना पड़ता है. उसके पीछे there are lot of things behind the stage. We are like those बतख्स जो ऊपर तो बहुत स्मार्ट दिखते हैं, कूल दिखते हैं, but नीचे कंटिन्यूस चलते रहते हैं. So this is what a role of an architect is, and I request you all to step out of your comfort zone, step out, take a project and make it a hit like this, touch people's heart, involve people, give them an inclusive experience, and let's do a great work for India. Let's make India proud of such heritage, and हम काम भी अब से ऐसा ही करें जो कि इंडिया को प्राउड कराए. Thank you very much. Thank you IIA. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You really inspired us all, and we will definitely step out of our comfort zones. Last speaker for today, architect Nilesh Suman, who is representing the home region, which is Madhya Pradesh. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nilesh, and Nipun couldn't be here, so he sends his regards. Am I audible? Okay. So, before getting started with the project, I would like to ask all of you: how many of you visit villages frequently? Raise your hands. not even half. Okay. So how many of you have noticed the transition in past 15 to 20 years regarding our architecture style in villages? Have you noticed the transition that there are old houses, the traditional ones, then they break them down, then they make new ones, and even the PMAY subsidizes only the concrete slab houses. So the depletion of like the regional architecture vanishes, and also it carries away regional artisans and masons. So MP government tourism board actually recognized this gap, and they also see potential in the rural areas of MP. So they thought that why don't bring the economy to the rural areas itself through tourism. So this is the work function that they prescribed. So according to this, we are the technical support team, and as you can see that all the resources are quite in the refined way when it reaches the beneficiary. So the first thing that the technical team has to go through was community interaction. So all the teams from MPTB and we collaborated with Hunar Shala on this one. So the community interaction is the hardest part, because you have to convince the entire program to the villagers that there will be homestay and we will be subsidizing it with 2 lakh subsidy. And the second part comes documentation. So we identify potential sites with like mesmerizing views, and even some houses should be built even in the village itself, so that the tourists can experience some society. And so this is the view in village Kajra in Hoshangabad district. So documentation also requires identifying the traditional techniques and elements of that area. So you can actually visit any village and see the ruins. You see the current houses, the current traditional houses, and also the new ones. You can salvage material, the old material that they have used, and reuse in the new building. The internal setting of the houses, the built-in storage spaces, and all the roofing structure. Every village has a different roofing structure. And even the pedestals. These are the photos of pedestals just from one village, and they are passed down through generation. They are not documented well enough. So even a different house has a different pedestal actually. This is the Atari system in the left, which is multi-level. Either they call either attic or balcony space. The 2 niches that we see, they call it IIA, that were used to provide to put chimneys there. Third step is designing. So it is the hardest part, because when we take inspiration from the traditional architecture, and then we have to design something that we have to show them. So we know that we'll be getting criticized. We actually, as you see, this is the most interesting plan according to the villagers, because this also has an Atari. Okay, and all the designs were made according to the regional construction techniques, and we also influenced it by rectifying the problems that they had earlier. So you can see the plans are total, like every labeling is in Hindi. So there is no communication gap between us and the supervisor or any contractor or even the beneficiary itself. This one is a COB building, but you can see the darker room is the toilet, and it is brick masonry but with the cement mortar, because the service part cannot be compromised because of the water leakage and all. So COB wall cannot be there. So around 12 designs were made. And then the part comes where we show it to them, the villagers. And we bring models as well, so that they can have a volumetric understanding. Women make different separate groups, so we show it to them differently. Some people have, some villages have parda system, some don't. So these are all the beneficiaries who chose their own designs. This is Master Ji from Surai Dhaba village, and he actually gave us a lecture. So their input are the most important to our designs actually, because they know how to criticize in the best way possible. And we take it as a compliment that yes, we can rectify our designs according to them. So इन्होंने हमारी actually class ले ली थी पूरी आधे घंटे. उन्होंने ये तक बोला था, सर आप ऐसी छत बना दोगे तो ये पहली आंधी में आधी छत उड़ जाएगी. Then comes the construction part. ये जैसे ताका झांकी खिड़की बोलते हैं इसको, जिसमें एक रूम से दूसरे रूम में देखा जा सकता है, तो एक विजुअल कनेक्टिविटी हमेशा रहती है. दिस इज द लिंटल लेवल, और मेसन्स को एक्चुअली ट्रेन किया जाता है टू रीड द ड्राइंग्स और बार बाइंडिंग का भी. दीज आर द एलिमेंट्स दैट वी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड इन द डिज़ाइन. सो आले का जैसे क्लस्टर, और फिर एक मटकी छोटी सी जिसमें चाबी रख सकते हैं अंदर डोर से एंटर होके. ये दद्दू हैं जिन्होंने पिछले 30-40 साल से सिर्फ रूफ्स बनाई हैं टिम्बर की, और अभी ही इज़ अराउंड 80 और 85. और इस पूरे होम स्टे में आधे से ज़्यादा मटेरियल पुरानी बिल्डिंग का यूज़ हुआ है. मड मॉर्टर में फ़ायदा ये है कि हम पूरी ब्रिक्स रीयूज़ कर सकते हैं. सो डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ वुड वर यूज्ड, साजड़, खजूर, आम, बबूल. So this is our supervisor, Yadav ji. He is. So this is our homestay in Bilkisganj. So there will be around 48 other homestays in different parts of MP in rural areas only. So this is the current condition now. It's still in progress and might be ready in 2 months. Our team at the site. मास्टर जी हमें समझाते हुए. Exploring the village. ये गेहूं की फसल के टाइम में जब सबसे प्लेजेंट माहौल होता है. The beam right overhead, it is a 23 feet long sagon. So this is the documentation part actually. Master ji giving us another lecture. Relocating buffaloes while doing the layout. अरे वाह. The construction part as well. This is a project that we don't have enough time to, but इस पूरे project में कहीं brick system room है. It is a multi-level. ऊपर 2 rooms और हैं. तो पूरा शैलो डोम्स एंड उसका कंस्ट्रक्शन हुआ है, सारा मटेरियल वाज लोकल, स्टोन वर्क एंड ऑल। और इसकी वॉल्स अडोबी वॉल्स हैं एक्चुअली, अनबेकेड ब्रिक्स 2 फीट थिक। सुपरवाइज़र जी का अटेंडेंस इस टाइप से होता है व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे, वेयर ही इज़ रेडी विद द लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स ऑफ द कंस्ट्रक्शन।
Thank you, Sumanvay. And the wonderful speakers. May I request our honored guest, Architect C.R. Raju, Architect Jitendra Mehta, and Architect Satish Mane to please come to the stage for the felicitation. May I also request Mr. Vinay Pratap Singh and Mr. Amit Gupta to also come to the stage. Mr. Alan Abraham. Our regional speakers, starting from Chhattisgarh. Gujarat. Mr. Vishal Shah from Gujarat. Mr. Sunil Ladda from Rajasthan. Can somebody please collect it on his behalf? From Rajasthan. Thank you. And Mr. Nilesh Suman from Madhya Pradesh. May we also felicitate Mr. Vinay Pratap Singh. And Mr. Amit Gupta. Mr. Vinay Pratap Singh is Business Unit Director, Roxel Rockwool Technical Installation Private India Private Limited. Mr. Amit Gupta. Not here. Take it later. Can we felicitate our moderator, Mr. Sumanyu Vasudev. Can I ask all the speakers to please come together for a group photograph? Ellen, thank you. Thank you so much. Now I call upon architect Snehal Sontakke and architect Sachin Paliwal to conduct the poetry on the spot event.
A very good evening. Welcome to the next competition, that's Poetry a Spa. We request the participants from all the states to join us on the stage and take their seats. Architect Rishabh Jain, Chhattisgarh, Architect Deepak Sahjwani and Architect Hakimuddin Bharmal, Gujarat, Architect Gaurav Amarwal, Rajasthan, and Architect Kamini Badnore, MP. This event is an occasion for presenting our emotions in lyrical, rhythmic, and echoing way. 5 minutes will be given to each participant. After 4 minutes, there will be a buzzer, and negative marking is there if you exceed the time. The performance shall be judged on originality, verbal and oral presentation. कुछ करने के लिए उमंग, कुछ करने के लिए उमंग, उड़ता रहे मन बन के पतंग. कुछ करने के लिए उमंग, उड़ता रहे मन बन के पतंग, आकांक्षाओं से वो राह घिरे. और इसी तरह चंचल मन अपना उड़ता रहता है, अपने मन में नई नई इच्छाएं और आकांक्षाएं लिए.
There's a slight change. Preeti, architect Preeti is representing Rajasthan. बिल्कुल सही कहा स्नेहल तुमने. मन तो सबका चंचल होता ही है, और इसी चंचलता के अंदर हमारी जो कविताएं जन्म लेती हैं हमारे मन से, वो इन्हीं से निकल के आती हैं. आज मन में है क्यों कसक नहीं, क्यों उठा कोई तूफान है जख्म कोई, या कोई किसी खुशी का है ये कोई उफान. खोद लूँ मन की ज़मीं, खोद लूँ मन की ज़मीं, और शब्द खोज लूँ ज़रा, भाव पिरो दूँ शब्दों का मैं, गूंथूँ मैं कविता का हार.
So inviting our first participant, Architect Rishabh Jain from Chhattisgarh.
Hello everyone. So generally ये practice है कि हम sketching करते हैं and we design. But I started developing a habit जहाँ पे I used to write and design. So the song by Piyush Mishra, which is Ghar, inspired me a lot that how architecture should be. So this was a poem written by me during my thesis at Jaipur. So it goes on. The owl in the darkest night, I dream beyond imagination is the budding flower and the rising sun. I grow beyond time is the birds in the mystical forest. I whisper beyond frequency is the pearl in the deepest ocean. I think beyond word can. The fossil in the mountains. I survive beyond bounds. The guy in the crowd, I realize that I'm one yet, but they laugh, I dream, they sleep, I grow, I learn, I fly, I fall, I try, I continue, I smile. And one day, yes, one day, it will be beyond life, beyond time. Thank you.
That was a nice poem. दोस्तों, कविता जो है मन की भावनाओं का शब्दों से बना हुआ एक हार है, और बहुत कम शब्दों में मन की बहुत सारी भावनाएं हमें बाहर निकालने का एक मौका देती हैं। ऐसा मानो कि किसी शब्दों के गागर में हमने भावनाओं और क्षमताओं और अनुभवों का एक सागर भर दिया हो, ऐसी कुछ कविता होती है। ऐसी ही और अनुभूतियों को हम आपसे साझा करने के लिए हम अपने अगले प्रतिभागियों को बुलवाते हैं। ये सेकंड ग्रुप है, गुजरात को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। 2 पार्टिसिपेंट्स, वी हैव 2 पार्टिसिपेंट्स हियर एंड द जजेस आर रिक्वेस्टेड टू एवरेज आउट देयर मार्क्स. We are inviting them together and they can make their presentations as they wish. Architect Deepak Sehjwani and Architect Hakimuddin Parmal in Gujarat.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीबॉडी। आई नो शाम हो गई है और बहुत लोगों को बहुत कुछ किसी का इंतज़ार है। तो आज मेरी जो कविता है वो आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में नहीं है, मोहब्बत के बारे में है। और मोहब्बत वो मोहब्बत नहीं जो हमको मिल चुकी है, मोहब्बत वो जो हम नहीं पा सके। पोइट्री का नाम है मंजिल। Here goes. एक एहसास है कि तुम पास हो कहीं, चुपके से मेरे सामने आ जाओ तो क्या बात हो। सुबह की धूप जैसे रात को जगाए, मेरी नींदों को तुम उड़ा जाओ तो क्या बात हो। ख्वाबों में लिपटी हुई एक अधूरी सी कहानी, कानों में वो गुनगुना जाओ तो क्या बात हो। हाथों की लकीरें जब धुंधली पड़ जाएं, मेरी किस्मत तुम बन जाओ तो क्या बात हो। इन रस्तों की भूली बिसरी पगडंडियां, मेरे भटकते रूह को तुम छू जाओ तो क्या बात हो। बाहर बारिश हो रही है तो सावन के मौसम की वो पहली बारिश, वही सौंधी सी खुशबू याद दिला जाओ तो क्या बात हो। मेरे सारे जज्बातों का हिसाब हो न हो, बस मेरी वो हंसी लौटा जाओ तो क्या बात हो। सदियों से जो बात लबों पर रुकी हुई, मेरे होठों को तुम छू जाओ तो क्या बात हो। तू राह तू सफ़र, तू जीने का सबब, मेरी मंजिल तुम बन जाओ तो क्या बात हो। मेरी मंजिल तुम बन जाओ तो क्या बात हो। थैंक यू।
Now requesting the second participant from Gujarati. Can we have mic or else we request audience, it is an interactive poem, so whoever answers, please make it little loud because it will be difficult to give mic everywhere.
Okay, I need a PowerPoint also because this Nazam will unveil. Where is that? Okay, before I start, I am Hakimuddin Parmal and I am writing in whatever capacity since last 37 years. So right from my very early childhood days I am writing. I am writing in Gujarati, Hindi, Urdu, and because to suit this today's occasion where everyone is almost an architect, so I choose one which is suit, if he can remember this. The title okay, so it's Tamir. Tamir is constructing something, making something. So now the two parallels, कुछ टुकड़े पत्थर, चंद रोजे, कुछ कतरे पानी, चंद फाके, थोड़ी सी ईंटें, थोड़ी सी ज़कात, थोड़ा सा लोहा, थोड़ा सा मातम, चंद पट्टी लकड़ी की, निदा अजान की, चंद थैली मिट्टी की, आदत नमाज की, कुछ जड़े हुए शीशे, काबा करबला के नज़ारे, कुछ जड़ी हुई कीले, बस माँ बाप की दुआएं। इस तरह से बनता है, प्लीज आंसर, घर, आशियाना, या इस तरह से बनता है घरौंदा इस जहां में, घरौंदा उस जहां में। थैंक यू।
Now requesting the next participant from Rajasthan, architect Preeti Agrawal.
Good evening, everybody. These guys have scared me because I am Preeti Agrawal. I write when I feel, and that's what I do. So whether I'm linguistically correct, whether I have the meter right, I don't know, but this is what I feel. And I take your permission to हर आम खास था, आमों के इतने दाम न थे, दिन वो नशीले थे, अभी हाथों में जाम न थे, हर आँख में सपना था, आगाज था, अंजाम न थे। अब ये आलम है कि साजो सामान है और सपनों के अंजाम भी, हर ऊंचा जाम है और अल्फोंसो आम भी, बस खाने वाले खो गए, कुछ लापता भी हैं, कुछ गुमनाम भी। So that, thank you. Having said this, when I talk about being a woman in architecture, and nowadays being a teacher for such a long time, and when some of my younger students come to me trying to keep up with the profession and family and being a mother, and so this is to all the women out there who are with me, standing up to the profession, tall. So, hey ladies, this is for you. Tu nar hai, that's what I want to call it. Tu nar hai, अपार है, सबल है, सफल है, भावों का तू भंडार है, तू नार है, ऊर्जा है तू, प्रकाश है, आकाश है, कण कण में तेरे प्यार है, तू नार है, सशक्त है तू, कभी टूटती है, तोड़ती भी है, धीरज का तू पर्याय है, तू नार है, सूक्ष्म तू, गूढ़ तू, प्रगाढ़ है, फिर भी सरलता का तू सार है, तू नार है, निर्मल तू है, पवित्र भी, संसार का सारा उठाया भार है, तू नार है, क्या नहीं है तू, सब कुछ तू है, तुझसे है सब, आदि तू है, अनंत है, हृदय से आभार है, तू नार है, तुझसे सिर्फ एक तकरार है, तुझसे सिर्फ एक तकरार है, भूल जाती है कि तू नार है, याद रख, बस याद रख कि तू नार है. And this goes out to all the women there and all the feminine Shakti in all the men there. Tu nar hai. Thank you.
बहुत खूब, बहुत उम्दा. हाँ, ऐसा कहते हैं कि जो हमारे शब्द हम बोलते हैं, जो हम शब्द अपने आसपास प्रेषित करते हैं, वो यहीं इसी संसार में, इसी ब्रह्मांड में गूंजते रहते हैं और वे वापस आपके पास आते हैं. है शब्दों की दुकान सजी, है शब्दों की दुकान सजी, तुम जो चाहे वो चुन लो। शब्द सुरीले, शब्द कांटीले, शब्द जहरीले तुम बुन लो। बस ध्यान रहे इन शब्दों में, बात जो तुम्हें बुनना है, वैसे ही शब्दों के भावों में शब्द तुम्हें भी सुनना है। हमारी 4th पार्टिसिपेंट आर्किटेक्ट कामिनी बडनोरे फ्रॉम MP, मैंने आमंत्रित करता हूँ आकर अपनी कविता सुनाएं।
Good evening, everyone. Just taking forward what just Preeti ma'am said, she took us to our childhood, and my poem also is connected with children. So we've all seen children, their naughtiness, their cuteness, and this goes to them as kids, as little monsters. So here we go. When sometimes playing and giggling around, suddenly I hear a loud cry. Instead of their toys, they are amused with the pans I used to fry. And when they choose others' work to be done and behave like trespassers, these mini angels get on my nerves and turn into monsters. They say, silence is golden. Amidst their giggling, silence can be a burden. The blood pressures go high with these pranksters. So these mini angels get on the nerves and turn into monsters. Mom, how may I help you? Is the question of excitement. To help your mom in your daily chores is our teacher's assignment. Playing potatoes and bottle guards, they think they are cricketers. These mini angels get on my nerves and turn into monsters. Sometimes, mom is an alien, and grandmom turns as an avenger. As it is said, if mom says no, ask grandmom for a favor. Suddenly she realizes her reading glasses are turned into boasters. So these mini angels get on my nerves and turn into monsters. From sunrise to sunset, they are dynamic, vivacious, and needs no rest. The secret of their source of energy is still a quest. In the night, sharp at 10, when they want their tools and behave like carpenters, then these mini angels get on the nerves and turn into monsters. Yes, we know children are avatars of divine. So instead of offering prayers, they make merry in the shrine. While chanting mantras or singing artis, their hands have blisters. Then these mini angels get on the nerves and turn into monsters. Roaming around the house whole day. Only if too sleepy, they find the bedroom way. Even after 10 lullabies and 20 stories, I still hear their lips chatter. So these mini angels get on my nerve and turn into monster. These kids are hungry every minute 15. And they demand food as if I run a canteen. Still, I cook, I bake. But then, after I hear just after 4 morsels that were done, then these mini angels get on my nerves and turn into monsters. Yes, they gave me a new life, the experience of motherhood. They are my lifeline and always make me proud. Having someone to call you as mom, your life alters. But still, these mini angels get on my nerves and turn into monsters. Thank you.
सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स की बहुत ही सुंदर अभिव्यक्ति, और ये लास्ट कविता सुन के तो मुझे बचपन में सुनी हुई वो लाइन कुछ याद आ गई कि झूठ बोलते थे फिर भी कितने सच्चे थे हम, झूठ बोलते थे फिर भी कितने सच्चे थे हम, ये उन दिनों की बात है जब बच्चे थे हम। और आई एम श्योर सबने बहुत एंजॉय किया होगा कविताओं को, जजेस को टफ टाइम डेफिनेटली होने वाला है। एंड दीपेश सर, ओवर टू यू।
Thank you, Snehal and Sachin. That was the last event, and may the best team win. Now I call upon Architect Vilas Avchat, Vice President IIA, and Architect Sandeep Jha, IIA Chapter Chairman Jharkhand, a very good theatre artist himself, to the stage for the felicitation of the speakers and the moderators. I request all the delegates to be seated for the announcement of the trophy. Final winner of the trophy. Chhattisgarh. Gujarat. There are two speakers from Gujarat. Rajasthan. An MP. I request the moderators to also come forward. Snehal Sontakke and architect Sachin Aliwal. Can we have a group pic photograph, please? Thank you so much. Before we start the next event, there is a small video by Rockwool on fire. I request all the delegates to be seated. We have 2 small IIA announcements and events, and then we'll have the valedictory function and the announcement of the winner of the trophy. IIMP is associating in a new social venture with OSAT. OSAT is one school at a time. OSAT is a voluntary run non-profit organization rebuilding the infrastructure of rural schools in India though. Through targeted investments and strategic partnerships, OSAT has successfully rebuilt more than 50 schools in Karnataka, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh. IIMP chapter is partnering with OSAT to provide professional guidance and services to implement its noble goals in MP. I call upon Mr. Vadiraj Bhatt, Mr. Narasimha Joyce Bharadwaj and architect Jitendra Mehta, IIMP chapter chairman, to come to the stage and execute the MOU. Before we move on with the MOU, may I request Mr. Vadiraj Bhatt to come to the dais and give a brief presentation on OSAT.
Good evening, everyone. I know that I'm in between dinner and you. It's not a good position, but I really want to thank IIA and the MP chapter for giving us this opportunity to partner and get the much needed support for OSAT. What is one school at a time? It is really one school at a time. We are fixing rural infrastructure in much needed rural schools, which are in tens and thousands in number, which are in dilapidated condition and badly needed upliftment. So far we have done about 57 schools across India, and this year we are in the process of transforming about 20 more as we speak across India, and 70,000 children have been benefited so far. And this is typically how the transformation looks like, as you can see, from a dilapidated into a school that really acts as a community center. And these are some of the schools that we have seen. Most of the schools in these areas have conducted under the tree most of the time, and we build real schools and bring the pride to the school. And these are some of our schools designed by none other than our architect Bharadwaj. And not only that, we also have something called BALA, which is building as learning as a building as a learning aid, to get them really into learning day to day through their pictures and art within the class. So we are present in all these states. We are going into Meghalaya as well, and Bihar and Nagaland, and much needed regions of this country where schools need to be done schools. And we are also into something called digital infrastructure, which is what we call it as ODC. Again, in infrastructure, very interesting project. Unlike giving just computers and tabs and whatnot, it is in an integrated approach where the actual learning is measured in real time. If I given something to a child, I want to know what that child learned today is being done through this infrastructure. I won't go gory details into a lot of it. Some of the new architectural innovations that Bharadwaj and team has done is mud blocks, puff panels, and porotherm blocks to keep the construction cost low, as well as to provide the economical benefit. Anyway, I'll skip all of this. What I'm actually really asking from the architectural community is that you guys have amazing brain power, and with your connections and all the wealth that you have, you can help us connect to more rural schools, bring all your CSR partners, all your friends who wants to help us here, as well as identify a reliable partner in each of these states. These are very, very difficult states to execute some of these projects, have their own challenges. I really like the Rajasthan architect Sunil's message. Get out of your comfort zone. Schools are the best place to invest for our future. Otherwise, you will see what has happened in Sri Lanka very soon. We need to get our youth back on track, and we need to get these youths really earn their rights to have education. I really thank the Architectural Association for giving me this time, and I'm looking forward to this association, a long-term association with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharadwaj-ji. And IIA MP chapter is also looking forward for this moment, which is one of the responsibility, a very important responsibility for any chapter. For every, we are doing a lot of events, but this is also one of the core responsibilities, and we ensure all the technical supports in terms of construction technology. What we saw today in presentation of Nilesh, architect from Indore, who is doing such a fantastic work in rural India. Probably such type of innovative practices, architects, we will be extending all our support for taking this mission further, which is a very noble, for the noble cause. And I'm sure there are so many, our president is sitting over here, there are national office bearers are there, council members are there, other chapters are also there. So I'm sure this initiative will continue, and OSAT and IIA will definitely come out with some very good architectural solutions for rural India. Thank you, sir.
Can we sign the MOU, please? Can I request Architect C.R. Raju to please come to the stage to felicitate the members of OSAT. Mr. Vadiraj Bhatt and Mr. Narsimha Joyce Bharadwaj. Can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you. May I request architect Raju and architect Mehta to stay on the stage. Thank you, Mr. Bhatt and Mr. Bharadwaj. May I request IIA Karnataka Chairman, Mr. Architect B.R. Mohan and Architect Moin Harris, Head Architects Welfare Committee, to join Mr. Mehta and Architect Raju on the stage. We live in the age of internet and smart communication. We live in the age of internet and smart communication where everything is expected to be available at the touch of finger. Information, networking have become central to our very existence in the professional circle. It is with these goals and intentions IIA Karnataka chapter have developed an app which is an attempt to make this possible, to bring the profession closer and approachable to the community. May I request Architect B.R. Mohan to please give a presentation.
Good evening. I'm Mohan from Bangalore. It's a great privilege for us to be here today in Indore. Thank you, CRC organizers and IIA National Council, and special thanks to Architect Jitendra Mehta for inviting us all the way from Bangalore. You know, we are all part of some social media or the other, and it's impossible to imagine life today without any social media. Presently, we are communicating by being in many groups within the same app and many such other apps. Though it is inconvenient, it is impossible to live without it. It is quite frustrating when the posts and discussions in a profession group goes beyond profession, and you start wondering why you're still hanging around in that group. Well, we always wondered how we could be a part of architects' conversation, not only locally, but with architects pan-India. Exchange ideas inspire each other, and share knowledge. A platform to reach out to fellow professionals, promote upcoming events, and strengthen the fraternity. That is when the idea of an app for professionals, by the professionals, came up. And it's all about the profession. Over the last 1 year, the COVID lull period was used to develop this app. Though it started as Karnataka chapter app, we thought if we are selfish, it would defeat the purpose of connecting to all fellow architects pan-India without any boundaries. And moreover, why should any other chapter spend time and resources and duplicate the same when we can have one app for the entire country? So immediately after the launch, we started working on version 2 to add all the chapters to the app along with many other suggestions we got from our fellow architects. After Architect Jitendra's call to present the app to all for CRC members, we had to push ourselves to get part of version rolling, and yesterday evening we were able to successfully incorporate it. Dear friends, together we can bring in the change of communicating and discussing professionally. Now I request architect of the app, Architect Moin Aris, who has toiled and worked for almost 15 months to develop this app, to walk through the app. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hi, everybody. It's amazing to be here, part of you all at the CRC. I would like to take you all through because I think we are running short of time, and let me get through immediately. So I would like to thank all the team who came in together at Karnataka chapter, and we are so glad and happy to say that we made it happen the entire course of COVID time, the lull period, as what our chairman and our pilot said, that we could put it to some good use. And here we have the app is a versatile tool, of course. It is available on Android, it's available on iOS. It's also available just like WhatsApp web version. We also have a web version for larger and widescreen formats. And why we are together, I think we all are together in one format or the other as various chapters of IIA. I think our direction and our goals and aims are more or less the same. We want to connect, we want to be the ideal association, we want to bring its fraternity together and bridge that gap and connect as seamlessly as possible. And I think digital platform is one of the quickest and easiest today to connect with people. And on that note, we all decided, and our chairman took the initiative to say that let's provide this free of cost to all the chapters so that we can have one nation app and we can have all the diverse information that could connect us from different regions of the country. So this is what we have in terms of architects, welfare, fraternity, and what is the spine of development? It is based on connect, communicate, and collaborate. In these 3 words, I think we can compose what we want to do and where we spend our idealistic time these days. The thumbprint of getting onto technology and using our phones has been so vast that we could do a lot of things from here and connect with anybody. So how it's going to help, I'll take you through. But in general, what the app is up for offer at the moment as part 1 of the phase is that it will allow you to first create a profile, awareness, and your projects. What we are trying to do is, our database is there with Google. We can log in with so many applications because they have a database, but we don't have a proper stringent formulated database. So we are going to make a proper database which isn't shared. IIA is not in the trade of trading data like the other billion-dollar companies do. We are going to keep your data secure, which has also been a concern sometime back when people came on WhatsApp and then they logged off saying that there's going to be a privacy concern. So we are going to keep your data secure. We are going to develop a digital database by profile. We are going to create awareness of what's happening. Events such like these are having so much of knowledge exchange, and it's a wonderful session. So if these events could be brought on these platforms, it will have a longer and larger shelf life, and people who could not make it to the event today could also witness a lot from our own professional app. So that's the main idea of how we could connect and keep a repository of good content on board. Okay, so along with that, we are going to build a community, which we are doing in so many different ways. Either it's an event or a get together, or this is just going to be another platform to increase our digital platform. We would like to collaborate. Suppose I have a project and I want to work, suppose I get a project in Indore, God willingly. But if that happens, then if I want to connect to somebody, I could search for somebody through a region, through his expertise, through his experience, and through his region or operations, also see his projects here and directly connect to him. I could write to him, I could call him. And the first icebreaker could be that I saw you on the IIA app. And that way things could start. So we are trying to make a platform like that and connect and discuss and chats about what's happening in our field and fraternity. So this is the main intention of how the app and how we've designed the phase 1. So I'll take you all in real time because the app is available. We are all in Karnataka registered. We are coming close to the legacy WhatsApp group that we had, and the numbers of people who have come on board is almost the same now in just a matter of 1 month's time. So I'll just connect, go online. Yes. So what you're seeing is my phone live, and this is the page. You just have to search IIA, and that's good enough. Actually, you're supposed to search IIA Karnataka chapter. Then, since we are going in as a national platform and we wish to connect with all of you, so at the moment you can go to any Play Store, Android or iOS, and just search for IIA. You will get the app, probably the first app or the second one. Once you download, we are trying to take the minimal amount of information that we require to get you on board, because this is IIA, the Indian Institute of Architects app. So members will be allowed to come on board, and this way we could also motivate the others to come on board and join IIA in different formats to say what IIA can offer for you. Okay, so we click on switch to register, and it'll ask you your email, name, and your password definitely, and the most important is your membership ID. So you can fill in whether you're an associate or a fellow. It gives you a drop-down menu. And what's latest, which we are all experiencing, including Karnataka chapter people, is just 1 day old by age, is all the chapters have been added. So until now, minus 30 days, it was just a Karnataka chapter app. Today it is an entire nation chapters have been added. So please register, and then once you register, I'll go back to login. You will have to give us 24 hours of time to approve you and get you on board, because we don't have an auto approval or an API where we have a database and we can get you automatically on. So it will take us manually this time. I think in a matter of 1 year, once we have a good amount of database, this could be automated through an API. I will just log in. So what does the app look like? The app looks like this, where we have an entire visual read, like how people are enjoying Instagram now. So we've designed it more like a visual read, where all the posts are having a majority of the space on the real estate of the home screen is having images. We could post anything that is related to our profession and design. So we've posted something just now that came up on our WhatsApp group on somebody's hiring. And this, of course, was what we saw yesterday. And I thought it should go in here because we've all been together. And the app, the audio I did not connect, but we can see all of us dancing here, which happened just yesterday, which is also on the app right now. And I would request, Shyam is along with us, who's come in from Karnataka, my colleague. Shyam, if you could just add a picture of all of us together as a post, we could all see it immediately. What this allows, until he does that, we've used WhatsApp, and WhatsApp allows you images, and then suppose you want to connect it with text. It's a difficult proposition where we'll have to put the content and click share and then put them together. And suppose you want to add links. It gets a little more tricky to compose them all together. What the app can do here is it'll allow you to put up a title, an image, a video, a link if you want to have a registration, like how I linked that to IIAmpchapter.com. and people could directly click there. Oh, I'm sorry, it got disconnected. I'll be close to the laptop. So it'll allow us to compose a lot of information. We could directly, it's not a chat app, it's a discussion app. So what do I mean by a discussion app or a chat app is that it does not allow you to simply keep putting up birthday messages and Diwali messages and whatever that we want. Anything that has a content can directly come in here, and I'll take you to the home screen. This home screen will allow, we have Sham's image that he just posted right now, and this image could also be composed in where you want to really see that. It's got a link, it's got a text, it's got a title, and if I want to comment, I could directly do it, and people are familiar how it works on Facebook. It works just like Facebook, and I commented just now from here saying that, wow, people could reply to it, could tag. What and why are we doing this is, when we get up on a WhatsApp group, one day you get up and then you see hundreds of messages and you don't know where to start your conversation from, and it's all displaced. I've written something and I want to know whether somebody has replied to my post, and I'll have to search between hundreds of messages to get there. So here all these messages are going to be composed within that particular conversation, so people who don't want to participate in that can slip and move on. So when I'm moving here on home screen, what do I have to offer? I bring in PIC, which is a publication and an award-winning magazine by Karnataka chapter. But as it gets national, this will be a direct access to your local newsletter. So when you click, you don't have to search somewhere on WhatsApp or wherever your data is that, where do I get a link to my online newsletter? The admin will immediately put the latest copy here. So when we are clicking on pick from the real estate that we have on the home screen, it will directly open the local newsletter that you have, and it will give you a direct access, which you can read. I'll show you how it is. The internet, I think, is slightly slow, so I'm dependent on it to live screen. As this opens, I will put this in place. So this is a newsletter. I could directly read it out of my app and get all the information, so we could save a lot of paper and we could get in more readers and subscribers to our app. So I could flip, zoom, do whatever that I want directly from the app. Today and all means that all the events that we want to host, we keep forwarding, we keep putting reminders. Now you don't have to remind it. The app will do the job very easily, like the calendar of events that we could compose through Google and Android. If I want to say all events, at the moment, only with what we get on Karnataka chapter WhatsApp, there are so many events that people could participate. This could also allow you to schedule your events and your participation so that you don't forget. Lot of Zoom events are happening which you could participate directly from the app. I also have our own CRC happening there. So you could see, I put up the poster, I put up the content, I put up even the registration link. Somebody could directly go, click there without getting more information and inquiring. Everything is happening directly from the app. So the registration is closed, but I wanted to show you what it can do. So it also allows me to tell me where the location of the event is happening. What makes it easier that I could directly click the arrow, book an Uber, and go to my destination without inquiring any more information from anybody where this is happening. So I could compile so much of information and host. What it can do to the people who are presenting this, it can also tell you, since I'm the host for it, I'll go to another event where, let's assume this one, there is content. It also gives me something called join now. By allowing join, what I'm providing as an information is I don't have to have registration desk at events. The host will get all the information that you filled in, your name and the important information that he wants to have in exchange directly through the app. He will get an entire PDF or content. All you have to do is just screen through and get through. And it will also help him to organize his event better because he knows a tentative count of how many people are going to attend that event. So that happens directly from here. I'll go to the other parts of the app which it can offer. I'll go to the home screen again. So we've just added one sponsor bar here which toggles. And we are trying to bring in featured architect, which was discussed in Karnataka chapter sometime back by our professional concerns committee, to say we don't feature each other's app. We are trying to know of others' work through Instagram or Facebook. So what we thought was that we should bring in a featured architect. So every region will be featuring architects every month. So the admin can simply change, and it can bring highlight to one important member who's doing work. You don't have to wait for an event. So if I click here, I can directly go to BV Doshi's profile, and from BV Doshi's profile, I could click to his, let's assume, the award that he recently got, the Reebok Gold Award, and I could directly see it, where it's happening and where did he get and what is the reason why he got the award for. So all this can be composed on the app. I'll go back, and this real estate of home screen, the moment you start scrolling, everything else vanishes and it becomes a clean slate only as a discussion app. Why do we create discussion apps? Because we'll have to run and operate the app. And to run and operate, we are trying to bring in a sponsor, which is rightly positioned there, and the moment you scroll, things vanish. But nevertheless, the moment we have maximum footfall, we could operate the app in a more optimized way through sponsors. I'll take you through this yellow bar and its features. So we've got an elaborate directory, the directory which will tell you about information of all our fellow architects, our fraternity, from where he belongs, and much, much, much more. I would want you to explore it because we are running short of time. Events, I showed you all how people could go, and one good thing about the app is it's not a notice board. It's not an admin controlled app. Admin is just doing a back-end operation to sustain the app. It's an organic app where all of you are admins, just like how WhatsApp and Facebook and Instagram and all the billion-dollar companies and their apps are working. You post the content and you make it dynamic, and you bring in the freshness and the change that is required. The admin is just trying to maintain the app on the back end. So any content that goes in, you can press the plus button and subscribe, add in an event, add in a post, add in anything else that you want. The other parameter that we have on the app is called knowledge base. So such knowledge sessions that happen, we could all document it on the app and bring it to life. We could increase a lot of shelf life. People spend a lot of time on OTT platforms. Of course, you should. But then we have one just like that where all the curated design and profession-related content could be posted here. I've just put in something. So today we had a lot of sessions where somebody knows how to do lime and lime plaster and a lot of other things that I saw in conservation and heritage. So if such things could be documented and put up here, the user will be sharing it to people from the fraternity. What gets better? Let's assume I have learned this and acquired the skill through experience. I could even put up a charge. I could charge people for that content, and you could directly connect with them for any FAQs, frequently asked questions, and connect with that fellow architect and know if something is going wrong rather than trying to see it from YouTube. So here you could also put in as good as, let's assume a drawing. Let's assume you've got a wonderful drawing and you think that this could do good to the startups and to the young architects. You could put it up and share it with anybody. A good agreement copy, if somebody has got a good agreement copy, you could upload a document. I'll just show you what all you can upload, but these are knowledge session series which people could spend a lot of time, and we could improve our internal skill set development. Okay, in our free times, we could use the app to see a lot of content that we want to search and browse through. So the type of content that you can add is right from video, image, document, and drawing. So I think it almost covers everything that you want to upload in the repository called knowledge base. And here we could share all these important information. So we've got knowledge base there. This is something that we've started, let's call it in the technology world as a beta version. We are trying to bring in a little bit of safeguarding interest of the architect. We are working closely with Google Maps, and we formed a layer on top of Google Maps because as architects, we can read maps really, really well. And what this is going to do is, this is going to, okay, 50, yeah. Oh, is it? I'll do that. Just, okay, 1 minute. Yeah, I'll cut that down. What we're doing here is, we are going to give an information. This is a project registration system. If I have a project, the client has approached me. We've been doing transactions like bank transactions through OTPs. We are trying to bring that in a small way into our own fraternity. So I can go to one particular place. I could select a region where I want to register a project. I could put a polyline, and let's assume I say architecture and it's already there. It will try to check in availability and it will tell you 2 people are already there. Do you really want to continue on this project? It will give you an information system to the architect to say that I think the client is probably approaching a couple of people. And then how can we make this digital? This OTP, as you fill in, I request you guys to go and explore the app and see how this works. It will ask you a couple of, suppose I said yes, it will ask me what is the information of the project, name, etc. It will take you to the next page where it will ask you for the client's OTP. The client will get an OTP message, and when he confirms digitally that, look, I want you to do this project, you put in here and the project gets registered. That means in a small way, the client has already acknowledged this particular consulting that has to start. So in the first meet, this could help, and it could also inform a lot of fellow architects, and especially the young team who usually tends to start out of the high energy levels that they have, to start without a documentation. So this is just probably an SOP that we could start. I'm done. So the last thing that I would want to tell you is, we've also made on the About Us and privacy policies that we are not trading data, where it could get a little more informative. Is suppose you want to give in suggestions to our fraternity and to the association, we've made a generic structure which will be replicated for everybody in the nation once we are connected. Suppose you want to write to us or to the treasurer of Karnataka chapter, you don't have to remember or ask his email ID. We made a generic structure which can continue all its life. Click on one of the email IDs and all you have to do is don't remember things. We'll do that job. Write your email and send it to us. Okay, since I would want to stop here and end this over here. Please let us know on some reviews and improvements. I'll share my email ID with you. I'll directly go to the last slide. Yes, I'm done. I just want to share. I have time? No. So I'm not telling you anything on this. So please participate. I want to tell you that you are going to make a difference because you all will help us shape the app and tell us about important reviews. Please write to us on support@iiakarnataka.com with any suggestions. Before you suggest, please get on board and subscribe yourself on the app. Thank you. Thank you very much for the time.
Okay, so a lot of things happening post-COVID in IIA. There are apps, there are programs, and lots of programs coming up in the coming time. So I would like to invite Architect Ashish Gupta ji, Chapter Chairman, Northern Chapter. He is here with a purpose. So right now MADHYA is happening, and very soon NRC is going to happen, that is Northern Regional Conference. Aye, Ashish bhai. So I'll request Darpan to please play the NRC invitation video for all the fraternity.
Good evening, friends. I think it's been such a wonderful last 2 days where Jitu Bhai has had a wonderful team of people putting up a CRC in place, which is a new concept introduced by our Honorable President and the office bearers, that we should start reviving IIA by running regional conferences. In the same line, since we belong to Delhi, so we have also decided to have the next Northern Regional Conference following this conference, which is going to be as per the dates here. And we are looking at a situation whereby we are going to introduce the whole set of IIA people now to the other level of international connectivity, trying to align more government thinking with the way architects are otherwise working. So we will be looking forward to maximum participation by all of you. You are all cordially invited to Delhi to join us on the September 21st and 22nd of this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashish Bhai, and looking forward for a wonderful and wishing for a very, very successful NRC. And now, again, there is a very ambitious Young Architects Festival, which is hosted by IIA Kerala chapter. And I'll request Architect Brajesh Sejal. I don't know whether I should call him young or I should not call him young, but he is the Young Architects Committee Chairman and very dynamic personality. So can we have the video play? Then Brajesh, you can.
Good evening all. Thanks a lot Mehta Bhai and IIA giving us this opportunity to present and bringing Young Architect Festival to Calicut. So this is after 6 years Calicut is bringing a national event. So, and of course we always discuss the bringing youngsters to our platform is the toughest task. So with this event, with all your support, we would like to bring all the youngsters to IIA through lots of the Young Architects Award, competitions, installations, and we are also planning to open galleries to exhibit architects' projects. I'm looking forward to celebrate the Young Architect Festival on the Calicut beach. It will be a beach festival. Looking forward to meet you all there. See you. And I'm the youngest among the bunch, so.
Thank you, Brajesh. And the third very important event, my friend architect Lognathan ji, who is chapter chairman of IIA Tamil Nadu chapter, he has already left because of some important commitments tomorrow early morning. But anyway, this event is IAPL, Indian Institute of Architects Premier League. So, Indian Institute of Architects Premier League will be hosted by IIA Tamil Nadu chapter in Chennai from 29th September to 3rd October. Can we have the video played? So these are the three very major events which are coming up, and I can also see Vatsal Bhai clapping very loudly. He is looking forward for IIPL, so that's a good thing. And yes, Dipesh. I think we are done with this. Now you can have
The felicitation and then you can can we have a brief felicitation for the IIA Karnataka chapter chairman and architect Moin Harris? Can I ask architect Raju to please do the honors? Can I request architect C.R. Raju, Mr. Mehta and Mr. Mohan to kindly stay on the stage? May I request all the IIA office bearers to please join them on the stage and I'll call all these.
I'll request all the national office bearers to please come on the stage. Architect Vilas sir, Ashutosh ji, Satish Mane ji, Architect Leena Kumar, whether she is there. Can we have some additional sofas on the stage, please? Can we have some additional sofas on the stage? I think Leena Kumar, madam, is not there. Anyway, we are starting with our validatory ceremony. Welcome to all the national office bearers on the stage. I'll also request all the chapter chairmen from Chhattisgarh, Rajkumar Prajapati ji, Tushar Sugani ji, and Anand Bhai Tatu to please join on the stage. Bas. Aye, Anand Bhai. Tushar is there. So we are coming to the almost the end part of this 1.5, rather 2 days of Madhya. Welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. As convener of Madhya, it was a great experience to host this event. But the real moment which I enjoyed was the amazing team behind this organization. So much of energy, so much of dedication. Hats off to zeal of this entire organizing team. Because I always believe you can do a lot of things for yourself. You can do any type of thing for yourself. But it takes courage to do something for others. Once again, a huge round of applause for this fantastic team. All the organizing committee, the core group which was working, they were also having offices, they were also having projects, they were also having meetings. But amazing, amazing effort. From 9 o'clock onwards till 12:30 in the night, then again from morning, then making their schedules adjust. Hats off to them. And I should state that I am a very, very lucky convener to have such a wonderful people. So I'll be recognizing all my team members. Being a sports person, I always believe a wonderful team can do any job, any work. I hope the backstage is ready with all the mementos. So I'll start with Virender Sehwag of this team, architect Rahul Chanodia. I will request President Sir. Next is the Sachin Tendulkar of this team, architect Snehal Sontakke. Rahul, you can stay on the stage. You can stand there. Snehal, Rahul and Snehal both has been working for the registrations, for those website, and believe me, I want to put in a point. When we initially discussed this, that how we are going to manage this event. So all these people have told कि सर अपन कोई इवेंट मैनेजर नहीं करेंगे, इवेंट मैनेजर अपन आखिरी 2 दिन के लिए कर लेंगे, साउंड वाउंड के लिए. So right from graphics to creation of a website, and that, I don't know, that tricky RFIDs, generation of accounts, online payments, hats off to the entire team who has worked behind this. Architect Kapil Jain. Some works are visible, but some great works are behind the curtains, invisible. And so is Kapil, and his name is Kapil Jain, but we often call him Kapil Jaiswal because all this food and drinks and beverages arrangement, I mean, dedicatedly done by Kapil. So a huge round of applause for Kapil. Our Indore Center Chairman, Architect Dipti Vyas. She has been observing all the things, seeing what is happening, and with her suggestions, timely suggestions, a lot of things were improved. Can we have Dipti? Dipti Vyas is there. Can somebody just go and check? Architect Ambika Bhargav, she has been working and doing all those very hard type of types for the sponsors, mails, everything prior to the conference. Ambika is there? Anyway, you can send them once they are there, okay? And our IIA MP chapter secretary, Architect Amber Vyas. Believe me, his detailing, mementos, lapel pin, and where is Preeta? Preeta is there? She's not there, okay. So lapel pin, what we see, those beautiful lapel pin, mementos, this trophy, the entire hard work is of Amber. Thank you, Amber. our bank, architect Anish Pal Singh from Bhopal, is also Joint Honorary Secretary for IIA MP chapter. All the accounts and the entire artwork for managing those accounts, Anish Pal Singh. Architect Sanjeev Bam. Architect Sanjeev Bam is like an elder brother, and always for last almost 15 to 20 years of our association, he has been there to guide us, to help us, and he keeps like a, you can do that. He keeps on guiding us. He observes us and watches everything what is there. Then he comes out कि नहीं यार ये थोड़ा गलत हो रहा है. तो जैसे एक बुजुर्ग होते हैं एक परिवार में, तो इसी टाइप से कुछ जो है हमारे संजीव भाई हम लोगों के काम के ऊपर पूरा एक वॉच रखते हैं. Now, two very extraordinary people. I think इन्होंने जो काम किया है 30 दिन में, मेरे पास में शायद कोई शब्द नहीं है कि मैं उस काम को, उनके एफर्ट्स को बयां कर सकूं. आर्किटेक्ट नितिन गुले, नितिन, एक मिनट नितिन, ये जो मध्य का लोगो दिख रहा है, जो मांडू के एक इंटरेस्टिंग वाटर चैनल से डिराइव हुआ है, आप लोग पीछे खड़े हो सकते हैं एक एक करके, जो मांडू के हिस्टोरिक वाटर चैनल से डिज़ाइन हुआ. तो आई वॉज इन राजस्थान आर्किटेक्चर फेस्टिवल जयपुर. सो देर वॉज लॉट ऑफ गैदरिंग. मैंने सोचा कि भाई राजस्थान का फेस्टिवल है, राजस्थान में जयपुर में हो रहा है, दे आर पार्ट ऑफ मध्य. तो मैंने नितिन से बोला कि कैन वी हैव समथिंग, और ये जो एक हिस्टोरिक लोगो बनाया है जो कि मांडू का एक वो वाटर चैनल को डिपिक्ट करता है, उस दिन से शायद कल रात 3 बजे तक इतना हार्ड वर्क, एक एक ग्राफिक्स जो है, जैसा मैंने बोला कि देयर वर नो प्रोफेशनल एजेंसी विच हैज़ डन एनी वर्क. हमारे इवेंट मैनेजर जो थे वो पूछ रहे थे सर ग्राफिक्स का क्या होगा. भाई चिंता मत कर, ग्राफिक्स सब हो जाएंगे. तो ये जो चीज़ थी, हैट्स ऑफ टू नितिन. एंड ऑल्सो आई विल लाइक टू कॉल, अभी तेरे को इसलिए रुकना है क्योंकि तेरा वीरू अभी आ रहा है. सो नाउ आई विल ऑल्सो लाइक टू कॉल आर्किटेक्ट दर्पण भालेराव. He has been there for last 2 days behind that sound console. The moderators, the speakers, as I told, even the sound control on that sound, the console area was also done by our team. And hats off to this 2 guys, and I'll request for a standing ovation for these 2. Nothing. Now, architect Amit Sontakke. Passionate guy, part of the Dharohar team, and that magazine was put up, the copies which you have received, in last 15 days. The immense amount of hard work his dedication, I mean, he was total focused. 10 बार भी मुझे फ़ोन करेगा कि नहीं ये काम अगर ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है, ये नहीं हो रहा है, ये वाली चीज़ को ऐसे होना चाहिए. तो this shows the dedication. This shows how the members have taken the ownership of this event. A huge round of applause for Amit. Thank you, Amit. Can we have Siddharth Joshi? So when all these events happen, there is a lot of young energy which also gets attached to the seniors and IIA. So he is such a wonderful find that I think 2 days back at 12:30 he brought the books from the printer, getting the books to the printer, doing proofreading, and I think this is the most important thing, a part of such event in which we can integrate the young energies to IIA. Architect Atish Jain. We have seen Architect Atish Jain's skills today when he performed that quiz. And it was just 5-6 days back. We were sitting in the Void studio where they were doing jamming for this band. And I told Atish, "Tu kyun nahi karta hai quiz?" Bola, "Haan sir, main karu, nahi karu." And I was amazed to see the way he has performed. Something very good. Thank you. Architect Brajesh Sharma. Today you are going to see a lot of fireworks from him, a very integral part of Void, and definitely he is going to rock tonight. Architect Manita Saxena. Architect Manita Saxena is also principal of IPS School of Architecture, and she was full dedicated for this event. She is also part of IAMP chapter's executive committee. Architect Swapnil Shukla and Architect Ankit Patil. I like both of them to come here. I'm sure all the guests, they are quite accustomed to both of these names. They've been picking all the guests from airport. They're trying to see that the accommodations are done prior when these people are arriving from airport to the hotel. So hats off to their dedication and hard work. Thank you, Swapnil. Thank you, Ankit. Of course, our Vice Chairman, IAMP Chapter, Vibha Saxena Srivastav. She has been, since Team Indore was working, but we were so closely associated that even when it was required, getting GST number, see, there were a lot of things which were there in the chapter accounts, but hats off to effort of Anish, Vibha Madam, and of course Vinay, and those things were resolved. Architect Vikas Dwivedi and Architect Avnish Singh. So we have seen this Majnu Bhai last night, and he was also part of this accommodation committee, working very hard, and for the magazine also. Again, continuing, lot of young interesting practices getting attached with IIA. One such find is Architect Anand Maru. He is the face to be watched out in the future. Some of our friends, like architect Vikas Dwivedi, his daughter was not well, so he has to leave. But definitely, we'll be having our own success party, I think next Sunday. Architect Rohit Singh Bisen was also there, but probably he is running a high temperature, so he could not be there. Architect Manoj Shrimal. Architect Manoj Shrimal has been handling all the social media handles and very prompt, and definitely he was looking forward and taking care of all the guests. So this year's theme was, let's have some new faces to moderate session. Let's try and draw larger circle. So this year, we had a lot of new moderators. Architect Deepesh Marotra, a meticulous person who writes everything, types everything, and he wants every detail to be brought to the paper, nothing extempore, and I am just a total reverse person than him. Architect Gunjan Badjatia. Of course, you must be quite accustomed to, and you must be seeing what hard work they have been doing since last 2 days. Our captain of our cricket team, and yesterday's आम का पेड़ नीम का पेड़ क्या था? Yesterday's play नीम का पेड़ Pushkar Rizwood. So he is into acting too. Architect Mayur Chokse, amazing hard worker. Again a young architect, and believe me, he became IIA members, I think in the last council meeting only. My friend architect Nitin Shrimali. Nitin, apart from making that presentation for Rajwada, he was in those preparation time, but he was there. Thank you, Nitin. Architect Shruti Patidar. Shruti has been part of moderation panel, and for most of the events she is doing moderations for IIA events. Thank you, Shruti. Am I forgetting any name? Architect Sumanyu Vasudeva. I think I'll have to do some extempore from here only. Architect Arpit Kabra. The man who had narrated wonderfully last night also, and a very important person for sponsors and also for me. Thank you, Arpit. This entire, as I told, even this photography, what we have been seeing for last 2 days, is also done by our member, Architect Dhavalbam. He has diversified into professional photography, and we thought why not to have our own boy, whom we have been seeing from the quite a young age. He is son of Architect Sanjeev Bam. So guys, this was the wonderful team. which hosted and organized MADHYA. Thank you, guys.
Last but not the least, our Senapati, Architect Jitendra Mehta ji. Standing ovation for Jitendra Mehta.
One more name, I am extremely sorry, I just forgot. Architect Manoj Kushwaha, मैं मध्य हूँ. कहाँ है वो? Where is Manoj? He is there? Yes. Manoj, can I request something? Yesterday I was seeing your narration. Again, I'm a big fan of your voice. Can we repeat that Madhya in this valedictory session without music?
मध्य हूं मैं.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. So, after this, five people sitting on these sofas. I think everybody else was there relaxing, getting some, those in between relaxation time, but a very earnest, dedicated work by our honorable jury members, the national jury members. I'm in 4 technical sessions back to back with so much of time, and watching each and every session, each and every detailing. Hats off to Architect Prakash Deshmukh ji, Architect Lali Chand sir, my friend Mr. Manish Kumar, who is also National Secretary for IIID, Architect Gayatri Khatau, and KK Asthana ji, who has just left 15 minutes because he was having his evening flight, and who is a very good writer and a poet also. He has almost written 4 books. So what an amazing work by this national jury and I think it was a point to learn the patience. I will request Shruti, Brajesh, Shruti, Manoj Shrimal, Avnish, can you please escort our jury members onto the dais? Architect Prakash Deshmukh, sir. ठीक हो गया? हैं? I will request the backstage team to keep prepared. अरे हो जाएगा यही रखना मोमेंटोज और शॉर्ट्स वगैरह. A huge round of applause for our national jury members who adjudge the winner of this trophy. Rather the host of next Madhya, I should say that. First, I will request Architect C.R. Raju sir to felicitate Architect Prakash Deshmukh ji. Prakash sir, thank you so much. I'll request Architect C.R. Raju sir to felicitate Architect Lalichan Jakarias. Can mementos दिलवाओ? आगे जाके mementos देते रहो ना. I will request Architect C.R. Raju to felicitate Mr. Manish Kumat. आप दीपेश वहाँ खड़े रह के गाइड करो. गाइड करना पाएंगे. I will request Architect C.R. Raju sir to guide, to felicitate Architect Gayatri Khatao. So, now I will request all the 4 jury members. I can request office bearer to sit. Dipesh, can you help them out with placing of those mementos? That can be given later. Yeah. Now, yeah. There was, prior to that, thank you Anish, prior to that, in the last council meeting, IIA MP chapter has extended a small help towards our journal, which has been beautifully transformed by none other than Architect Lalichan Jakarias. And taking out this journal, which I think everybody must have noticed the change, it requires a lot of finances, lot of efforts, And I think some previous chapters have also sent contribution to support the journal, and we are following the same tradition. And as discussed, this is 1.5 lakh rupees check which is there for IIA journal. Lali sir. And now the podium is there for jury members and their report, declaration of results, and to announce the next host of Madhya. Thank you so much.
Can we start individually? Why don't you start, sir?
What a mesmerizing 2 days of events. Congratulations, MP chapter, and a wonderful team of organizers under the leadership of Jitendra Mehta ji. One more round of applause, please. Today, this team is an envy of any chapter, any other chapter sitting here, because seeing such a lot of architects who came forward to organize such a wonderful event, the bar is again raised, and IIA, year after year, month after month, we are raising the bars by organizing different events. Congratulations, President Raju and the office bearers, who are proud of this. Congratulations, President Raju and the office bearers. When Jitendra Mehta ji asked me to be the jury, I have never imagined that we have to sit through the event. I thought it was just 1 or 2 hours program. So, right from the beginning, it was very interesting information, very interesting and informative technical sessions, 4 technical sessions we had, a very sensational narration session, very interesting live sketching session, the excellent cultural programs event session, a very professionally organized quiz, शब्दों के हार बनाते हुए poetry recitals, a very enthusiastic and keen participants, and a very supportive and encouraging audience. Congratulations again. We enjoyed, the jury members enjoyed every bit of it, and we tried to be try to go into each and every detail of the presentations and do justice in our markings. Thank you very much. May call upon other members.
जैसा लालीचंद जी ने बोला, we were not prepared for a 2-day jury. I came with the intention कि jury होगी, and there were certain appointments which were already there, and I was not knowing that this jury process will take 2 days. पर 2 दिन कहाँ निकल गए मालूम नहीं चला. Thanks IIA for making me a part of this very prestigious jury. The best part was जब हम jury members जिन्होंने independently marking करी, and when we sat together, almost all the jury members were on the same platform in terms of their decision, even to the extent that the marking happened proportionately in the same order. तो जो मार्किंग भी हुई है और जो proportion उसका रहा है वो भी तकरीबन सेम ऑर्डर में रहा. So that was fantastic that all the jury members were on the same page, same platform, and the whole process of witnessing this 2-day event in terms of presentations, in terms of speakers who have come over here, some extraordinary presentations were there, and I enjoyed thoroughly. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody.
I must thank all of you for such a wonderful event. Yes, as both of them earlier said, I was kind of prepared, but not so prepared till I actually realized what it entailed. But nevertheless, it was very joyful because seeing this presentation, it was a mixed bag of everything. It was a lot of fun, and it was not all about being serious and seeing a presentation. The speakers were also very beautifully handpicked, and I must thank everybody, even the audience, for being so supportive and encouraging. And I think we must have done a fair job of assessing. We will be announcing soon, that's all what you're waiting for, but I must say we would like to congratulate each and every contestant nevertheless for having to brace themselves up on the stage and deliver their performance. And thank you very much.
Before I say some concluding words, first, the most important thing, I'll request Gayatri to declare the results. She will announce. I request her to come here.
As I said, we all are waiting for the announcement. We should start with the runner-up. And any guesses? I think all of us are going to scream for your state. Nobody? What do you think it is? Okay. The runner-up is Rajasthan with a score of 391 out of 500. Yes. Though I must say it was a tough call, and it was a close call between the runner-up and the winner. The winning team is yes. I know it's not being biased just because we've been wonderfully hosted, but yes, it's the host team, Madhya Pradesh. With a score of 401. Yes, if I could whistle, I would have done the same. But yes, however, as I said earlier, all the contestants are winners for today.
Actually, this was one of the most different experience for me. I have done a lot of juries during college, while working with IIA, COA, but this is the longest jury I did because continuously for 2 days I was sitting there. I did so many juries, but this was the longest and quite interesting also, very interesting. To observe the entire architectural fraternity involved into the intellectual interaction, knowledge, not only that, not only the architecture, but the literature, Sangeet, Nritya, Natya. This is really a holistic convention. We are not just here we architects gathered together, but it is a sign of inclusive society, total, which is involved into the literature, architecture, Nritya, Natya, Sangeet, and interaction. All C cubes, what Jitendra has mentioned, we are following that. We are totally involved to that. So I'm really happy. And that too is reminded me the two things in the history. One is the Madhya Pradesh all this entire Madhya, all these 4 states, it was the empire of Raja Bhoj. And Raja Bhoj was known for having the society, the most knowledgeable society. Not only the knowledge, but along with the culture, poetry, all these things. So I'm really happy. This entire Madhya Pradesh or the central region of IIA is really arousing and getting involved into so many things. So that is a good sign of a resilience of the society. And from the resilience, I remember 10 years back when I was an IIA president, we had a very special invitation by Royal Institute of British Architects to have an association. Actually, RIBA is our mother organization. Because of the inspiration, IIA took the inspiration from the RIBA and IIA was formed. But one instant in that gathering or that conference, I saw there were 2 students from the American Institute, the Harvard University, doing the post-graduation research. And they made a presentation. That research was on the resilient cities of the India. And then they shortlisted 16 cities in India to study research, not the capital cities. And those 16 cities, out of that, there are 6 cities in this central region. It is Surat, Indore, Rajkot, and 4th, I don't remember now, but these 4 cities are from this Madhya region. And they say that these are the most promising cities going to be in India, future development. Raipur, 4th was Raipur. So these 4 cities are going to be most promising cities for India about its development. So friends, my appeal to the entire members of the central region, you have to work hard and come to that standard and change the scenario of the entire India, not only about the architecture scenario. And what the presentation, what we saw last 2 days, they are quite promising. I'm really happy to know that the entire architectural fraternity and IIA going to do some really promising work in future. I see that there is a bright future for us. So please keep it up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, friends. I think as we have all been experiencing 2 days of a continuous exchange of ideas by various speakers and participants, the time has really flown, because I see from yesterday morning till almost going to be 8:30, 9 o'clock now, the audience has been continuously engaged. I think that is a wonderful way in which the speakers and the participants in the various sessions were encouraged by the audience. I think that was a very good gesture on the part of the audience to be continuously here instead of leaving the hall in between. I think that requires a big round of applause for all of you who have been so patient enough. Let me appreciate the Madhya Pradesh chapter headed by its chairman and our junior vice president, Jitendra Mehta, and the entire team. We just now saw the large team. I think this is the basis for a successful event. When almost all the members of the chapter are participative in this kind of programs, I think we appreciate and thank each and every member of the team who have been called on stage and many volunteers who have been working behind the scenes for their unstinted time and effort in making this event very purposeful, meaningful, and very participative. And we take back very good memories of this regional conference which has happened after so many years. Regional conferences, as I said earlier, are an opportunity for many architects from each chapter in that region to express their innate talent and projects, academics, and whatever pool of talent each and every chapter has. Okay, though there is a competitive spirit, it is a very healthy and friendly one. I think every one of them did very well, and the most difficult task was for the jury on two counts. One is, I was just imagining how they were able to judge. Second thing is their patience. So judgment and patience, I think, are the two things which they have been gifted with for the past 2 days, to continuously sit in this hall and then be able to observe and give their thing. So, in any regional conference, though the host chapter gets a little more points, as a convention, the host chapter is excluded from that trophy, though they are the winners. Okay. As a gesture, so the next in line will be eligible to get the trophy. So in this case, I think it is Rajasthan chapter, and I invite the chapter chairman and the team from Rajasthan chapter to come and receive the trophy. Please come. I hope the host chapter, Jitendra Mehta, the chairman, and the entire members will wholeheartedly support this, because ultimately this is a rolling one, and an opportunity should be given to another chapter to host this after this. So that is the very spirit of this, and having made a beautiful trophy, I think, though emotionally you have this thing, but whenever we give, we receive much more. On that spirit, I request the Madhya Pradesh chapter to present the trophy, rolling trophy, to Rajasthan chapter, and Rajasthan chapter will host the next Central Regional Conference.
Thank you, President. And first of all, many congratulations to MP chapter. So 3 rounds of applause for MP chapter. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Sir, MP is always like a brother state to us. Whenever we come here, they come there. We never ever we have felt this difference. I think, am I right? So whether they do it or we do it, it's one of the same things, sir. So we are so closely knit, sir. So the trophy does not belong to us. We'll host it. That's a separate story. But the trophy belongs to MP chapter.
Thank you, Team Rajasthan. And thank you, Madhya Pradesh chapter. Okay. Okay. I think we almost come to the close of the ceremony, and let us look forward to the next Central Regional Conference, and in the next few months we have the Northern Regional Conference, Southern Regional Conference, and many more events. We have a chapter conference in Chennai, we have Young Architects Festival, and two more important events are also being discussed, which will be held before the end of December. That is the IIA National Convention and IIA Awards, National Awards. Confirming? Confirming? Okay. I am glad. I would like to invite Architect Prajapati on stage. We have with us the chairman of Chhattisgarh chapter, Architect Prajapati. He has confirmed graciously to host the forthcoming National Convention of the Indian Institute of Architects at Raipur, and let us all look forward to being in Raipur. Mostly it will be towards the end of this year, mostly in December or early January. So I leave the decision of finalizing the dates and trying to find out the venues and all that to him. But in principle, I think it will be Chhattisgarh chapter who will be hosting the National Convention. Thank you. Let me once again congratulate Jitendra Mehta ji for the okay, and also appreciate the sponsors for, are they coming? Huh? The sponsors who have been very supportive of this event, and the hospitality of the past 2 days or 2.5 days or 3 days has been outstanding, right from the receiving of all the delegates and the various lunches and dinners, and the way they have been looking after us. Thank you, the hospitality team and the entire team, Madhya Pradesh chapter, for the wonderful effort. Thank you.
And my very thanks to all the sponsors, our trade and technology associates who has supported this event, and we look forward to long relationships for the future events in all the entire Central India. Thank you so much.
Just a couple of announcements. Delegates who have not received their the Rohar magazine and the memento are requested to kindly take it from the right-hand side table. A member of Madhya team will help you with it. The other thing is, if you want to take a break, 2 minutes break, you can take it, but please be ready for a music program by our group Void. May I also request delegates to please visit the exhibition stalls while you're waiting for the music function.